the meeting and welcome everybody to the meeting and also to members of the community on live stream. I'll go to the acknowledgement of country and pay our respects to the Darumba people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay respects to the elders past and present. We also have with us this morning councillors Reverend Rob Stanley from the Anglican Parish of Yeppoon, who is going to deliver our prayer this morning. So over to you, Rob. Thank you very much for coming along.
Let's pray. Mighty God, as always, we humble ourselves before you this morning. You sent your Son Jesus into the world to die for us and to make peace between us and you, and so we thank you. Thank you for your care of our Livingstone Shire. Thank you for the beauty of this place. Thank you for its wonderful people and community. This morning we pray for your continued blessing upon our Shire. Particularly today, we pray for you to be with the leaders of our Shire here in this council meeting. May you assist our leaders reach beyond themselves and seek the good of our community and its residents. May their decisions seek to benefit the well-being of the Shire residents. May you be here and ensure a place of honour, truthfulness and respect. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Rob, very much. Thanks again, Rob. Have a great day. Well, councillors, we have a full attendance and there are no leave of absences or apologies. And so we'll go to the confirmation of the minutes, and the recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 17th of December 2020, 9th of January, beg your pardon, be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Are there any alterations to the minutes, councillors? No? Okay, so may I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Mather moving, Councillor Lynch seconding. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Item 5, declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillor Mather. We'll get to, we're on declarations of interest in Councillor Mather at the moment.
Just a little bit quick. Okay.
Yep. So, any declarations of interest on any matters on the agenda, councillors? Okay, thank you. So I record that as nil. Justine, thank you. No public forums or deputations for item 6. All right, so business arising. Councillor Mather, you had a point?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to follow up on page 30, the tourist park approval at Bondula, did we get any feedback from that?
We're going to get the officers to give us a report this morning on all of the outstanding items, councillor, so we might get to that then if that's okay.
Yeah, and there are 2 matters there. There are 2 notices of motion in relation to recovering costs. We can deal with those when we go through the business outstanding.
Yes, indeed. So on that note, councillors, we might go to the officers to bring us up to date on the business outstanding matters. Thank you very much. So over to the 2 executive directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As identified in the table there of officers' comments, the proposed draft trustee lease has been in principle approved by the Department of Resources. So currently copies with both parties to finalise and sign before lodging with the Titles Office. In the interim, a access licence has been entered into which allows NBN Co to undertake the operation that it requires. The Yeppoon Foreshore Inlet Association Trust document has been provided to the association. Council is now waiting for it to consider that draft trustee lease and we'll have comments back. councillors, you were provided with a copy of that lease this morning for your information as councillors. I reinforce again, that's for your information, it's not to be distributed generally.
Through the chair, item number 3, which is petition requesting access to Long Beach. The community consultation will be undertaken early in March. There's a community event planned down at the beach, and we're going to have some surveys, and we're going to have a discussion face-to-face with residents, and there'll be some officers in attendance. And once we receive feedback, we'll be able to bring a report back to council to discuss the options to close out that issue. Item 5, which is bike racks in the Shire. Community engagement has commenced. So we'll be asking the community if there's any locations that they would like to see improved or enhanced, and we'll bring a report back to council, and I'd suggest that'll be either for late March or early April. The RV parking, item 5. Once again, there was some community engagement, and that has closed, and the officers are at the moment reviewing the data, and we'll bring back a briefing session report in March to discuss the future rollout of RV parking across our Shire.
With respect to Councillor Mather's notice of motion for boundary signs, among other things, an artist has been appointed or engaged to work on some concepts and consultations with the Marlborough community around the Marlborough signage. There's further discussions to be had with councillors in general regarding the entry signs to the Shire.
Item 7, unsealed...
Excuse me,
Sorry.
before we leave that one, we had information yesterday which concerned me that was going to be put on hold. I'd just like to make it known that I'll be coming back looking for some answers in relation to that one.
Just for the benefit of the members of the community, the issue in relation to the boundary signs has been put on hold pending the outcome of the boundary review and a couple of other matters relating to that.
Sorry, I apologise. I know that I was absent for that item yesterday. So is that all the boundary signs or only the ones of the contested suburbs?
Mr. Executive Director.
If you thanks, Mr. Chair. So the discussion yesterday was some of the community voice panels had raised the issue of the name of Livingstone Shire. So as an organisation, we've said to councillors, please provide us with directions to what you wish the officers to do, because there's $100,000 in the budget. Do you wish us to proceed with putting in signs that say Livingstone or Welcome to Livingstone, only for us to then change those in a few years' time? Or do you wish us to hold off and keep that money until such time as that matter has been resolved?
Mr Mayor, can I just raise a point there? That it's not up to the community voice panel to make decisions what happens to them, that they go into limbo. That's something that the whole table should decide on, and based on information that we have at the time, that didn't happen, and that was my concern, and I will come back with that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the community voice panels haven't made any decisions, councillor. All they've done is raise these issues, and as an organisation, we have mentioned to the council, you need to provide us with clear direction, because as an organisation, personally, I'm not prepared to go out and just spend $100,000 to then have to justify why we're changing that down the track. If, as a collective body, you say, go ahead and do it, we will absolutely go ahead and do it. However, we wish that decision to be quite clear coming from the elected body.
And Councillor Mather, thank you, Mr. Executive Director. We haven't discussed this at the table as yet, and that will come to the table.
Well, that was the shock I got yesterday, Mr Mayor, when I asked where they were, because I was led to believe that they were in transit. They were actually in the process of being set up.
No,
they'd set up, being compiled, or coming to the table for our approval before they're put up.
the actual locality signs are in train, Councillor Mather. The boundary signs are not at this stage, and we still have to discuss that.
Well, that's the one that we were going to discuss. That's the one I thought we discussed yesterday.
No, we discussed locality signs yesterday. We said yesterday that boundary signs would need to come back to the table.
I think everybody's getting confused. But anyway...
Possibly Councillor Mather, but I think there's a general consensus around and understanding around the table. Because
it was all reliant on name change. That's why we were talking about We were talking name change.
We were talking name change in the context of saying we need to discuss this around the table,
Yes.
councillor, before anything more happens in terms of those boundary signs. And we'll move on if that's all right.
Item 7, unsealed road service levels. So officers have completed reviewing the data for the condition assessments of all of our unsealed roads, and a presentation will be discussed at the March briefing session, and that will help inform our budget going forward and our asset management planning.
The sale of council land in Golding Street, Emu Park, there's a contract in place executed on that with a 6-month settlement.
Item 9, recycled water fees and charges. So, officers have completed a review of the charging methodology. That has been peer reviewed by our assets team, and it's being further peer reviewed at the moment by our finance team. And we're hoping to have that completed so that we can bring it back to council for review in early April. Item 10, Capricorn Coast Memorial Parklands. Our officers are drafting a commissioning plan at this time, and that's another term would be a staging plan. We're completing that, and we'd like to present to council at the next council briefing session for discussion. Item 11, Pacific Heights Road. This item's to be discussed today at this meeting, so I'll just leave that there for now. Item 12, notice of motion for Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues. So we've begun some community engagement with the residents in the street, particularly Ocean and some other residents letterbox drop. Another part of the community engagement process will be to engage with the wider community, because the road configuration and changes and the park usage is not just for the residents of the street. There'll be wider implications with the proposal. So that'll be undertaken. We've begun with the residents in the street, and we'll widen that out to the broader community.
It says if officers will present the findings in a future briefing session. We don't have a time limit on that.
No, we
Because
haven't got one.
if we're intending it for budget, we need to know when it's coming back.
Yes. I think at this stage, we've started with community engagement in the street, and it's going to take at least a couple of weeks for us to gather some information from the wider community. So if I had to put a time frame on it, I'd say it would be maybe late March or early April.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Item number 13, which is Great Keppel Island. There are currently 2 working groups or parties established with respect to the future of that island. One has been the Progress Association for Great Keppel Island. The other one is currently being established by the Queensland Government to provide it with some assistance or guidance on how it spends the money. At this juncture, Council is participating on both of those groups, so it hadn't envisaged setting up a 3rd group at this juncture. However, if the need arises, officers will have further discussions with councillors about whether or not we proceed with a 3rd group.
In relation to council's position at this point in time, my understanding is no actual recommendations or endorsed views have been put forward by council towards what elements we believe that 30 million should be spent on.
There's been no resolution of council as to what that money should be spent on, no.
Which effectively is the only decision-making process we can use to, that's the petition we use to make our point, to make our position known to the
It
resolution.
would be a formal position. Council can still participate in various groups and provide comment without a formal resolution. But if you wish to formalise something, yes, the only way you can do that is via a council resolution.
Through the first resolution fell over because there was no seconder for that particular resolution. Then we resolved to actually send a letter to the state in support of Altum and or other stakeholders, generally any development on GKI. That letter was sent, was it?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, there's a part of me that would suggest that perhaps the existence now of two working groups, neither of which existed in September of last year when this was first raised by our council, diminishes the need for us to be having this motion which I put forward on behalf of the community. However, my concern and the reason I'm quite happy for it to continue to be there is because I'm not waiting for the 30 million of the state government to be the guidance as to what's needed on the island. Rather, as it says in that, it's about helping the island to achieve its current potential, which means that the people who are visiting today, the people who are visiting in the school holidays, instead of waiting for the bureaucracy of $30 million to get sorted, what were the things that could be done now, like signage, like improving the quality paths, adding shade structures in, which obviously council through our budget this last year committed some $75,000 to starting off that process. So if the working groups allow us to get some of that data so that we can obviously start seeing those changes and making those advocacy for people, if it's private property or other parties who might need to consider what they can do today to improve the state of the island for residents and visitors, then I'm quite happy for this to go, just as long as in withdrawing it or with removing it from our business outstanding table, considering it complete, we don't confuse the issue that we're not, this was never about $30 million of the state government, rather this was about the investment both of this council and identifying and trying to meet the needs of the current users of the island, regardless of what else may occur in that space.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. In urgent business today, we'll raise the issue of a letter that was sent to Council by the GKI Progress Association, pretty much in that context, Councillor, around what the expenditure of $30 million should be spent on. So if you're okay with it, we'll leave it until that discussion.
Item number 14, which is the 25-year friendship Central Queensland and Singapore. Given recent developments with our adjoining council, officers are now intending to approach Rockhampton Regional Council to see whether there can be greater collaboration and some type of joint occasion with the Singapore military. Around the neighbourhood pride entry signage, officers met with Councillor Hutton, I think it was Thursday last week or Friday last week, to get some refinement around the nature of that particular resolution. So there'll be some a report come to council, probably not in the March. I'd envisage it's probably the month after that for further discussion.
Item 16, the cottonwood trees. There's an item later in today's a meeting agenda relating to a funding application for a pedestrian refuge crossing in this location, so that will be spoken about at that time. Item 17, which is the recyclables processing contract. As I've mentioned previously, the material resource facility in Rockhampton experienced some damage. We have an interim contract, and this will just stay on the table until we understand what the long-term future of that facility is.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Creedeman, just for the benefit of the community, could you just explain where all of our recyclables are going? And we have done in the past, but those that might not be aware.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So, after the fire at the MRF, Council and our contractor worked very quickly, and we were agile enough to be able to negotiate to send our recyclable material to Mackay, and that's a fantastic opportunity for us to continue to recycle our material and not just landfill it, send it to landfill. So that's an interim solution which our contractor was very quick to engage with their competitors in the other regions of Mackay. Long term, we want them to succeed in Rockhampton, and we've got a waste strategy which will be coming to the table next month, and that will set the scene for our strategy moving forward with reducing our waste. We'd like to have zero waste in our shire as a vision, but in the meantime we have a very strong relationship with our contractor, and it's working well for our community. Thank you. So item 18, acquisition of easement for sewer and drainage purposes. So we're continuing negotiations with the landowner. So the previous update was that we were waiting for the landowner to come back. We're negotiating a settlement. We have to do some further investigations because the offer was not accepted. So that's a normal process that we go through at officer level, and I can't say much more about it than that because it's in negotiations at the moment. But we are working diligently to try and resolve that as quickly as we can. Item 19, which is the bins in Park Street. So that trial has ended, and officers will be bringing a report back to council to discuss the pros and cons of that trial and the successes otherwise. We still have some signage and some markings on the pavement there to remind people about littering, but the actual bins have been removed.
Through the chair, Ms. Crederman, is there one bin still there next to the McDonald's entrance, near the McDonald's area?
No, thank you, councillor. I didn't see it the other day when I drove through there. I had seen it a few weeks ago, but I believe it's been removed. I couldn't find it there.
Yes, it was certainly, to members of the table and the community in the gallery, it was certainly worth a trial. Unfortunately, it wasn't very successful. The younger people of our community are still throwing rubbish in Fig Tree Creek, and I believe the sign was also vandalised. So we'll move forward and look for ways in the future to try to think of different ideas how we can stop this litter from happening, because the litter that ends up in Fig Tree Creek ends up in all of our waterways, inlets, and eventually into the bay. You know, I suppose there needs to be an education around this, and something that in future our council table needs to look at would be an education officer for waste. Thank you.
Through the chair, item number 20, which is management plans for Bangalee Beach and traffic issues. So we've spoken to council in briefing sessions previously, and a report will be coming back to council today to further discuss this issue.
Item 21, councillors, with respect to a trustee lease over part of a reserve for recreation, council is still negotiating. The next three items, which are 100,000 trees, significant trees, and 1 for 2 trees, are all scheduled to go to a briefing session in March. The urban food bowl, which is item 25, is some discussion internally with some ideas and some examples, so that I can't say will be coming to March. It's more likely that will be the month after or beyond that. Item 26, which is the residential housing market. Part of this was done through the employment or engagement of property consultants who gave some presentation to council last month and a presentation to the community. In addition to that, the company has been engaged to update council's planning assumptions model, which underpins its infrastructure planning and also the infrastructure charges resolution. Once that work has been updated, then a report will also come to council around supply and demand. The item 27, recreational fishing strategy, the report is scheduled to come to March briefing session after it was deferred from the February briefing session due to running out of time. Item 28, launching of vessels, a report is prepared and presented to the March briefing session for councillors.
Item 29, disabled amenities and handrails. That item was deferred from the last briefing session, so it will be discussed in early March.
The item 30, requests for written support of councillors and provisional electronic signatures. That report was also deferred from the February briefing session. It is destined for the March briefing session, time permitting. Item 31, with regards to options for tenancies within the hub. The prospective tenant has provided council with some plans, and those plans are currently going through a business case around the works which would be required to be undertaken by council in order to facilitate that person or that entity.
Mr Executive Director, what's the time frame around what council has to do? Because clearly council's fairly keen to have that space tenanted.
I couldn't answer that at the top of my head, Mr Mayor.
Perhaps offline if I can get some information. Thanks.
Item 32, management of public marine facilities. So officers have received some legal advice which we will present back to council at the next briefing session. Item 33, ramp and footings for saleability at Causeway Lakes. So the planning team are developing a business case for consideration in the 21-22 capital budget.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Creederman, is there a timeline that we're looking at for that report to come back to council?
Are you talking about the saleability?
Yes.
So I'm happy to, I wasn't planning on bringing a report back to council. I was going to use the budget workshops to discuss that issue, but if you'd like, if the chair would, and the council would like to, I'd be happy to bring a report back or a briefing session report as well.
Well, I'll defer to Councillor Friend. It's her motion. So would you prefer, Councillor?
Certainly. I think it's important for the public to know what's going on. I'm also happy with budget deliberations, and that's what the motion was about. So I'm happy to leave it, and I can then pass on the information to the members of saleability.
Item 34, sale of 18 School Street, Mount Chalmers. The contract which was presented to council had a few anomalies in it. They're being ironed out, nothing insurmountable. And whilst that is occurring, officers have progressed with the installation of a solar bore and the design and installation of on-site sewage treatment, which will be required anyway, so running those in parallel. Notice of motion regarding showgrounds, item 35. There was a report scheduled for the February meeting. That was deferred to the March briefing session due to running out of time at that meeting. Councillors can also be advised that the Show Society has been successful in securing funding to us from the federal government to assist it with some of this planning. I think that funding was in the tune of about $75,000. So that's a good victory for them.
Have they given any indication of when they're likely to submit their formal application in terms of their application or advanced between officers?
There's been no indication. I suspect they will need to actually use a lot of that $75,000 to do their planning, etc., and their background studies, which would then inform any application they lodge. But that's me speculating.
Yes. Thank you.
The next item's item 36, but that's sitting with the Chief Executive Officer, but I think that might be a bit rich to ask Cale to talk to that on day 2.
I think as identified in the notes there, a letter's currently being drafted for both the recovery of costs and compensation for lost revenue.
Currently being drafted. Well, this report was written a week ago and they're both being drafted, and the meeting that it was put to was probably several weeks before that. So I'm just wondering how long it takes to get a letter away here.
Well, I guess, Councillor, I could push everything else I've been working on to one side to write those letters, or I could tend to the other business first and then get to that particular letter. I guess at this stage, the land has been acquired. It's not going anywhere. There are a few other matters which were pressing. This one will be drafted and then passed to the Mayor for his signature, because after all, it's something I imagine should be coming out under the Mayor's signature anyway, not from the organisation.
We would just know how slow the wheels of government turn. So we need this money for budget, if we can get it. I think that's the key phrase. Thank you.
The key phrase is if, Councillor.
If we can get it.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say, councillors, that we'll proceed in drafting the budget on the assumption we won't get it, and if we do, well and good.
I'm the eternal optimist, Mr Mayor.
Greening Canby Road, there's some discussions internally around various interests with respect to infrastructure, open spaces, etc. Once those discussions have been had, a report will come to council. Again, I'd imagine that will be probably April or May sometime. The Sister City Relationships, number 39, a report is coming to the council briefing session about that particular matter. Item 40, Shire Christmas tree, costs, etc. are currently being investigated by engagement events around what the implications are and the logistics associated with that. Item 41, which is the amendment to local law, a report is being prepared to be presented to the March briefing session. I will make the observation, councillors, the March briefing session, considering the carryovers and what's proposed, will be rather long. Item 42, percentage for the arts. A discussion paper is being prepared for that one. I don't believe that will go to the March briefing session. I think we probably need to push that one out to a later date.
Item 43, which is security at the multi-storey car park. Officers are currently finalising a report to present to the March briefing session, so as Brett said, that could be busy. And item 44, the CCTV, there's a business case being prepared which will be submitted and discussed as part of the capital budget workshop deliberations. And I might just ask a question of the Chair, is that okay if we present it through the budget workshop, or would you like a report back to Council?
No, my expectation was that it would be discussed as part of the budget process. Mr Executive Director. Any other questions on business outstanding, councillors? Thank you, Councillor Mather. So moved. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood. Thank you, councillors. Is there any need for debate on this, councillors, or are we okay to go straight to vote on this? Straight to vote? All right. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Item 8, petitions. There are none that we're aware of. Thank you again, gentlemen. So we're on 9.1, councillors, organisational performance, community voice panel update from the meeting held on the 7th of December 2020. So the responsible officer was the Chief Financial Officer, but the chair of that is our Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering, Mr Deputy, if you'd like to speak to the report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Happy to speak to that report as part of our responsibilities with these community voice panels to provide a summary of the previous meetings. And I can say on behalf of the organisational performance community voice panel, we had a very positive meeting, a very constructive meeting. At times it can be quite challenging when you bring a diverse group of people into and try and improve on a subject like organisational performance. Nevertheless, the approach that the members are taking thus far have been really positive, and so for that I'm grateful. If any of them happen to be watching on live stream, your contribution is very positive. Indeed, we actually had a letter from one of the members straight after the meeting to say how much it is actually enhancing the quality of his life to be a part of it, so he's very grateful for that. We had several items that were discussed as part of our agenda, and they've been formed into recommendations for the council to consider over time, and primarily they were about customer service and I guess the mechanics of how a customer makes contact with council, and then the process that takes through from start to finish. And they believe there's some areas that can be improved, and they acknowledge that the hard-working staff down there at customer service do a great job. One of the items that they brought up, there's terminology that can be used, whereby a customer is notified that the particular item may be deemed to be complete or task completed, and that's the information that they receive. when in actual fact it doesn't go into saying this is what we've done in order to complete your task. There was an example of a signage issue down at Zilsey there where a request had come in from a customer to deal with the matter, and the staff responded with task is complete. However, the customer wasn't aware of actually what the outcome was going to be and why that outcome was arrived at. So that seems to be something that has come up in the past, even around this table, and it was identified within the members there. So Miss Ellis is certainly working with the organisation to try and improve the way that we really articulate the way that the customer request is being rolled out, so that the customer knows exactly what the outcome is, but more importantly, why the outcome. They may not like the outcome, but provided they get an explanation of what the outcome is, other than task is complete. So that was something that we focused quite a bit of time on. A second issue there, which was rather interesting to discuss, was the changing dynamic of how especially external council staff are often in a position where they're using their laptops or their iPhones or their iPads to review plans or to check work orders or the scope of works. Someone may be driving past, thinks that they're looking on their screens, checking the surf report if it was Councillor Eastwood or that sort of thing, and really actually misunderstand the fact that the changing nature of how council staff are doing their, going about their business. And I think Mr. Creedon would probably support that. Yep, it's very much the way that they do business out on in the external works crew. And if council perhaps could articulate with the community in a way that, hey, please don't think that the hard-working council employees are leaning on the mower checking the latest sports bet, but they're actually checking on the scope of works for this particular job, and that's the way that they're connected now. It's a much more efficient way of doing it. So these are the observations that our community voice panel raised, and if it's important to them, well then I believe it should be important to us as well, and it's all about trying to improve that. So moving forward, there was some discussion about meeting next time at the hub and allowing the community voice panel there to meet within the hub, the understanding of what the hub does. Also they were going to extend an invitation to our new CEO, Mr. Cale Denter, to come along and participate if he would like. So there'll be an invitation there, and that would be very much appreciated if you could attend along. And that pretty well wraps it up from me, I think, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. And I moved away from protocol slightly, councillors, and I apologise. We didn't go to a mover and a seconder, but I'm assuming Councillor Bello will move the report anyway, and we'll take it that he's spoken to that. So may I get a seconder, please, for Councillor Friend? Thank you. All right, so we've got a mover and a second. Anyone speaking against the report? Okay, would anyone else like to speak in support of it? Okay, so we'll go to the vote on it, Council. We'll close debate. Got a mover and Deputy Mayor Councillor Bello, seconder and Councillor Friend, all in favour? Thank you. All right, 9.2 is the Community Voice Panel for Transport. So update from the meeting held on the 21st of January 2021. Councillor Mather, would you like to move this one?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Seconder? I'm happy to second. Thank you, Justine. So, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your report, please?
For being so forward with all of their information. Mr. Creedman gave an overview of the budget, and I think the more they knew, the more they realised they needed to know. So I think you've opened up a can of worms, Mr. Mayor. I think we've got a public out there who's very chafing at the bit to get into the work that needs to be done. So it's going to create more work for the staff, more work for the councillors, but it's going to do a whole lot of benefit to the public, these people. I considered that they were all compatible people, they were all experts in their own field, and they wanted to come back next week. They were so excited about what they were doing and how important it was that they had input into all of this. Once they were introduced to each other and what they did, they were given terms of reference with the members. We discussed the website, the overview of the budgets. That was, Executive Director did that. Asset management plans. They certainly learned about all of the various legislations and policies that we actually have to adhere to be able to do the job. And I think it's a little bit boggling to start with, and I think it does do that to me sometimes when you realise that you've got all these things that are coming at you and you have to comply with all of them. But that's the challenge, and I think they're up to it. They were excited about that. Like I said, they wanted to come back next week. They needed to know the difference between the main roads and the council roads, what they meant, where the funding came from, how do you determine it, what say can you have. Needed to know about the road upgrade, the main roads one. We don't have that to give to them at the moment. But certainly road quality of roadworks. Maintenance was a very big topic because a lot of people know people if they're not living in the country themselves. They're very savvy with what's out there and what needs to be done, and the budget that needs to go with it to do it properly. And we do have a lot of work in that area. We did talk about the boundary realignment, what it means if we lose those suburbs. I didn't beat about the bush. I told them how vital it is for us to keep those suburbs, how we've already lost land in the Shoalwater Bay area, and how important it is for us to communicate and to work with each other to get the best outcome, and how important it is for us to be consolidated in our opinion, to be one shire and stand firm in what we believe in, and that we need to retain our independence at all costs. But it's important that we recognise that we will have tough budgets ahead, and that will depend on our own compromise and our own restrictions. So they need to help us in that regard to make sure that we get the best outcome for them. I think the panels, from what I can see from the reports, Mr Mayor, they're all much along the similar line, give or take different personalities, but I think we're in the right vein and we're going along the right track. So.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. It's great to see, I think, right across all of the community voice panels, we've got a very interested community. We knew that during the campaign because that became very obvious to all of us, I think. So thanks again, Councillor Mather, for your report. So anyone voting against the report? Speaking against it? All right. Anyone wish to speak to the report? All right. We'll conclude debate then, councillors. We'll go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So we go to 10, the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee reports, of which there are none. So we'll move on to 11. So 11.1 is the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of January 2021, and I'll pass to the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending December. This is reported against the Q1 revised budget that was adopted by councillors in December last year. So overall, the operating result is favourable, with operating revenue in line with budget expectations, and operating expenditure, excluding committals, is below year-to-date budget. The cash balance remains strong, with approximately $13.5 million of the current year cash flow identified as restricted for capital funding purposes only. Debt remains on track with budget expectations, with $4.4 million in debt repayments being principal and interest being paid this financial year. There's 2.2 made each quarter. In terms of capital, the overall spend remains below budget. Approximately at least $5 million of major and some other capital projects have been identified for deferral into the next financial year. It is worthy to note, however, that against the adopted budget, that there has been a higher year-to-date spend of our internal resources being used on capital projects than against budget. So we're using more internal workforce on our capital budgets than what we had planned year-to-date. In terms of debt management, we have 1.9% or 337 assessments that are now under management. So that's everything from proposals to pay, so commitments to pay between now and the end of the current financial year, to those accounts that have been referred to our external debt recovery agent. They are managing 337 assessments. That doesn't make sense. And there has been an increase in that because we had some additional referrals following the end of year rollover into the new period. So that's when the debts become overdue. So then we'll then do referrals in the new year for that. Councillors, we will be coming to you next month to commence the discussions around sale of land for rate arrears, as we do on an annual basis. It's also worthy to note and remind everyone that the second quarter water consumption notices have been issued and they are due on the 10th of March 2021. In terms of our procurement spend, we've spent 62% of all of our materials and services with local suppliers, so that includes the Greater Central Queensland area. And we have one preferred supply arrangement in regards to specialised plant hire that is open at present. So I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on the report and the attachments.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've just got plenty of highlights here, but I can't remember the question that went with it. Just looking at the capital expenditure, I don't know if anybody, or perhaps our directors can answer this one. Do we look like carrying over about $24.3 million to the new budget?
No, so working with our project managers, so there's just over $5 million that have been identified at the moment. It is likely that we'll see an increase in spend activity now that we have resourced up the major projects team with 2 additional project managers to enable the successful delivery of those projects.
Yeah, we can deliver some of it, but from my calculations would be about 24 over.
Over the next few months, it's my expectations that we'll see a ramp up of the spend over the balance of the financial year.
Yes, we knew that, but I thought we still...
It'll be highly unlikely that we'll spend all of the capital budget, but we'll certainly be in a better position now we have adequate resources to manage those projects.
The carryover, any carryover would alleviate the pressure on rates for a start, that we won't have to find this year.
Not entirely, but I'm happy to dive into that more during the capital.
Of it, if we
yeah,
don't spend
so
it
we
today,
will
we
have.
carry it over and we don't have to look for new money.
Yeah, so we will have the Q2 revised budget coming to councillors at the briefing session next month with a proposal to adopt, and we will go through all of the changes in the capital works program, which will be some of that will be the identification of carryovers. It's not going to be looking at any new projects that will form part of the 2 or 3 budget workshops we have planned with councillors to go through the capital works program line by line.
Unless somebody else had a question while I'm still looking, Mr Mayor.
While you're looking, Councillor, I might just make a suggestion if I can, and please take it on board. You can action it or ignore it. But on page, where are we? Page 35 of the report, 2 of 15 of your report. Under the executive, within the executive summary, the key financial highlights and overview, the status legend there, Madam CFO, I personally find it a bit confusing, and I'm just wondering if perhaps that could be substituted with something like traffic lights, yellow, green, along those lines. But just food for thought. That's all.
Are you waiting for me, are you? Okay. Well, seeing you started on 35, Mr Mayor, I'll stay on 35 for the moment. Asset sustainability ratio, 45%. We're 20% into it so far. I know it's only half of what the desire is, but the desire is almost not achievable. Given that all of the infrastructure we have and the new infrastructure we're acquiring, it's going to be a struggle for a little while to be able to manage all of these, because we're not getting a lot of money in from a lot of them, in fact most of them.
Sorry, Councillor Mather, I'm not clear on the question.
Asset sustainability
Yep.
ratio.
Mm-hmm.
We need depreciation to cover all of our assets when they start to age.
90% of it.
90%, yes. That's the goal, but we can't get there. I don't think many councils can get there. But when we're on 45, we're a long way from it.
Yeah, well, actually, the actual result is only 20%, councillor, as you
Yeah,
pointed out
as
before.
year to date, yes, yes. So that's a worry, that's something we'll have to, as our financial manager knows, we have to work on. The 90-day debt, where did I do that? The 90-day debt outstanding.
You're referring to the sundry debtors,
Yes.
Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you.
And what was your question,
that
sorry?
We had that debt last month.
Correct, so
Yes, and
that one
has that
particular
been
account
any
hasn't been
improve-
settled, no.
Yes, can I say, any improvement on that?
No, it hasn't been settled.
So how do we deal with it from this point?
So we follow the debt recovery process. So we're currently issuing a number of reminders, and they'll receive their second reminder soon for the payment of that. This is on top of receiving statements every single month it's been referred to, and the entire process undertaken by the development team prior to this point. So if they continue to ignore those contact points by council, we'll have no other option according to our debt recovery process than to refer them to our external debt recovery agent.
And it's sad because when people get into financial trouble, the longer they leave it to finalise the bill, the more it's going to cost them. That's the sad bit. Because once it goes to the house, that's when the things start to tick over big time.
So this is a quite a large debt that is in the 90 days, which takes up pretty much all of the 90-day debtor accounts, and is in relation to a development activity at Kebble Cove that the purchaser of the land did not settle that when they acquired the land. So when the developer did the development, those charges weren't paid. They were transferred on to the new owner because it's a debt attached to the land, not to the owner.
Was there a bond attached to that?
I believe that's a separate matter.
Okay, we'll leave that one there.
Sure, Brett.
That particular matter, councillor, is in relation to an infrastructure agreement. That infrastructure agreement was still in place at the time of the purchase of that land from one developer to another. That developer, it would appear, maybe didn't do the full due diligence on what was required. When they purchased, they also then assumed the responsibility of that infrastructure agreement. The deadlines on the infrastructure agreement came into play when they owned it. Council has written to them saying you owe this amount of money as per this infrastructure agreement, and they're currently attempting or endeavouring to dispute that. But it's
So that's the dispute is the one that's taking its time to sort out.
Correct. Well, it's taking its time insofar as we're telling them they have to pay. There's an infrastructure agreement in place that's attached to the land, and it goes with the purchase of the land. You need to actually pay that.
Yes, and I guess it's the lesson in all of this, you do your homework.
For the purchaser, absolutely.
Yes, do your homework and whatever you do. Yes, well thanks, Mr Director. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions of the Chief Financial Officer, councillors, in relation to this report? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just three, I believe. So I just wanted to ask a question, and it's probably actually not to the CFO, but rather the Executive Director. In regards to the rural and urban maintenance, the actual suggests obviously that rural maintenance has required a much higher figure, and that urban maintenance is unlikely to achieve, or they're hoping to underspend to help with the overspend in the other. Is there any concern that are we having to deprioritise other maintenance on the urban network to try and balance that out, or do we have the capacity to, if the need's there, to, are we obviously making sure that things that need to be done are done when they're done, I guess is the question.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, councillor. So I'm looking at the table in the report, and it shows rural maintenance actuals 2.4 million. Yeah, 2.4 million, and revised budget 2.2. So we're slightly over our revised budget year to date. But in urban, it's sitting at 1.33, and the revised budget year to date is 1.29. So we're right on our revised budget. So there's been no deliberate slowing of urban maintenance to fund rural maintenance. We're working towards our budgets as they've been given to us. The rural budget is slightly over, and that's just depends on the cycle of our workloads. At the moment, we've got our grading crews working to our grading program. We're starting some gravel resheet programs in the next few months. We've got a contractor engaged to do that, and we've got some pavement rehabs with a contractor to begin in the next few months. So there's a lot of work to be done, but it's all planned and will be in accordance with our budget expectations.
Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to follow up. So, I suppose the discrepancy, or the thing that piqued my interest was that when we then referred to the next document that we'll be dealing with, which was the operational KPIs feedback for Q2, it actually references that rural maintenance tracking towards over expenditure of 400,000, and this is likely to be partially offset by under expenditure of up to 200,000 in urban maintenance. And obviously saying that it's important that we do the work that needs to be done when it was done, but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a fear that we were deprioritising any work due to trying to balance the books, because if it needs to be done, it needs to be done, obviously.
Thank you, Councillor. I take your point on that. The staff are aware of some budget overruns, but as we can see in the monthly reports, that's being slowly equalised. So we monitor our budgets on a fortnightly basis, and the officers sit with our supervisors to make sure that we have an understanding of our budget position every fortnight and the works that we're doing. My expectation is that the works that we'll do in rural and maintenance won't be, there might be some opportunity to reduce our maintenance if our levels of service are met, but we haven't been instructing our staff to stop one particular area over another.
Thank you very much. The next question is to the CFO. Madam CFO, can you tell us what was the peak debt for Livingstone? So I know that we're down to $73 million worth of debt and have a continued trajectory down, but what was the peak debt? And if you can recall the financial year for me.
No, I can't recall the exact year or figure, but I know one of the highest debts that we did incur was on the 1st of January 2014. Yeah, because that also included a working capital facility that was repaid in 12 months' time. But we can certainly go into that during the budget workshop, something that might have been provided as well to councillors in the past.
That was, through you, Mr. Mayor, that was the day we de-amalgamated. And that's where it's said that we carried too much debt from the divorce.
Any other questions of the CFO, councillors? All right. So, councillors, we have received the report. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Mather, seconded Deputy Mayor Bello. Thank you. Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to the report? All right.
It's a work in progress, and I think the councillors are all...
Anyone speaking against the report? Councillor Bello, do you want us to make any comment?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. All right. Councillors, we'll conclude debate on it then, so we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Madam CFO. I'll find my spot. Yeah, I gathered. All right, so where? That's right, getting there. 11.2 is the operational plan. And over to you again, Madam CFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, today I'm presenting the Operational Plan Performance Report for the quarter ending December 2020. So the operational plan was originally adopted as part of the suite of things that council has adopted during the special budget meeting in July 2020, and we have an obligation to report on that at each quarter to the councillors. So this year, as you can see, we've taken a slightly different approach with how we're reporting. So we're trying to extend more on than just looking at the numbers, but to broaden the scope of things that would dictate how we are progressing our performance against a number of indicators. So that includes timing, budget, scope, and risk. I'm not sure how the Table 1 has translated into your version of the report. So as you can see up on the screen, but for the viewers who are watching, no doubt, council officers have reported that out of the 118 action items, that 96% or 96 of those remain to be delivered on time within those original predictions, and 2 of those 118 have been completed. Out of the 118 items, 70 are within existing operational allocations, and only 3 have been marginally overspent. The majority of the action items remain within scope, so that means the benefits that were anticipated to be delivered are expected to be achieved. And then the risks. So the majority of the 118, so 81 out of the 118 are within council's adopted risk appetite. The graphs, I believe, did translate okay into the council report. So we also have a summary for each of the 5 themes, our corporate plan themes and community plan themes. And they've just been summarised, the detail of which is included as the appendix to the report. So I'm happy to take questions from councillors, noting that...
Sorry. How do you work the colours? You know, you've got to have a bottom and a vertical.
You're asking about the legend on
Yes.
on the bar chart?
Yes.
So the colours in each of the graphs relate essentially to the same colour scheme that's used in the table. So quite simply, green is good, red not so good, and orange or yellow, it's to be monitored a bit more closely. And the blue, the only exception there is really the blue one. So within operational allocation, it's there's no issues there with that particular one.
Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 59 under Natural Livingstone, which is akin to my portfolio, if we look at 3.1.2a, I should mention that I do have some statements and then a question. So it states here, implementation, waste reduction and recycling plan, 2 community education awareness activities delivered. But it's the communication education. As I said this morning, we desperately need an education officer within council. Other councils, such as Rockhampton Regional and other coastal councils, also have educational officers. And this is one way we can actually get the message out, especially to our younger members of our community. In red, it says benefits won't be achieved. Would you please elaborate on that? It's in red, it said benefits won't be achieved.
Yep, so the responsibility for this particular item sits under waste services, so I may need to take it as a question on notice unless the Executive Director for Infrastructure Services is able to respond. Sorry, Council, I'm not across all of the detail and reasoning for all 118 action items. I can certainly speak with the ones that are under my business unit. Usually this means that it's not that there's no benefits to the particular project, but the benefits with a reduction in the number of the additional events, I think that usually means that the benefits won't be achieved that were expected.
Certainly. And on the same page, when we look down, 3.1.4.a, deliver the Yeppoon Landfill Resource Recovery Project. Mm-hmm. Now, everything is on track, budget's on track, benefits to be achieved from this. We've also identified risks and it's within our appetite, which is fantastic, but it says rescheduling expected. For the members of the community, may I ask through you, Madam CFO, to ask Mr. Creedeman, the reasoning behind the rescheduling of this project for the members of our community.
Sure, Michael will add some detail, but essentially this one has been identified for some carryover, so it's expected to be completed by the end of this financial year, so it's likely there'll be some carryover that Michael will add to that.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, councillor friend. This project is to design and construct the resource recovery centre at the landfill. So part of the project is to undertake groundwork investigations, because we're going to build a structure on old landfill. So that's being undertaken through a contractor over the next few months. We have engaged a separate contractor to be what we call our principals rep within the context of a contract for construction. The reason why we need to reschedule part of this project is because we didn't have the resources required to get this project off the ground in the first 6 months. And as was mentioned earlier in the meeting, we now have 2 additional project managers, which we have in our major projects unit, and they're tasked with getting some of these projects back on track. But it's based on our program. We will have to extend this project into next financial year. As CFO has indicated, there will be some carryover in budget review coming up soon.
Thank you very much, through Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that answer, and I'm sure the community does also, because they will ask me, it was all going ahead, what's happening? The other thing I'd like to mention is deliver and implement a Livingstone Shire carbon strategy. Now, we have passed a carbon strategy for Livingstone for 2030, but within this carbon strategy, it talks about implementing actions, and I'd certainly like to see, and it would be remiss of me not to mention, for those in our community that are passionate electric vehicle drivers, that we desperately do need an electric vehicle or an EV charger here in Livingstone. Not only will that contribute to our carbon strategy, it will also contribute to our tourism, and it will allow those that have those electric vehicles to look up those websites that say who can accommodate them, and see that Livingstone can accommodate them. And I'm really hoping that within this tenure of council we can move to have and push to have an EV charger located here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor friend. Obviously a conversation during budget deliberation as well. Any other questions of the councillor Hutton?
Yes, and I do apologise, I do have a few going through. 3.31, which relates to the local government infrastructure plan, and the suggestion, or the thing, one of the aspirations was to undertake a strategic review of existing and future sporting needs. It says it needs to be rescheduled, but then it says that the budget's been overspent, and I wondered about that, because if you haven't done something yet, how do you overspend the budget on it? Sorry. So, this one.
Oh, 1.3.
Sorry.
We'll have to take that as a question on notice, councillor Hutton.
Okay. Second question was on the next page, and it relates to the council identifying land and property suitable for disposal via sale. We heard obviously in the business outstanding today that there's a series of properties in different locations that are being sold or have been sold, and we're awaiting finalisation. But for the progress on this one, it's saying that a working group has been looking at it, and lot 19 at the gateway is due to settle, or was due to settle, and I'm just, those kind of two don't really match, because undoubtedly we're selling all the land in the gateway, so we didn't, and so just seemed a bit of an oddity there.
That one's 2.31. 2.3A.
The next one that I wanted to have a look at was 4.1.2B, which talks about the capital works projects, and it references that capital and operational review are spending as driven by councillors. So the gross target for capital is 25 million and circa 1.2 for OPEX. Looking where it says that we've supplied an infrastructure plan to defer 7.57 million in 21-22. How does that, because that's looking at next year's budget, so I'm not quite sure how that comment relates to this year's KPI and its achievement or not achievement.
So it depends on whether council approves the Q2 revised budget. So this particular KPI is measured against whatever the most recent current adopted or revised budget is. So that's how this particular one is measured. So the 7.5 also includes deferral of the DTMR of some works, which is why it's higher than the number I quoted in the monthly financial report. That's how. And the gross target that was referred to there, that's one of the financial strategies that we have discussed a number of times with councils as being the optimum point without having to add additional resources for additional major projects or new things that are above and beyond what our business as usual capital program would need to be.
Yep. Only two more to go, and I do apologise for dragging this out because I've now lost my spot. I referenced the one that Councillor Friend raised, 3.1.2, which was partnering with the community to divert and minimise waste and the implementation of the waste reduction and recycling plan. I'm interested as to how we have a KPI or an operational goal that says that it requires us an additional officer that obviously wasn't funded as part of the last budget. So to have one, we almost are destined to fail that one if it requires an officer that we didn't fund.
The KPI is around delivering to community education awareness activities. The KPI isn't around additional resources. If we wanted to expand on those communication awareness and education activities to the extent desired, it would require concerted resources because the officers currently doing a lot of this work have a lot of other things that they need to manage. So the more engagement activities we need to do, we can't absorb that within existing resources. So those increased expectations require an increase in resources and an increase in operational costs.
Okay. So when it says that we were intending to do 2, but we've had to defer it because we haven't got an education officer, that's not because we can't do the 2 that we were planning on doing this year. It's to say if we wanted to do any more than 2, we couldn't do them because we don't have an education officer. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, cool. And last but not least is the last one, 5.3.4, which was talking about taking action to expand the CCTV network. I imagine this is in the public realm space. Now, it does say to be deferred, and I know that there's a notice of motion from the last meeting that we dealt with where we spoke about a desire to grow it, but if this was a KPI that we had from the start of the financial year, I wonder again if the organisation was set first, is there a risk that we were set up to fail on this criteria because there was no money, it says there was no money in the budget to achieve it, and yet it was a KPI that we're trying to aspire to in that financial year? Like, is there a am I identifying that risk right?
Perhaps a commentary, just reflecting back onto what the performance measurement for this one is. The performance measure is the number of CCTV cameras that are available, and the target is about increasing that network. And how we do that is expanding the CCTV. So to do that, there would be a number of steps an officer would need to take. For example, in order to receive a budget allocation, they would need to go through develop a business case for that to receive capital funding, and then that would require a decision of council. So what the officers probably haven't added in here is, yes, there hasn't been a capital allocation budget in 2021. There has been at least 2 business cases that I've seen through the PMO office that relate to expanding the particular network, and the notice of motion, I believe, from the Mayor in exactly this realm. So there is actually a lot of action being undertaken in order to demonstrate and achieve this performance measure. So we'll look to improve on that commentary at the next quarter report.
Okay, thank you very much for that feedback. It just didn't quite match. All right,
Any other questions of the CFO, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder for the report, please? Councillor Mather moving, Councillor Lynch seconding. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report? Anyone speaking against? Okay, anyone else like to speak to the report? All right, we'll close debate, councillors, and we'll go to the vote on it. So we've got a mover and Councillor Mather, seconder and Councillor Lynch, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Madam CFO. So we'll go to 11.3, councillors, which is the councillor facilities and expenses policy. And we have the Executive Director of Ability and Wellbeing to present this one. So over to you, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this particular policy has come straight to a council meeting, hasn't come via discussions or briefing session with you, because in accordance with the local government regulation, matters about council facilities and expenses must be discussed in open at all times. So hence why it appears before you now with little warning. This was precipitated by the need to do some amendments to facilitate certain councillors and their wardrobe requirements, particularly around what shirts they wanted to have as corporate wear. Rather than just playing with that one clause, the opportunity was taken to make the policy a little more up to date. So a number of changes were taken to them, some of them cursory, others maybe a bit more than that. In essence, what we've done is refine and clarify the scope and the purpose of the policy. We removed unnecessary legislation. There's no point repeating the Local Government Act or the Local Government Regulation and the policy. As soon as the Act or the regulation changes, the policy then has to change as well, and all you're doing is stating the obvious. It clarifies provision of equipment and support to councillors to assist in their duties. Likewise, it also identifies obligations on councillors to care for the equipment, so that at least we get it back in reasonable condition. It has simplification of the insurance provisions, still maintaining the requisite level of cover for councillors, but it's actually put it into a format that hopefully everybody can understand and readily digest. And there's also clear identification of circumstances which are excluded from the policy. So this talks about certain reimbursements that you cannot get, and also the fact that related parties wouldn't come within this either. So councillors, attached to the report, you'll see there's one copy of the policy with the track changes on it, and there's also a clean copy to hopefully help you digest what's being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Before we go to debate, councillors, any questions?
Yes,
Councillor Mather?
Just, there was a lot of, I'd call it superfluous wording that's been taken out, which makes it clear to understand. Do I take it that the blazers and the shirts that the councillors receive, I'll use that word not knowing if they're purchased or whether they have to, they're donated? What's the situation? Do they have to pay for those?
No, you don't pay for those. Under the policy, it identifies the number that you're entitled to, and they are purchased by the organisation for you.
Do they have to declare as a gift on their register?
No, it's not a gift per se. It's identified under this policy as these are the items that are available to you by the organisation for the discharge of your duties.
Okay. No, I think it's okay. It's pretty clear. It's pretty concise and it's pretty transparent. And I'm just wondering if the bloke's there for 30 years, does he get a new coat?
I would hope that the styles have changed in 30 years, that they would get a new coat.
They've earned a new coat.
To see them in wide lapels, Councillor, that would be most distressing.
I'm happy to have it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, so we have any other questions of the officer?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Reeswood.
Yeah, look, my question, and I raised this last year in relation to 510, private vehicle allowance and councillors' reimbursement for the use of their private vehicles. Now, I take it the 20 grand for the mayor is in lieu of him receiving a vehicle from council. No, in receiving a vehicle from council, is that right?
That is correct, councillor. Previously, the mayor received a fully maintained council vehicle, which was in the vicinity of about $20,000 per annum.
Okay. And I believe that councillors have had a vehicle that they can use. And I believe that as of next week or whatever, that's going to be taken away from them and moved to another department. Is that correct?
So previously, the councillors had two options. They could either use their vehicle and claim mileage, or they could use a vehicle that was sitting there for councillors to access. Under the policy which was adopted last year, that was changed and the councillors given a choice of either a mileage, so they can claim per kilometre, or they can take a flat annual payment. And if you take the flat annual payment, you then can't also double dip by using a council vehicle. The only exception to that is if you have a vehicle which can't, or is unsuitable for inspections in certain parts of the Shire, then we would prepared to give you a vehicle which allows you to get there, but you wouldn't be able to come and say, I need a four-wheel drive in order to drive to Emu Park, for example.
No, that's probably it for me for now.
Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, my only question I wanted to raise was around 511 in regards to the insurance and council's engagement to cover costs incurred with injury investigation hearings or legal proceedings into the conducts of councillors. Is this a new addition, or is this an extension, or is this so my question is this a new addition in terms of this obligation or willingness on council to undertake to pay the legal fees of councillors, or is this something that was previously covered but just wasn't explicitly worded?
This explicitly words it. It probably does expand it a little bit, not excessively, and it takes it in line with a number of other local governments around Queensland.
So a follow-up question is there then budget provision in the budget to provide for these legal proceedings, and if the case is the expectation? No, that's the question. Is there then a corresponding budget line item that's been provided for this purpose to match this obligation on council on behalf of the councillors?
Any obligation which will arise as a result of this policy is already captured within our budgets, yes. Having said that, it is hoped that we don't have to use that budget.
Last question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
Is this an original document, or is it mirrored on another local government's adoption?
This particular policy, it's not no policy is original, councillor, insofar as what we've done is taken a policy that we adopted back in 2014 and it's been amended over time, or it has evolved over time. So its genesis is no doubt a policy that was taken by the transition manager at the time, probably, which I assume would not have been an original piece of work. And as a result of changes, you had the policy that you see before you. So no, it's not a copy, but is it an original? Well, I wouldn't have said that either.
Okay. Now, I don't mind if they mirror somebody else's, if it's true and tried. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Oh, look, councillor, in reviewing policies, you always look around to see what
That's right.
others are doing, because sometimes you can be sitting there grappling with the wording in a particular phrase, and you look at another policy and there it is, beautifully written. So, of course, you look at that. And as I said, I don't believe there's probably an original policy floating around, because most of them have their genesis from years, if not decades ago, and they just evolve with time.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just coming back to 5.11, recognising the addition of this positive obligation on council to provide support and expenditure in terms of providing for legal proceedings for councillors where they've been suggested to whatever. Is there a positive limit? Is there a limit on the amount of expenditure that will be expended prior to? Because obviously recognising that they have to reimburse if they're found guilty, is there a limit to the capacity? Is there a limit to how far or extensive we'll go to fund that?
Not expressly in that policy, but then if you look at 511.4, which it replaces, there was never a limitation there either.
And I may be barking up the wrong tree, but it perhaps relates to whatever the local government mutual maximum limit is too. All right, councillors, any other questions of the Executive Director? All right. So, we'll go into debate. Can we get a mover and a seconder, please? All right, I'll move it. Seconded, Councillor Lynch. Thank you very much. I don't wish to speak to it, Councillor Lynch. All right, is anyone speaking against? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I will be voting against this motion today, or this amended policy. I am concerned around the openness and the extension of 5.11. I understand, you know, there's always been an obligation in regards to indemnity around public liability, but the space that it's going into around the protection of councillors, while I think as a sector it's something that should be considered, I am just concerned that with no limitation there or no, I'm uncomfortable with it, and if you're uncomfortable with something you shouldn't vote in favour of it, so.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Hutton is expressing his reservation about 511 in terms of the openness of the insurance indemnity for the councillors, and the fact that there's no express limit, as I take it, Councillor.
It's more around the extension of that from the previous policy to this one, which talks about engagement of lawyers in things where councillors may be on behavioural challenges, so they may be accused of undertaking poor behaviour, whatever, and it's saying in this policy that council will fund or support their defence up until the moment, unless they're found guilty, in which case they'll have to reimburse council, and it's just an unknown space for us and something that I'm not quite comfortable yet.
Right, thank you. Yeah, okay with that, Councillor Mather? All right. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood, you speaking against?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. And I'm just going back to 510, Mr Mayor. And I do realise that the allowance is provided for the Mayor in lieu of a private vehicle. I just find a huge discrepancy between what councillors receive and what the Mayor receives. In fact, it adds up to about 7 times the amount, and I'm just not sure whether that would pass the pub test. $58 a week an allowance for councillors compared to $385 a week for the Mayor. And that's, I'm just not comfortable with Mayor, and I'm not sure if the public would be, and just on that basis I just have to vote against it. Thank you.
All right, duly noted, Councillor. Anyone speaking for the motion? Anyone against?
Just a thought, Mr Chairman. No, I'm for the motion. I'm for the policy. I'm just concerned that if you were to get the $20,000 for vehicle allowance and didn't go anywhere, you still got the money and didn't do anything. Does that make sense? No, of course they're not after it. Definitely not after it. We're all charity workers. Now I'm supporting Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we wrap up debate? Councillor Bello, your finger's poised. I can just see it. You're right.
Yeah, no, my finger is. I'll be speaking against the motion as well, Mr Chair, or the recommendation. And I do take Councillor Hutton's point. I've certainly been, that's triggered in me, I guess, a concern that I'd want to see further explored before I was prepared to support it. And picking up on Councillor Eastwood's points there, I don't believe for a moment that, well, I certainly wouldn't be supporting that councillors get increased to $20,000, and I'm quite comfortable with the $3,000 that's proposed. But I do believe on the grounds that there is a fairly significant disparity between the two. And if we reflected on the wages of councillors, from a mayor to a deputy to councillors, it's not consistent with that as well. So on those grounds, I think we can do better, and I'm not prepared to support it. Thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking for? All right, so we'll wrap up debate on this one, councillors. We've got a mover and myself, a seconder, and Councillor Lynch. So all in favour? Those against? or the motion is lost. The status quo remains, councillor. Yep. All right.
Anything we need to further to promote something that the members will support?
Look, it'll just go back to the CEO to have some discussions with the officers as to where we go from here.
Thank
No.
you.
Councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea because we have some guests from the Keppel Sands Caravan Park that are joining us. All in favour? Thank you. We good to go? All right. So welcome back, councillors. Welcome back, members of the community on live stream. We'll have a procedural motion to resume from morning tea. Move Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. So before we resume standing orders, councillors, I just wanted to formally acknowledge Dave and Lynn, the former managers of the Keppel Sands Caravan Park, who are basically moving on, but they own a property in Keppel Sands, so they will be back, which is great news for us. But I just wanted to acknowledge their service to council and the outstanding effort they've done at the Keppel Sands Caravan Park. The level of service and the standard of that park has certainly increased significantly under their leadership, and we just wanted to formally acknowledge and thank them. So, councillors, just thank you very much.
I'd just like to verify that I know Caravan Park and this Caravan Park is very special, not only because it's isolated and it's cute, it's because of the people in it who draw others from all over Queensland or further. When Lynn and Dave came to the park, there was just so much to be done. There were remnants of drainage, there were remnants of septic systems, road conditions, there's a whole lot of things. And Dave being the handyman that he is, I don't know your official qualifications, but there's nothing he can't do, I've decided. And I think you get his number because we need him back at the leadership. Smart on the job. That's why we got I'd go down there and they were just working their little hearts out, perspiration was hot, but they just kept going. And they just had a standard and they wanted that standard to be their legacy. Yeah, so thanks very much. Thank you. These people are just gems, and if we had more people like them, we wouldn't have all the trouble in the world. They just took on things with the help of Mark McLean. Yep. He was very good as well, because I didn't see Mark, but I knew he was in the background. Yeah. And I'd say, how things going? Mark sorting that out, that's good, stay with it. So I just think that they're special people, they work so hard, and they've represented us so well in that little community. So thank you so much, Dave, and all the very best for your holidays. They came for 2 years, and they stayed for 3 because we couldn't find anybody to look after the park. But despite their exhaustion, they just kept going. But now they're refreshed. 2 weeks. Yep, we're ready to go back. Just let us know when you're back. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks all. There's one job I wouldn't do. You've got it. Keep it going, mate. You're very
sure you
good.
don't want it.
It's been a breath of fresh air. We've never dealt with councillors in depth so much before. It's been fantastic. We Skype to people how good the Livingstone Shire Council is. I'm glad you stopped talking because I was going to start crying. It's been wonderful. It's nice to know you all by name and you all recognise us. That's fantastic. Couldn't do that in the big smoke, that's for sure. It's very, very personal. And we took the business on of running the park as a personal thing, and we set some goals and achieved them. Yeah, we love the place. So, and again, thanks very much for the recognition.
No, our pleasure.
Thank you.
Right, councillors, I believe we're up to 11.4, which is the Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program, Shared Path Funding. And we have Amal to present the report. So over to you, Amal.
Yeah, 2 projects we have recommended for the next round of cycle grants, which is closing on the 26th of February, and this time they have slightly changed their criteria, which is they don't allow us to do design and construction projects. So this time we are either design or construction. So council officers recommend to nominate these 2 projects: Hartley Street Shared Path Upgrade Project and Matthew Flinders Drive pedestrian crossing, which is actually the Hui Bay pedestrian crossing facility, which we discussed previously in a previous briefing session report. I'll quickly go through the two projects. Hartley Street Shade Path project was actually nominated, resolved to be nominated last year, early 2020, and we submitted a funding application, and TMR actually declined the funding application. Their reasoning has been they actually recommended to present our solution to TMR to consider under their project, one of their projects, around upgrading the crossing facilities around roundabout at Hartley Street, Hill Street. However, we explained in the reception meeting, council officers explained that we have already submitted our findings to TMR, but we are very uncertain about the timeline on their project delivery. And also we explained that these works are actually well away from that intersection, and we need some immediate action to resolve some of the safety issues at that intersection, which is Richard Street and Hartley Street. So they were happy to, team our officers were happy to reconsider our funding application, and what council officers are proposing this time is we will submit this as a construction only project. We already have money in the approved budget for this year. However, I think the engineering services have been considering to defer this project to next year. We won't be constructing this year anyway. We have $200,000 allocated for this project so that we can easily deliver this project in the next year with 50% funds from TMR if we are successful in this funding application for construction only. However, we have to use internal resources to get the designs ready by end of this financial year to move forward with this project. That's the first one. The second one is straightforward, which we have already discussed the solutions in the previous briefing session report on the 2nd of February, earlier this month, which is providing a refuge crossing at the pre-existing, it's actually not, we used to have a crossing there, but there's nothing at this stage. So it is reinstating another pedestrian crossing facility at this stage, but however we are talking about cycling and pedestrian crossing, not just pedestrians, because these are funded through cycle grants, obviously. So these are the two projects we are recommending to nominate for this round of funding.
All right, before we go there, councillors, I have a potential declarable conflict of interest here in that I live on Matthew Flinders Drive, not far from this particular site. So I think I'll absent myself from the room and hand over to the Deputy Mayor to deal with this one. So over to you, Mr. Deputy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just get back here.
Through you, Mr. Deputy, to Amal. So we've got 200 in the kitty now, but we're waiting on TMR to come up with the balance. Is that right? Because they said Transport Main Rates has not provided an update.
Yeah, that is, they haven't provided an update on the large.
This is Hartley Street we're talking about.
Yeah, Hartley Street. Mostly because the work we have recommended, the upgrades we have recommended to GMR includes more scope than this particular project. This particular project is only to provide, do some modification on the shed arc along Hartley Street and provide a new crossing on Hartley Street south of Cricket Street. But the works we have proposed to consider, the GMR to consider, includes other changes like modification of crossings round the
Round. That has always been the sticky part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, those works themselves will not solve this issue because it's not along the desire line for pedestrians traveling towards the school. That's why we need to do these works as well as the other high level changes around the road. So I mean, GMR would consider the changes around there around the road, but it's only part of the solution.
Yes. So are you looking at that for a future budget in the roundabout vicinity?
No, I think we should be.
They should be doing that.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah. Yes.
They
It's
already
it.
have a project there, but it hasn't moved to the business case stage yet.
Okay.
They are
have another question, if it's all right, please, through you, Mr Deputy. The slip lane for Matthew Flinders, could we have a look on the board and just see where that is? Because we're doing progressive upgrading to Matthew Flinders Drive, and I'm just wondering where that fits in. Can it fit in while works are in progress, or do we do it as a separate job? Would it be cheaper to do it together?
Did you say, councillor, the slip lane?
Yes, what is it? Conceptual upgrade worker Matthew Flinders. Yes.
It's a pedestrian refuge island.
Yeah, the island, sorry, yes.
Yeah,
Because we're progressively upgrading Matthew Flinders Drive.
yeah, but these works are actually beyond the footprint of that particular project. That project actually ends at the intersection at Gregory Street.
Yes, at the moment.
Yeah, and I think these works will not significantly change the road alignment other than some road widening and some line marking, plus some refuge islands and some islands and for channelizing pedestrian traffic across the road.
So when the upgrade of Matthew Flinders reaches that point, it can actually go round, it goes round the island. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think if you have,
if the refuge island is going to be put in now, or the next budget, and when the works come up to that point, then it just goes around the islands? Is that, is that right?
The road alignment can work around with these proposed works. However, these will be very low cost options. I mean, we wouldn't be constructing, I think they are stick-on islands, splitter islands. So these will, and supported by some line marking. So it's not very costly exercise to install this. And I think there would be some abortive works, probably removal of some of the islands. However, the widening will be still utilised in the future projects.
Because it's just work in progress.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Simon.
Councillor Lee?
Oh, are we still on? Oh, yeah. Just a question in regards to the grant funding that was unsuccessful in October. This will be a twofold question. Does that often happen, and should we not receive the grant funding this round, will those funds be allocated to just one project?
Yeah, no, we actually have a very good success rate in cycle grants, and this one was, I think, there was a slight misunderstanding from GMR that they thought it's actually something to do with their intersection, and they wanted to have that conversation for us to have that conversation with GMR. However, I explained to them that in the inception meeting for the other project, because there were two projects we nominated, the other one was successful, and during that inception meeting, I explained to them that it's actually it's worth considering this as a project in isolation and let the council do with some subsidy from GMR, and they agreed to provide consider for the next round, and they recommended actually to submit for the next round. So I think we have a better chance, unless generally the TMR team, sometimes the team changes, and they are can be a bit subjective on assessing the funding applications. So otherwise, I think we have a better chance in this project. Yeah. However, we need to have the designs ready to convince that we have a shovel-ready project by then.
The question I wanted to ask, I suppose I've got two questions in regards to, and particularly Matthew Flinders Drive. So the first one is that the additions that we're looking at contributing here are, what's the word, not superficial but sacrificial. So when it comes time to do the pavement works for Matthew Flinders Drive, these works will be lost?
Only the median stick-on islands would be likely to be lost or be abortive. Yeah. However, the footprint, the widening of the pavement can be easily utilized within, because there will be, I think the plan is to have a roundabout there, the current concept plan. So we'll need to widen the pavement anyway.
Second question, looking at the change to the Gregory Street to Maluka Street is, so the concept that you've got there, is that going to, at the moment, people who are turning left from Gregory onto Maluka actually don't impede or impact upon the existing traffic travelling on Matthew Flinders Drive? Is those line markings suggesting that they're going to be turned out onto Matthew Flinders Drive and into Maluka?
Yeah, they will need to take the legal left turn before they enter the other road, Maluka Drive or whatever. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so the confusion at this stage is they just take the turn there, they put the left signals, left indicators, and someone can interpret that as they are turning in onto Matthew Flinders Drive as well. So it's a bit confusing where they are exactly turning when they put left indicators from exiting from Gregory Street. The left indicators could mean they are turning into Matthew Flinders Drive or the other road. So it's a bit confusing there. So we are trying to actually channelize traffic by putting some chevrons. But that'll be still temporary fix until we upgrade the intersection.
And my third and final question, has this scenario for this area been at all taken to the community, like, or even just the local business owners there, in terms of the parking solutions and the changes, for any feedback or consultation with it?
We haven't actually undertaken any consultation. We can undertake the consultation. I think it is necessary as well, as we are changing, but it doesn't reduce any parking spaces or anything. It's better channelization around that area, because as you can see that it is just the configuration is just changed. The orientation of the parking spaces are changed. But however, the traffic movements are kept unchanged there.
And so then a follow-on, so is that there's no loss of the formalised parking? Is there any impact on the informal parking that currently occurs along Matthew Flinders Drive and along Gregory Street? Like, I wouldn't assume the Gregory Street one sees any change, but there where it's pointing, is there going to be any impact on the informal parking that's currently taking place there on a daily basis?
From memory, I don't think there's any roadside parking, and if we have, I don't know, to be honest. However, if there's anything, I think it's something to be avoided as well. If you have any roadside parking there near the roundabout there, near intersection there, and considering pedestrian crossing facilities and everything, I think probably it's something to temporarily remove if we have, to discourage. And I think we have, council officers haven't noticed any parking issues in this area near the north of Daniel Park. So we can have another look if necessary, and see if there's any ongoing parking demand there, and find parking supply elsewhere.
Yeah, so I'm very much in favour of supporting putting this forward and getting it looked at. My only concern is that on any given day, between the hours of 7 o'clock and maybe 10 o'clock on a Saturday and Sunday, there's informal parking on that southern side of Matthew Flinders Drive all the way along there. And it's not, one car, it will be 5 or 6 cars, and there every time you go there you'll see that traffic. So making sure that we're conscious of that, so we're making that, because as we can see that little activation that's occurred with the shop and the cafe that's there means that the additional parking that's put on Livingstone Lane is seen in some ways by having the informal parking on Matthew Flinders Drive reduces the amount of traffic that's currently going down that Livingstone Lane. And so because people are going, oh well, I can go straight through, versus I need to turn around and exit one way or the other. But very in favour of actually supporting these going forward, but I just think we need to make sure that we talk to the owners and just have a look at that informal parking and the way that this will impact on that.
Good question.
Yes, look, that informal parking there is highly regarded and used really often. The other thing that, it's not so much a question, but I really like the way when you come down Matthew Flinders, one of the things, if you come out of Gregory Street, if somebody's turning into Melaleuca, I think that's going to make it a lot safer, because you don't know what they're going to do, and it's going to mean they're going to have to slow down, which is going to be much safer. So, yeah, no, all in support of this one.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. That where the shop is, where the two shops between those two buildings, premises, it's quite a tight little spot there. I don't see any loading zone. How do we deal with that? Because we've got cars now that are parking in a different angle to what they used to park. Reversing out of that blindly, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. There's one way through there. But, I mean, where's the loading zone? Well, you've got two shops there. There needs to be some common ground.
Probably add some comment to that. Generally, the operational hours of those shops, deliveries can be outside the time that customers are visiting, so I'm sure they would organise their delivery drivers to come at a time that's not inconveniencing the parking situation.
Yeah, one option could be the parking space between the chevrons there can be converted into a longer parking spaces with some time regulation. However, I'm not sure if it could provide any benefit to the other shop on the opposite side. Yeah, if that's something agreeable, we can consider that option. Yeah.
Just see what suits them, what's happening now. Suits both of them. And if their timing is offset, or they're...
Yeah. Thank you.
One more question, sorry. Just in regards to that informal parking, could there be scope to look further at a cost to actually put some line markings in for the informal? I don't know how that works, but...
Yeah, now the compromise here is actually we are providing a cycle lane through. So this is a cycle grants project. So we need to be mindful that we need to maintain cycling facilities. That's why I was saying we have to discourage providing roadside parking along this close to the intersection for the safety of the cyclists. And when we determine the demand of parking there, probably we need to consider how we can improve the efficiency. Probably with some line marking on that parking base there, we can increase the capacity, because when you don't have line marking, so it actually effectively increase the capacity of the parking space, so we can probably increase the capacity there.
Last question.
So Mal, with the cyclists, if you're crossing from the vehicles are going to be going the other way, I'm just trying to work out how that could endanger cyclists, that's all. Because they're not going to be, they're coming down the hill from the left, from the right, so yeah, the one. Coming down here, there's vehicle parked along here, which it's not going to include danger to cyclists.
Yeah, no, the cycling layout here is actually, it doesn't continue beyond east of that crossing point. All cycling facilities are connected to the PCNP link, which is the shared path. So that red strip along that there, from that where the mouse is actually a cycle lane which connects to the shared path, off-road shared path. And if you can see on the northern side, the cycle lane continues across the across the intersection, and then takes off-road to connect to the off-road shared path there between the car park and between the two islands. So
I'll just to confirm that they're going to be actual cycle lanes that are designated and clearly indicated for that purpose.
Yes, and the continuation of cycle lanes towards the east would be a matter to be dealt when the road is upgraded in the east. So if you can...
So why would you have them on both sides?
Existing cycle lane actually disappears from there.
Because it's the road width's much shorter.
Yeah, and we don't have any cycle lanes beyond this contact.
as part of stage 2 of Matthew Flinders Drive upgrade, that'll come down and incorporate those cycle lanes. Okay. And would it be fair to say, with the recent $500,000 that was awarded through the federal government for the upgrade up to Rec Point, is that cycle lane or is it pedestrian, or how's that whole?
I think the funds have been received.
Yep.
To the off-road check part of that connected to the road.
Yep.
But I think the probably we need some capacity.
Okay.
For that road. So I understand it is something. We don't have enough space on the road. Right for off-road cycling lane for that section, section. And no space for sharing part as well.
So ultimately, this is encouraging cyclists not to continue on up to Rec Point, up and over Rec Point. It's sort of taking them away from that. Not yet.
Yeah, 2016 when we did the cycle project, 2016, that was EMA's proposal to have an alternative list around 2016 and 2023. So that is alternative project. So in having with this plan, the alternative, the intermediate option is for cyclists to have the off-road check part. There's no capacity on that one.
And if there was the appetite to try and engineer a solution that could take the cyclist up over the Rec Point, is that something that we can at least consider so we can look at the different options that are available?
There is a practical option for that.
Certainly.
There is future projects in the board program to extend the check path around the reform. That $500,000 grant and plus $100,000 from the council was purely for the amount grant. That's not for cyclists or it's pure pedestrians. Connecting Kilby Bay Beach to Omni. Yeah. So it's just that low amount of grant. But like I said, there is another project to extend the check path around the reform.
Right. No further questions? Oh, it looks like Councillor Hutton may have the very last one.
No further question. My suggestion would be to the table, and obviously with the mover and seconder's approval, that we seek to add in a note to the recommendation for this resolution that engagement, and I'm not sure of exactly the wording, but engagement with the businesses of Kilby Bay Corner occur prior to our submission. Recognising this is due by the Friday the 26th, so it's not, we couldn't look at doing wholesale change anyway, but I do believe that it's important that we speak to them prior to this being submitted and becoming a fait accompli if we get the approval for the funding.
Yeah. So it's something like in consultation with the, with the relevant stakeholders, council resolved to submit.
Yep, the council. Yeah, the council result to submit is now. 1, 2 after. The council seek. Are we seeking feedback, or are we really informing at this point? It's probably informing.
I think one thing we can do is we did the same thing last year. We have an opportunity to withdraw the funding application until June, so we can submit now. However, we have some steps identified in the context of the report, which is a few steps. I think probably we can include however we want to include anything into the resolution itself. I don't know how we can do that. However, we can change the steps required and include community consultation or stakeholder consultation, I should say, before the final designs are detailed designs are finalized.
Have you that, Taylor, Mr. CEO, have you got anything to add to that you believe we need to address or?
No, Mr. Acting Chair, we're happy. I'm sure Justine and I will word that up accordingly. We understand the intent of Councillor Hutton's additions.
Yeah. I think I'm referring to
Thank you.
page 3. We go to the points just about the image there. Yeah. So if we can include the stakeholder consultation there, that will be
Certainly. So based on the comments of the CEO there, that the intent of that can be captured, we can, actually
for our mover and seconder. Did we have a mover there? Councillor Eastwood, wasn't it? And a seconder. Councillor Maida? I did hear a voice there. Councillor Maida? Okay. Would you like to speak to that motion, Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Acting Chair. Both of these projects are projects that have, I guess, been sort of floating around for quite a while, particularly the Hartley Street one, where we've had numerous consultations with public that have brought some issues to the forefront, and it's exciting to actually see that we're moving on this. And again, we had discussions recently in relation to crossings at Kui Bay, and it's great to see that we've actually have come across to a solution that we might be able to even get some dollars for. And as I guess having the cycleway portfolio and realising how important it is to our tourism industry and to the health of our people in general, I see this as an exciting step forward, and I am very pleased to endorse it to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against the motion before us? Anyone else like to contribute to the debate?
Just quickly, can you? Thanks, Mr. Deputy. With all the additional traffic in this community, both residents, visitors and children going to and fro with entertainment, we've identified, or they've identified, sites that needed to be dealt with and recognised now, and we've done that. It doesn't matter how long we take to do it and who we have to talk to, but consultation is so important, because this is a critical little corner. It's so many ways, and we've just got to get it right, and we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to wrap up, or have you said enough? Oh, Councillor Hutton, we'll certainly give you the opportunity.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor and Chair. Just in speaking in support of this, I think that it's vital that we undertake these steps, and that, you know, the benefit of it coming to the table and having had some additional eyes over it is that the understanding or the experience of residents and ratepayers and even councillors as users of the facilities provides additional information that can support council in getting the best outcome. I would encourage the acceptance and putting forward of the proposal, but that urgency around having some discussion, or at the very least visiting the site during its peak hours to understand the vehicle movements that are occurring there, is vital to the success of this project, and obviously to the community's acceptance of the outcome that we're trying to achieve, which is so incredibly positive for both pedestrians and ultimately for the vehicle movements that we'll see with the increasing movements along Matthew Flinders Drive.
Mr. Deputy, I think we need to tidy the number 3 up there a little bit, or 2, is it? 2. Proceeding with acceptance.
Councillor Mather, I believe the CEO has made it clear that he's going to
We just got to get the
capture the
wording
intent of that resolution.
If councillors are happy, we'll certainly wordsmith things. I think we understand the intent of Councillor Hutton's suggestion, or happy for Councillor Hutton or others to modify as we go. That was just a quick capture
Well, that's what we're adopting. That's what we're adopting.
That intent, yes.
But just the first few words just didn't gel.
We will allow
Also,
Councillor
sorry,
Lynch to...
look, just really excited. I think that if this Shire does something very, very well, it's our pathways and cycleways. So I would encourage council to continue for that grant funding, because we are one Shire that certainly has the ability for tourists, visitors, locals to use these pathways in a way that I don't think we really see anywhere in Australia. So we should be really proud of our pathways and cycleways.
Right, and on that, unless Councillor Friend would like to say something, we might put it to the vote, if that's okay. All those in favour? It's unanimous, I believe. Councillor Maiden, go ahead. Excellent.
We better go.
Back in them.
No, I think the words.
Right, councillors, we have a member of the gallery here on a particular matter, and one of our planners, our senior planners who's prepared the report, has to leave work fairly shortly, so I'm going to move a procedural motion that we go to 11:15, and after we have considered and voted on 11:15, which is the matter in relation to the Belmont Sands development application, we return to the standing orders. So I'm going to move that. You with me here, Justine? Okay. So I ask all in favour. Carried unanimously, thank you very much. So we're on 11:15, councillors. We have one of our senior planners with us, so I'm over to you, Erin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Justine's just going to bring up my PowerPoint presentation, but I'll start off. So this is in relation to a change application for a development permit for an extractive industry out at Etna Creek. Council at the ordinary meeting in July 2018 approved a development permit for an extractive industry, which is the operation for extraction of sand and gravel over land at Etna Creek Road. The operation has been approved to occur between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday. Etna Creek Road forms the approved haul route for the development site from the Bruce Highway in the original application, and Council now has before it a change application for the development, which proposes to introduce 3 additional lots and facilitate a haul route internal to the site, exiting at a gazetted unconstructed road 3.3 kilometres down Etna Creek Road. I'll just grab the clicker. So there are 5 lots original to the proposal, and this change introduces 3 more lots. The proposal intends to construct a haul road internal to the site from the resource areas in the western portion of the development, extending through the property and exiting at the easternmost point into the gazetted road area, which connects to Etna Creek Road and then travels through to the Bruce Highway. Council, there were submissions in relation to this development. The original application had 39 submitters, and the change application that we have before us now had 13 submitters. And the majority of concerns raised by submitters have been in relation to safety and efficiency of the road network, particularly Etna Creek Road, and officers have addressed the concerns of those submissions through conditioning in their recommendation, and you can see in the report there's quite a detailed addressing of the key matters that the submitters have raised. So just see if we can, here we go. So this is the proposal that we have before us now. The orange is the haul route. These are the lots that form part of the application. That was the original permit. So this is a good shot in terms of the green being the original lots that formed part of the application, and the orange being the additional lots that form part of this change application. All the lots are owned by AgForce. the original approved haul route, which was Etna Creek Road from the westernmost point of the development site. And for clarity, the developer and council have created terminology being sections of the road. So that was the original one. And the sections that apply now are section A, B and C, which haven't changed, but we've the inclusion of section D being that southern access at the easternmost point of the development site through gazetted but yet unconstructed road. And it's a condition of the permit that that road be constructed to the development boundary.
Can I move the suspension of standing orders on this matter? This is a conflict issue. When it comes to the whole move of the site, it's like you don't hang on understand. But I think it's like there was something within the report that I'm concerned about. I guess when somebody asks a question, somebody else answers. Yes. And the signage required at this location. You can see there's a small line there, and that is the designated marker between section C of Etna Creek Road and section D. So this will be sealed bitumen pavement to the highway, and this can be compacted gravel pavement south to the development site. You'll notice there's signage required and further detailed design associated with the T intersection and other sections of the haul route will be managed through a development permit for operational works, which is conditioned in the recommendation. These are the types of vehicles, the heavy vehicles that will be accessing the site in terms of the haulage route. In terms of the submissions, as I mentioned earlier, 39 original submissions and 13 submissions on the change application. Of note, given the time between the approval of the original development and the lodgement of the change application and notification of the change application, technically officers were only able to consider the content of the 13 submissions. However, in reviewing the application, officers did review the original 39 submissions as well. And as I was one of the assessing officers associated with the original permit, I'm familiar with the content of all submissions. So the concerns, as I mentioned, were primarily in relation to Etna Creek Road safety, being a school bus route, the current condition of the road and the additional traffic on the road as a result of the development. The other concerns that were raised were in relation to amenity, the reasoning for the change, bushfire risks, impacts to amenity, again, and then compliance with legislative requirements. Officers believe all of those concerns have been addressed through the assessment of the application and have followed due procedures in relation to assessment in terms of the legislative requirements. So the original grounds for approval still stand in relation to the original permit, and we didn't have to prepare grounds for approval for the change application because it was simply an introduction of the haul route to the eastern portion of the site. However, it is noted in the report that where a deviation from the code provisions were noted, justification has been provided, and there was 2 circumstances where that applied.
So as I mentioned before, there's change conditions in relation to upgrading sections of the road, construction of the T intersection, and also approval of some additional documentation that has been updated through this change process, including the environmental management plan, which deals with a lot of operational issues or matters on the site. And I'm happy to take questions as needed.
Can you go back to that first slide, please?
That is actually the first slide, but submitters' concerns.
In the report, you made mention that the road reserve should be covered of the pavement.
I can, if you would like to, Councillor Mather, go to the recommendation, which is recommendation B in my report. Condition 4.3 and 4.4 deal with the sections of the road. 4.4 deals with the current, the gazetted road, which is currently unconstructed through the property to the south. So we're talking about a formation width of 7 metres and an unsealed pavement of 5.5 metres. So that's a compacted gravel pavement.
That's what I needed to know what the pavement was, because I suspect that it wasn't like this.
No.
Because that's on black soil.
Yes. So as part of the operational works application, it has been conditioned in 4.4, you'll see at 4.4.4, that the engineers have conditioned the necessary stormwater drainage infrastructure, including any crossings, need to be nominated as part of the operational works application.
That road reserve, the road, it's on a slope, and some of them it's higher, they don't look very much further, it's higher. And vehicle tracks, especially heavy vehicle tracks, will slope towards Epping Creek Road. Now, where is the drainage going to be? How is it going to be achieved? Because there is no ability for those to follow across the road because of the slope. Because it's flat on that particular part of the road. And there is no ability for a vehicle to dispatch.
So in terms of the detailed design, that will come through the operational work assessment. So engineering officers have assessed the capacity of that network to have this type of road on it, and then the detailed design comes as part of the operational works application. And based on conditioning, there is an opinion that these areas can cater for these types of road.
Looking at it on site, you can see this one goes towards me as well. There is no gullies there.
Did you want to point to me where you're talking about? I can't get this.
Sorry.
It's got a green thing on it, but it's not clicking now.
So I'm going along this way.
I know that's probably not very helpful. Maybe that one is.
Yeah. Section B, section C. This is why I think it's made up there. As it's fine. It's left down this
Oh.
one. And it goes across the road because there's a V with no landscape there. There's no ability to go sideways. I just wonder how your drainage is going to occur. Because the people across the road, you don't get anyone like that.
Just to pick up on your comment there, what's your opinion that there's going to be an increase in water because of the construction of the road?
No.
I'm trying to understand your concern.
For black soil. For black soil.
Yep.
Anything that goes on, you couldn't even suppress it with dust, because when you do, it makes sense. Especially when you've got a big valley going on. You're going to have tire tracks. They're going to act as channels. Those channels are going to go straight across the road into the next door fellow's paddock.
Can I just confirm, so it's section B and C that we're identifying and talking about the fear of channels is currently the single lane sealed section that will be upgraded to a double lane sealed section. Is that
That's
correct?
not going to be a sealed section. You said it's a pavement.
Yes, sorry, when
gravel
we
pavement.
were discussing this, I thought you were talking about the 1 kilometre section D stretch. So, okay. Section D, this is currently gazetted road to be constructed as a gravel
Oh, sorry.
pavement.
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is bitumen sealed. Yeah. So, Councillor Mather, there is no change.
Maps lately.
There is no change to the condition as part of this change application that is different to the original approval which Council endorsed in 2018. That condition is
wasn't included in
no, but in terms of what you're talking about of Etna Creek Road, that condition remains exactly the same. We're only introducing a condition to say you must construct that section of road.
You must construct that section of road, which is
Section D.
Yes, an unconstructed road, which is occupied, perhaps not, no permit to occupy.
That's correct.
But that is not going to be sealed, and that's where water can actually shed across the road.
What we're dealing with here is quite a wide road reserve, and the formation of 7 metres and a gravel pavement of 5.5 metres is barely even half of that wide road reserve. So in the assessment by the infrastructure engineers, they've determined that there is sufficient area to construct this road, and then the detailed design, much like with any subdivision or any development, is afforded the opportunity of an operational works application where the detailed construction provisions are assessed. No different to if you're constructing a house on a flat block of land or doing a subdivision on a flat block of land. All the detailed design gets dealt with at the operational works stage.
Okay, can we go back to the submitters' concerns, please, Erin? You said that the 39 submitters from the first application, they're non-conforming now. I mean, I know that you take their comments into consideration, but they don't have any legal rights. That's not what they believe, because they believe that they were told, I don't know who told them, I have no idea, but they were told that they didn't have to submit again because their original submissions would count. They counted because of opinion, but they don't count legally. And that's what I just found out last night. Okay, I didn't know that. So that's a bit of a shock. And I've got some dot points here, if the table would allow me. I take it. Yes, I'm just looking at the questions that I have here to see which ones can be questions and which one are debate. Yeah, I understand that. Now we've got B doubles here, and we're on a B double route. Etna Creek Road is not a B double road. It's not designated.
No, councillor, but as part of the development, they're required to construct the road to the width that will cater for the types of vehicles that will be accessing it.
Designated as a B double route in the future?
That would be an operational consideration for the infrastructure team following assessment of the operational works application once we have the detailed design.
And to go with that, given the heavy haulage and given it's a school bus route, then one would need to consider reduction in speed limits.
Again, I believe that will be an operational consideration as part of the assessment and determination of the operational works. There's also been quite a lot of detail provided by the transport engineer in terms of the school bus route and set down and drop off locations. And council, you'll notice there's a condition that we have included in the change recommendation, which is a whole vehicle driver code of conduct, condition 11.5, and one of the clauses that's required to be within that code of conduct is in relation to the school bus stop locations. And that actually condition was volunteered by the developer's traffic consultant and agreed to by our officers.
Yes. Mr Mayor, it's not adequate that they adhere or recognise the set-down areas. I think previously, and I know in other places they do it, the haulage is taken off the roads during the bus times. I think consideration should have been given to that.
Well, you're venturing into debate, councillor, here.
No, I'm just asking.
Well, if it's a question, that's fine.
Yes, yes.
Is there,
Is
is there an answer to that question, like Ken, if you wouldn't mind, councillor?
Well, I'm just thinking, why didn't we consider that?
I'm curious to know what the answer to the question is. If in the event council were of the desire to condition it that it was outside of school hours,
Cease the bus.
I'd like to know what the officer's response to that is, if that's okay.
The assessment of the application has determined that the type of construction of pavement that we have conditioned allows for the safe movement of all vehicles within that road reserve. So I wouldn't be volunteering an additional condition about ceasing operation during school bus route times. Keeping it, those times could change, and you're then creating a condition with a lot of uncertainty about when the developer could actually operate their haul route. But I'm comfortable advising you that the construction of the road is to the standard required for the vehicles that are proposed to be accessing that road.
Okay. The bends up at the prison, the first bend up at the prison, is that going to be widened?
I don't know the exact pavement width now, but it's part of the full construction requirement in condition 4.3.
So you say yes or no?
It's conditioned to be constructed to a 6.5 metre sealed width.
Because that's like a 90-degree angle, that one. It's quite sharp, quite narrow.
So unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly what the width of that section is. I know it does vary along that stretch. But the 6.5 metre pavement that's required to be constructed is catered for the design vehicle accessing that road.
Okay. And the S-bend down near the dog kennels,
Yes.
that's the subject of, when I say multiple, 4, 5, 6 vehicles into the ditch. Are we doing anything with that? Because there's been no mention of that. Well, I'm just mentioning things that haven't been mentioned.
It's not clear on this because we have, it's this bit, isn't it, councillor, over the creek?
Yes.
Yes.
The dog kennels.
So again, that section forms part of the upgrade requirement, and the detailed design of that will fall to the operational works stage. Operationally, council could look at additional guardrails or line marking. If there's a need for lighting, it's been identified that in general rural roads don't have lighting per se, but if there is a need for some kind of lighting within that area, that would be assessed and then conditioned as per the detailed construction requirements at operational work stage.
Given the acute S curves, even local people get it wrong. And that road was obviously constructed a long time ago originally. And is anybody, have they checked the condition of the culvert underneath it? Because it's never been touched to my knowledge.
Councillor May,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I can take that on notice and pass it over to the relevant infrastructure team. Just keep in mind that the sections that you're talking about were already assessed and approved with conditions that have not changed as part of this application. We're still dealing with the exact same section of road and the exact same conditions that the table approved in July 2018. They haven't changed, and there's no opportunity to change them because they haven't formed part of this change application.
In the report I noticed, I know in one submission they were quite emphatic that they were worried about fires along the boundary where the adjoining grazing operation takes place, because they've had a massive fire in the past and it just about wiped them out. And they're concerned about machinery and dry spells, and there's nobody living on that block. And in the report, it talks about fire hydrants being available, and our report said it's not applicable. So does that sort of, have I read it wrong? Or?
We assess the bushfire code that applies to the development and have deemed that it does comply with the requirements of the code. In terms of the fire hydrants, I don't recall seeing that specific matter.
Said that.
I don't imagine there would be fire hydrants in a rural area. We would be relying on water tanks. There's also creeks in that area that I believe are accessed.
Yeah. On page 234 that was.
Of
the report.
Of the officer report.
Yes. Well, I read that one. And the other thing too, when we're talking about, I'm just asking it because it wasn't written, so I'm just asking, it should be considered, and it should be enacted. And that's nothing after dark, no haulage after dark. The haulage times are 6 to 6, and in winter time it gets dark, maybe 5 o'clock-ish. And I wouldn't like to think there were trucks on the road after dark.
Is there a question there, Councillor? Are you asking whether it's...
Through you, Mr Mayor, I have a couple of questions to Erin. So the large haul trucks with the truck and dog on them will be traversing the new haulage amended road section of this plan. Will also the contractors and service vehicles that will be travelling to Belmont Sands, will they be also using the haul road as well rather than Mount Etna? Is there any condition in there for that?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. The conditions of the permit do specify in relation to which vehicles are required to use which sections of the road. So in terms of heavy vehicles, and that is a definition, they're required to use the haul route. So anything that's classified as a heavy vehicle, that's required to use the haul route. And then light vehicles, which is generally going to be the staff utes, and there's only 2 or 3 staff, they can still access through the Etna Creek Road the full extent.
I do have another question. What measures will be taken and how will this be enforced that the gravel amended road remain of a standard and that dust is suppressed?
The conditions of the permit, there's an obligation on the developer to comply with those. Council has a development compliance team which can audit development. There is also a requirement on the developer to comply with their environmental management plan, and that's a document that's audited by both council and the state in terms of the Department of Environment.
And thank you. With your indulgence, just one more question. Because the road will have to be built up on this black soil, you've also mentioned that it is a part of the compliance that they install drainage pipes or preferably concrete culverts along this particular route. How many, do we know how many there will be? Because it does concern me that if this is a flood-prone area, then the surrounding properties will end up like paddy fields and contain that water if it's not, if it stops the flow of that natural water course. Mm-hmm. So do we know how many storm?
No, we don't at this stage. Until the detailed design as part of the operational works comes in, we won't know exactly how many structures there will be.
Right, councillors, are we okay?
Just a question to the officer there. My observations when I went up there with section D being a gravel road of some sorts, and also taking traffic through the reserve down through the property there where it's identified. The impact in some regards that I've got to try and consider is more onto the property owner there in close proximity to that. one of the things that was identified is other vehicles outside of the operation, members of the public and what have you going there, perhaps for mischievous reasons, perhaps. Is there any way that to alleviate that, the council could condition or the developers there to restrict only those within the company to access it, or?
At the moment, it's conditioned to be constructed to a road which could be accessed by the general public, and that's no different to any road that exists within the Shire in terms of we don't regulate who can and can't drive on that road. However, if council decided from an operational matter under the Local Government Act, we can look at doing essentially an operational closure of the road which would restrict access of that road to a certain class of vehicles. Now, the details about how that would occur and any kind of barriers or restrictions that could be in place would have to be left to a separate assessment, but there is an opportunity under other legislation.
And so through that process, if it was approved, it wouldn't be an impediment on the applicant here as such, because their vehicles can still utilise the road as they would if it was otherwise.
Yes.
But the impact potentially that's been identified by some of the adjacent landholder could be mitigated even better through only having that private usage, more or less.
Perhaps that could occur through that process. In terms of the actual physical restriction, that would be left to that consideration under the Local Government Act process.
Okay, but there is a way forward that there is a mechanism that could actually be achieved.
Correct.
Is there other examples that you're aware of, Erin, where that occurs?
Not to my knowledge. Raspberry Creek, is that one?
Okay. Yep.
They do permit access to some indigenous landowners who have a maybe tribal claim on a reserve right at the end of it.
Okay.
So you can have like a road closure with conditions around certain people to still have access. But no one else. Until that, when that maybe title issue is solved, the intention would be for ADF to swallow up the road reserve and incorporate it into their own.
To their network, yeah. But there are examples where councils can condition that to alleviate that issue.
That's an example where ADF
Yep.
have sole use of that road reserve and maintain the road and all the rest of it. And the only other people there for it is the indigenous landowners that ADF agreed to.
Yep.
Because of this native title.
Yep.
Very similar example as well, Danby Creek Road, where they have the extractor history of the quarry was, and it actually needs strict events team. And so we've actually closed that road construction by local traffic owners. So events and quarry workers, etc. And don't actually put out gates on the road.
Yep.
That's what ADF done on that.
Okay. I'm wanting to ask the question, but I'm not sure, given that the applicant's in the gallery, I'm not sure whether I can ask. So I'm probably best off not asking, and I'll wait till the debate, I guess, to put forward perhaps my opinion on my position on it. I would have liked to have sought some guidance on it because I haven't been in this situation before, but i.e. if the developer was willing to consider that option, how do we go about approaching that consideration if the table was wanting to go down that path?
Well, that's a matter for debate, Deputy, I think. Yep. We can. Councillor Councillor Bello is suggesting that the road be declared a, for want of a better term, a private road with access limited to stated people. So ultimately, authorised people only. Similar to what the Manager of Construction and Maintenance is basically saying happens along Raspberry Creek Road. No, the floor is yours, Councillor.
I don't believe there is, no. the council and the state do.
Councillor Eastwood?
My question is just in relation to, has there been submissions in relation to concerns about Section D? And I think, as Councillor Bello called it, not unruly, but I guess erratic or different sort of driving on that road. Has there been a submission in relation to that? For Section D? I can't remember reading.
Riding along the road.
Okay, so Councillor Bello brought up about the landowner next to Section D being concerned that there would be maybe undesirable persons or vehicles or whatever going up that road. Has there been a submission made in relation to that?
No,
Okay.
I don't believe that was specifically raised in a formal submission to
Excellent.
council.
Thank you.
But just for the benefit, if I could, Mr Chair, to the other members, when we visited on site Friday recently, that was certainly raised by the citizen that we met up there, who's the property adjacent to Section D there. So I guess I relay that just for everybody's consideration.
Yeah, I think the issue though, councillor, is that it's not part of the formal submission, so that's an issue in itself. Councillors, any further questions of the officer?
No, not part of this development, because the developer is being required to construct infrastructure to satisfy their impact on the network, so there's no royalties. The way that we have set up the conditions at the moment is that the developer is responsible for maintaining Section D, and council is responsible for maintaining the balance of Etna Creek Road, as we currently do.
Any further questions, councillors? All right, so we'll go to debate on this, councillors. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the report, please? We'll resume standing orders. Thanks, Justine. So all in favour? Okay. We're looking for a mover and a seconder on the report, councillors. Councillor Hutton is moving. Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Lynch. Thank you. Okay, debate is live, councillors. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, very briefly. Recognising that today we're not seeking to approve the use of the land, acknowledging that that was done unanimously by the previous council in 2018, but rather looking at, are there ways to make the conditions that were set at the time both more achievable, but also make sure that they're applicable to the use that's occurring. Now, if we reflect back to the fact that this submission or this process for this applicant first started in 2015, I think that we can see here that officers have been both diligent in their time, but also in partnership with submitters, with the applicant, going through a process of trying to look for best outcomes, but also making sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. I think that with the best of intentions in 2018, and as one of the 7 councillors who voted unanimously to approve the application at that point, we believe that the only way to achieve the outcome for the community and meeting those needs of the submitters, meeting the desire of the applicant, was to provide for the full length of that road to be developed. Now they've come back with an alternate that is effective, that achieves the outcome, and it's up for this council table to make a determination as to whether we're willing to accept this variation, acknowledging the submissions that have been made in this occasion, and acknowledging the officer's recommendation. I fully support the officer's recommendation to the table, and I thank, in many ways, the luck of the world that the price of sand has continued to go up in recent years, because I imagine any other applicant, if they'd started in 2015 and was still in 2021 without a final process completed, they would have walked away. But to the good luck of life is that the sand prices continue to be something of a stable, if not slightly rising influence, and the quality of the product that we have here in central Queensland, and particularly on this site, is quite good. It means that they've been willing to stick it out, giving us the time that we needed to do our due diligence, but also to make sure that the best outcome ultimately is the outcome that's achieved for the community, and that's why I'll be supporting the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Well, the floor is yours, Councillor. The invitation was to speak against.
Mr Mayor, I've been involved with this from the beginning, since 2015, when the first application was lodged. We have here an application for an extractive industry on land owned by AgForce. And of course everybody's heard of AgForce. It's a peak organisation representing Queensland's rural producers. It exists to ensure long-term growth, viability, competitiveness and profitability of broadacre industries of cattle, grain, cane, sheep, wool in Queensland. Their core business is lobbying industry and government on behalf of our members to secure sustainable, profitable and productive agriculture in Queensland. Well, AgForce owns the land, but AgForce hasn't demonstrated that. And that disappoints me. Because what it effectively does is compromise a bona fide historical primary production. And by their own admission, the applicants, they've knocked it back by 50%. Now that's not what the core value says. I can understand the applicant wanting the cheapest route to get his product to market. Nobody can blame him, we'd all do the same thing. But not at the expense of somebody else who's trying to do a living on primary production, the very thing that the core value is all about. That's what disappoints me. They could have had it. And I think in hindsight, it's always very good if the applicant had appealed the seriousness or the seriousness of the conditions, severity of the conditions back then. I feel very confident the judge would have said, look, okay, I think asking you to do that much road's a bit tough. We'll only ask you to do that much. Everybody would have got their wishes. I was the mover of the first application because we addressed all of the things that needed to be addressed to satisfy the parties. But sadly, the applicant wanted a cheaper way out. And that's why we're back here now, compromising a bona fide primary production because somebody wanted to save some money. It doesn't augur very well for friendship. And these parties have been neighbours and friends for over 50 years. But from the very beginning, when they weren't included in what was going on, it started to fall apart. Neighbours in the bush need each other. One of the submitters, who's quite vocal, was wiped out. Everything was wiped out. And she tells me that AgForce offered to take the cattle into their place because they were wiped out. But it started at AgForce. And now, in the conditions, fire extinguisher not applicable. That's the biggest fear of this person, that they're going to be wiped out again because they live in Brisbane. And there's only going to be a couple of people on AgForce land conducting this business. Who's going to look after the fire if it breaks out? And we know it happened before at Mount Etna. Sparks from machinery triggered it, and away she went. And that's what the fear is. We should stick to the road because at least we've got control over it. We know we've got good ground underneath it. Everybody knows the rules and everybody wins. Yes, it's money. Money can always be handled in different ways. Councils compromise, developers compromise, and we all win. But this is not a winner for the people who've spent all their lives building up a business to be now treated like that. I know what it's like to be on the land when it's tough. But there's not even a mention in our report of the primary production that's going to be destroyed. I've got here a letter that was sent to a lady whom I know when her mother died. It was by the applicant. They were hoping for the people who own the land where the primary production is taking place, they wanted to come through one of their paddocks. They offered royalties, knowing full well they'd have to upgrade the road too. They had two options. The family would let them go through the paddock, or the company would come through the road and divide their business in half. And because no primary producer wants to cut his paddock in half and lose his crop, everything they've worked for. The mother died, and the daughter received the letter and said, two options available are to use the gazetted and unformed road to the west of Lot 51, which was the primary production. This is available to us, but not our preferred option. The second option is to come across 51 and exit 51 in the northeast corner. If we use the gazetted road, we acknowledge, this is the applicant saying to the executor of the mother's will, we acknowledge that this will cause some inconvenience to your family's farming operations, as it will cut your cultivation in half. This is the company who looks after the primary producer who's going to cut their business in half. And that, Mr. Chairman, is why I can't support the application. It is not considerate of the people, the very foundations, the very farmers that keep this country on its feet. The site of the stockpile, haven't got the map there now, it's right at the very apex of the crop that's there now, which is cotton. The rest of the paddock's been cleared on those two lots and the road reserve. Loading and unloading and stockpiling with trucks coming and going. Dust. Have you ever worked in a quarry? I've lived in a quarry. I lived in Mount Isa and there's dust everywhere. I know what it looks like. And that's what you got on your crop. The primary producers that made this country. No dust suppression. Doesn't matter. We got the route we want. How do you think farmers feel? Cut the heart right out of their bodies. I believe we should go back, to refuse this application in its current stand and go back to the original approval. I was the mover because I thought we satisfied everybody. But it seems the applicant wanted a cheaper deal, and I couldn't blame them for that, but not at the expense of the farmer. There is no identified point of discharge for water that seeps off there. I know what it's like when it floods. The water goes over your head, not at that particular place. But along that road, when it rains and when it floods, you won't get there. I've been there on tractors and boats. You go from hill to hill, tractor and boat, or quad. That's how much water's there. It's there for weeks and weeks and weeks. Black soil just soaks it up. And I think if the applicant feels it's going to be the cheaper option, I think they'll find it's going to be the most expensive in the long term, because it's not going to hold the vehicles up. That soil makes you sink. And the fire hydrant is not applicable. That is not music to the ears of the person where the fire wiped them out in the past. The conditions might qualify for the policy, but sometimes we have to go over and above the policy to make sure that people are protected. Because when they're not there to look after their land, you rely on somebody else, and they've got to have something they can grab in a hurry to put it out if they can. And that's a plain, it's clear. And the wind the other day, you didn't see it? The wind the other day can whip straight across there so fast, you couldn't get out of its road. And it was quite windy that day too.
Councillor Mather, sorry to interrupt you.
I think you'll be very pleased that I've finished.
Okay.
But I'm just, think about what this is doing to the farmer and consider refusing the application and resorting to the original approval with conditions.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking in support of the motion? Councillor Lynch?
I'll speak in support of the motion. The report was very extensive. It was a lot to read. It was a lot to take in, that's for sure. And in support of the motion, these are some of the reasons why, which I'll take out of the report in regards to my decision. The application has been assessed by relevant council, planning, engineering, environmental, health and other technical officers as required. The assessment has been completed in accordance with Chapter 3, Section 82 of the Planning Act 2016, which support the proposed haulage road. These are some of the other reasons. Development is located, designed, constructed and operated to avoid a minimal adverse impacts on the environment. Development achieves the applicable stormwater management design and objectives. Development in a water supply buffer area avoids adverse impacts on drinking water supply. Development supports disaster management, response and recovery. Risk to public safety is paramount, and this is what they looked at. Councillor Mather mentioned they are taking the cheapest route. I agree with Councillor Hutton. It is an alternative. It's an alternative that is very effective. It's a common sense approach, and for me, safety is paramount, and I fully support this.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. We'll get to that, Councillor. Thank you. Are you speaking against, Councillor?
No.
Okay. So anyone speaking against the recommendation? Well, anyone like Councillor will go for. Councillor Friend.
This is something that I've personally grappled with. I do care for the farmers. I do understand what AgForce do. I'm surprised that they're willing and not just willing, they're inviting Belmont Sands into their property. The black soil is an issue, but as long as there's enough culverts and drainage to allow the water flow, and as long as the dust is suppressed in some way. Now, I read all 39 submissions in the original application, and they were submissions against the development, full stop. And yet the council unanimously resolved for it to go ahead. I read the last 13 submissions, and they are also they also have a point. The issue is that under everything that had to be taken into consideration by our planning and engineers, it eventuated with all of the the road amendment proposed route which traverses area which are identified as containing matters of state and local environmental significance, and it was sent to the State Assessment and Referral Agency. This is very important because they had to look at bushfire mitigation. They also, and what I found is that although this land is subject to bushfire, flood, landslide, storm tide inundation and erosion-prone areas, they said that there will be 4 water bores for water supply with tank storage at the homestead, major pumping capacity out of the river, and large water tankers if needed. There'll be a grader for firefighting and a bulldozer for firefighting purposes also if needed. So everything that I read that impacts the environment, this state referral agency and our planning officers agrees that it all complies. So in saying that, I do agree with Councillor Lynch. The 5.3 kilometres of this amended road will take those dog and trucks travelling at 100 kilometres off Mount Etna Road, where school buses actually stop to collect and transfer children, where driveways are concealed at times. And by doing so, I imagine that the trucks, when they enter Mount Etna Road, will be able to slow down for the purposes of safety and the road conditions. So this is why, after looking at all of the information a number of times over, sending multiple emails to officers, asking and requesting more information that I've come to this conclusion. It's the safety aspect of the school buses and the children that I'm taking into consideration. And by having 2 trucks per hour, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, taken off the majority of Etna Creek Road, I think it's a safety issue that I'm voting for this road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Eastwood? All right, so no one speaking against. Councillor Eastwood, you're speaking for?
Only very briefly, Mr Mayor. Look, this is our northern corridor, which we've marked for business and residential expansion. Yeah. And I've got every confidence in our planning team that they've made the right decision. I've read extensively through the report. It's very thorough, and so I feel as I need to back it, and I will back it. I do have a question, Councillor Mather can answer me later on. I just don't know how many tractors and boats each farmer has. Yeah, you have to go back to her remarks. All right, thank you. That's.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right, so does anyone else wish to contribute to the discussion? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, I do. It's a question before I proceed. Firstly, it is nominated, one of the objections was additional traffic generated by the use, and that was countered with the application material confirms no additional traffic will be generated by the development as a result of the change application. Traffic generated by the development is the same as what has already been considered and assessed by council as part of the existing approval. The question I had relates to privatising the road ultimately. In the event that this was approved and 6 or 12 months down the track, there was additional traffic that was generated by virtue of undesirable behaviour going down that road to potentially connect with the prison, which has been what's identified to me. Is that something that can be retrofitted later and conditioned to make it a private road to remove any potential for outside traffic to go down what currently is not constructed, but with the approval of this there will be a road that will go inland, it will go across Ag Forces property, and potentially the public can go down that road unless there's something put in place to stop them. So I'm looking for the timings on that if in the event we wanted to address it later.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. We're in debate, and I don't know if we should be asking questions.
Well, yeah, the time for questions has concluded. Councillor Bello?
Well, I'd be happy to be shown the standing orders that states we can't ask a question in the debate.
Well, we'll go to one of the Mr CEO. My apologies, Councillor. Go ahead.
Councillor Bello, we would deal with that as an operational matter through our infrastructure services team following consideration of the operational work plans. I think probably what you're considering, if that's something that you want officers to look at, we would consider that through the operational works assessment, and then it would be a decision under the Local Government Act, which would possibly come back to the council table if need be. Yeah.
Okay, can I propose then that an amendment to the application to, if the developer was agreeable, that they be requested or invited or asked to consider the impact that has been raised, and that this road be conditioned to be a private road?
I'm happy to be corrected, but I believe the process that you're talking about is actually the onus is on council to initiate that, and that's a process under the Local Government Act. So if you wanted to, you could make another recommendation to ask for consideration of that as part of the future operational works permits, but that would be officers taking that action instead of the developer.
Okay. I would like to activate that to ask the table to consider that that additional condition.
Point of order, Mr Chairman. I think we're getting off the track here.
We're not, councillor. We're actually dealing with a proposed amendment to the resolution at the moment.
But the member has spoken, now he's, you can't have an amendment after you've spoken.
Well, the deputy mayor asked a question of the officer, councillor. Yeah, the deputy mayor asked a question, and so there, and on the basis of that question, then he's proposing an amendment.
That's correct. And I wasn't formulating debate by any means. I just wanted to clarify. Well, the amendment that I'm proposing to the table to consider of the mover and the seconder is to further condition the approval that it is purely for the traffic movements of Belmont Sands, which is primarily the reason for the development in the first place. There is no, it's not the objective to open up another road for the public to utilise, so that's the amendment that I'm putting to the table to consider.
All right, so that recommendation would be recommendation E. That council proposes. I'm looking for some eloquency here in wording, councillors, around that council requests or requires the road in question. Is it the private road area? Section D, okay. The council requires section D. To be classified as a private road. All right, well, you can vote against it, councillor. Well, the deputy mayor will have an opportunity to speak to it in a minute. All right, so, Mr. CEO, here we go.
Just quickly trying to put some words together, Mr. Mayor, if that's helpful. If I understand Councillor Bellow's intent, would it be, and taking on board Councillor Mather's point, is it that Council reserves the right to initiate a process to classify Section D as a private road should circumstances warrant?
Okay.
Does that capture the intent?
Councillor Bellow, are you happy with that?
If so, I'll get
Would you mind
Justine to put up on it, if that captures it.
Yep. It's probably better than my word. As I said, I was looking for some eloquence. Absolutely right. Yeah, no argument here. I'm not particularly happy with that. So we're satisfying the requirements of amendments here, aren't we?
Yes, this is an amendment motion, if that captures, so that the motion is to amend. This is forecasting what the amended motion would include. So it's determining the amendment first, then this would become the substantive motion and considered.
Right.
Supersede the one that's...
Yes, with this addition.
Right, so councillors, the wording is that council reserves the right, Justine? The right to initiate a process?
So I have to admit I don't know what the process is.
A process to classify Section D as a private road should circumstances warrant.
The acceptance of the move, right, obviously.
That's right. It's up to Councillor Hutton now to accept this amendment.
My concern is that recommendation E is superfluous. council undoubtedly has the right to initiate a process to classify any road as private should the circumstance warrant, and that's something that can be dealt with in the organisational business of council. It doesn't require that as part of recommendation E. What we are here talking today is about the change application for conditions attached to the expectations on the applicant, and the conditions that council imposes on them in their use, lawful access and use of the land with the extractive industry that they're seeking to provide. This would seem to be, we could also put that council reserves the right to, add additional stop signs. We have the right, we don't need to put it in as an additional recommendation. So on those grounds, I would not like to accept the amendment, understanding that should the recommendation fall, that you may propose an alternate recommendation that includes recommendation E.
All right. So looking for some guidance, Mr. CEO. You're on.
Yes, so the amendment, Councillor Bellow's amendment, if accepted by the Chair, would be considered and either voted up or voted down in isolation. If it's accepted, that would become a substantive motion that then is voted on. Councillor Hutton has already indicated that he wouldn't support the amendment.
Okay, so to the, with your indulgence, Mr. CEO, to the manager of construction and maintenance, this additional amendment, this amendment that we're talking about at the moment, council currently has the ability to condition the road be declared private?
I'm not aware of the exact ability or process to do that. I just know in the past that you can grant permit, or people can request a permit to occupy the road reserve. That would exclude the road reserve from anyone else unless they agree to, like the ADF comes over and visiting Sunday. You can have a temporary road closure, basically temporary closing the road reserve. I don't know how it would work in this situation when the development like would go for 20, 30 years, typically used in shorter duration, so I'd have to take that on notice and seek a bit more advice on that.
All right, thank you. And my apologies, Mr. Executive Director, I should have gone to you first. Any additional information?
I agree with what the manager of construction and maintenance has said. In my view, there's a process under the Local Government Act where we can temporarily or permanently close the road to vehicular traffic. If we do it temporarily, it will be a specific type of traffic, as the officers have said. It will be through permit gate type arrangement. If we move to close it permanently and make it a private road, then I think that would fall under the Land Act requirements where the adjoining landowners would have to be consulted, and then there may be a purchase price negotiated between the state and the applicant, and that's arm's length from the council. Amalgamation of the lots and so on. So the easier process and the one that we can pull back on is under the Local Government Act to temporarily or permanently close the road. We can do that under our own delegations.
All right, so through the normal operational works process, is that triggered through that process?
We can call on that at any time.
Yes, so during the operational works application, our engineers can specify install simple signs saying local.
So in the absence of my amenable to the amendment, so the process would now be for there to be a vote of the table to see if the table accepts the amendment prior to us dealing with the underpinning.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'm just trying to get some background information for all the councillors here so they know what they're voting for. All right, so Councillor Bello?
Well, in light of the further information, I guess, provides clarity around the simplest way to provide or limit the use of users on that road, or limit the users on that road. That's what I'm trying to tease out, and I don't know the best way to do that or the easiest way. So if that could be reflected in a resolution as such in the amendment, with the officer's advice, that's what I'm trying to have the table consider. I believe it's in the best interest of those impacted by this if it goes ahead. So, notwithstanding private roads there, if that's not the best way to word it, I'd be looking for some advice as how do I word that at this process now, in this point in time, so that the table is given the opportunity to amend that into the resolution as per your advice as how we could actually do that in the best possible way, rather than do it in 2 years' time or 5 years' time if the complaints come, but we see that it's relevant to do it now. So I'm looking for advice there.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'm sorry, just conferring with the CEO. So, Councillor Bello, there's a possibility we can amend that even further to basically specify that that happens as part of the operational works program or process anyway. You comfortable with that
So we're not
change?
talking private roads, we're not talking buying roads, we're just talking limiting the operation of that road primarily to Belmont Sands.
That can be done through the operational works process.
Okay.
Yep.
If that could be reflected in the amendment, then I'll very much appreciate the opportunity to have that considered by the second.
So what we'll end up having to do is, once we get the wording right on this, we'll have to vote on the amendment, and then if that's accepted or adopted, that will become part of the formal recommendation.
Yes, sure.
Okay, I've got to get the terminology right.
No, thank you.
So we have some proposed wording coming up. That doesn't help me. No. I would look at something like the council reserves the right to initiate a process to temporarily or permanently restrict traffic on Section D to local traffic or something like that. To local residents.
So if we're speaking very quickly, this is about conditions. So we're putting a condition on the applicant that they need to undertake the process to do this.
No, we're...
So, because if council's got to do this, like, I'm not going to like, so if this is an outwards facing document saying that these are the things that they need to do and achieve, I don't kind of see how this fits into it. Because this is what they'll get in a letter saying, hey, the council's either approved the conditions or not, and these are the conditions, and you know, rightly above that, well, how do we enact this on that council sees it's a condition of approval, but really it's something the council has to do, and the council is just saying that it reserves the right to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So
That should be, we should, yeah.
Council applies the inclusion of local traffic only signs on section D, but it's like,
Yeah.
it has to be something that they have to do, or that they but what it can't be, the council may or may not do something.
No. Good point, councillor.
Sorry, just like.
No, it's a good point. I think we got distracted by the intent.
Requires the inclusion of local traffic only signs.
The intent of recommendation they can be achieved without amendment.
We can.
Yeah.
Get Councillor Bello on side as well in that sense.
Perhaps a separate motion, so consider that, if we're not imposing anything on the applicant, put this motion without amendment. Second motion passed that, officers be directed to consider the, section D during the operational works.
I'm happy if this gets up, we just leave it as it is, rather than get rid of it.
Sure.
Must the developer give me a nod in the gallery and said, yeah, but no problem with it.
All right, yep, thank you. Section D.
They're an absolute truth.
All right. All right, so, going back to the mover. Councillor Hutton.
Just a further question, that local traffic only signs, any enforceable conduct, does this achieve the consequence of a private road, or is this really cosmetic action that won't just...
Well, councillors, can I just jump in here for a minute? We're going round and round in circles here. Ultimately, I think the issue is we've got this recommendation in front of us, and I think the intent from Councillor Bello is that he just wants a sign there saying this is really a road for local traffic only. We come down to talking about enforcement or getting more detail around this, I would suggest that we take it out and really leave it to the officers as part of the operational works program to deal with this. Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, you're the mover of the motion.
Recognising that obviously, it has to be reasonable and valid conditions, I think we should remove it with the intention that officers have the opportunity, and if advice is required for us to look at this separately, because it will become a formulated road that's so far unregulated or unformed, it means that it becomes part of our network, so we have the right to undertake this practice and we can look at that. But I just think that otherwise we're going to put this aside and ask for, I'd really think that we should put this aside and actually get a report to understand the consequences, but also the action and the validity of placing a sign there without any further action.
Because ultimately, councillors, we can monitor the traffic anyway, and at some stage a report can come to council. If it requires a local traffic only sign on it, that can happen. All right, so we're going to remove that. Oh, sorry, we'll deal with the recommendation as it stands at the moment. If it's not going to be upheld, we'll take it off. Okay. All right, so we have a recommendation E here, councillors, that council requires the inclusion of local traffic only signs on section D as part of the operational works application as an amendment. So, you can go to speak to that, Councillor Valley.
Thank you very much, councillors, and I appreciate your patience. I did attend on Friday afternoon up there on site, met one of the locals there that is directly impacted or potentially impacted by this proposal, and I took on board the comments that came through to me, and I think they were reasonable comments, and that is that with the opening of this road, if it was approved, the potential for any number of other vehicular movements could occur and potentially will occur outside of Belmont Sands' activity. And when I consider that the only purpose for this application is to allow a haul route for Belmont Sands to conduct their activity, nobody else needs to go on that road. Nobody. And I'm glad to see in the gallery that there's a gentleman there nodding his head agreeing with that. Nobody else needs to go on that road. So if I'm in a position where I can influence that, at the very least, only those that are benefiting from this road will be on it and nobody else, well, then that's what I'm going to try and do. It's a small step to alleviating some of the concerns that have been raised with me by a member of the public up there most impacted by this road. And on that basis, this is the least I can do to try and reduce that impact. And I don't know whether the wording there is perfect. I don't know whether the intent is perfect. I don't know whether there's a better way to do it. That's why we have officers that can try and advise us. But the intent is there, and I hope that it's supported for that very reason only. It will not be negative on Belmont Sands. It will only help alleviate the issues that have been identified through one of the members up there most closely impacted by it. So on those grounds, I hope we can find a way. As they say, where there's a will, there's a way. And I have the will to do it. I hope you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Is anyone speaking against the amendment? Councillor Hutton.
I will, obviously reflecting the fact that I wasn't willing to accept the amendment within the original recommendation. It probably behooves me to speak to. My concern is this. Firstly, that this is a road that goes to no other place. It's a dead end past the entry that's going to be attached into Belmont Sand. So we're not creating a pathway that's going to connect onto a further road. There's paddocks and there's property, but there's no other road. So for anyone to be using this road for any other purpose than to get to the property in question, they would be accessing land either that's not theirs, or they'd be accessing land that is theirs, in which case they should have a legal right to use a legal road to access their property if they should choose to. They haven't obviously had legal access presently because the road has been unformed and someone has been farming on that land, but once that road is in place, if they choose to use that as an access point into their own property, they should have that legal right. For the concern that was raised in regards to that they may use this as a traversing access point to further down south, maybe to the jail and other places, I can't see where it's possible without them having to have gone on private property illegally to have done that, in which case that it's not a sign that says local law or local traffic only. If they're going to be invading personal space or personal property, a local traffic only sign is not going to be the one that stops them from making that choice. I would be willing to discuss this and to get advice from officers around how it could be applied or what the conditions are as to why it would be applied. But I think that we're at the point where we've got the capacity to approve the conditions as set aside today and deal with this separately. It doesn't need to be rushed into, it doesn't need to be dealt with today, but can be looked at as a further action to alleviate the needs of the community if it's identified, and if we can get the officers' support to explain how it's going to be of use and not just an unreasonable or an unnecessary burden. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right. Anybody speaking for the amendment? Councillor Eastwood?
Look, I will, only on the premise that it's not really stopping anything from happening. It's actually just providing a slight safeguard. And I think if we include that, it might appease the landowner that's got the concerns, and it also could, maybe be a deterrent to any vehicles that might wander up there that shouldn't be there.
All right, councillors, anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather?
Thanks. What we're trying to do here today is reckless. We talk about consultation. Council's just split an operation in half, okay? And there's going to be a pathway through it. For 5 years, there's a lease for 10 years, 5 leases, 10 years each, 50 years, no one can use it. That's a big slow to anybody. While you're talking about closing this, steering there, nobody's looked at where the connectivity is for the future. That goes up to Meldrum Road, and the Meldrum Road comes out against the estate. You're not looking at your long-term forecasts. Putting a sign up is nothing. It gives some sort of tenure to somebody who wants a bit of privacy. That's not a problem. But what we're trying to do here is over and above what I think we should be doing at this point in time. Because you don't know where the connectivity is, you don't know the consequences. You've got a prison next door that's been drugs dropped off there all the time with people going up and down the boundaries. You've got to be careful what you ask for. Because
Councillor Mather, I'd caution you about some of the comments you're making in a public forum.
That's true. It's a known fact, Mr. Mayor.
Well, yeah, but it's outside the purview of this discussion, so
Yes,
I would ask you to stop
saying
that, thank you.
Getting people up into those boundaries, you've got to be very careful by keeping them in the corners. But while you've got no knowledge as to where that road's supposed to go in the future, what the connectivity may be, and how you want to keep people out, and how you want to do it, without any consultation with anybody in the area, no advertising, no communication, no chatting, nothing. You're alienating them. That's what I'm saying. That's all I need to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking for the recommendation? Okay, I will speak against. I'm going to vote against this for two reasons. One is I don't enjoy making changes like this on the fly without actually understanding the full ramifications, and frankly I don't. I understand the good councillor's request, or desire I should say, to satisfy the desires of the residents of the area and to appease them, but in terms of making a change such as this without my fully understanding the implications of this, and I think Councillor Hutton and Councillor Mather have alluded to the same point, that there's a risk. And the second reason I'm going to vote against it is because I'm kind of alarmed at the idea of Councillor Bellow's comment saying he doesn't want anyone else apart from Belmont Sands on the road. I mean, ultimately, local traffic is local traffic, not just Belmont Sands, and I am concerned about that as well. I don't think there's any, we can deal with this through the operational works program, and I'm confident that our officers can have basically taken on board what's happening and discussed today, and we'll do that effectively. So I will be voting against it, Councillor. So we'll close debate on this if there's no further comments, and we'll just go to the vote on it. So you have a recommendation? Yes. Sorry, Justine, should have brought you along with that one. Yeah. All right. So, councillors, we have the recommendation E before us, so we'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? To the amendment? You get blood drain from your arm in a minute. I'm sorry, didn't we call for a second? Yeah, well, I thought that was Councillor Eastwood as well. My mistake. Yeah. No. No, we've got Councillor Bellow, Councillor Eastwood. All right. So all in favour? Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Bellow. Those against? The recommendation is lost. So we go back to the original recommendation, councillors. Councillor Mather wished her vote. Oh, you don't actually need to have it recorded, councillor. No. All right, so we have the original recommendations before us now, councillors, and that concludes at recommendation D. All right, so Councillor Hutton, we'll go to you to sum up on this one, seeing you're the mover on this one.
In winding up, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the efforts of both councillors, the candidates, the submitters, as well as the officers in producing the report, recognising that, for us ultimately, that we're trying to take the best advice of our best experts who have knowledge in fields beyond each of us in our professional and personal capacities to achieve lawful and appropriate decisions. And this, as a case study, is an interesting learning experience for all of us, even those of us who've been here for 6 months, 2 years, 6 years, or 24 years. It's important for us to note that this was a change application for conditions. It was not asking for approval of the use all over again, and that the applicant was seeking valid and reasonable conditions. Now, in 2018, the council unanimously imposed a series of conditions that we felt were reasonable and valid based on the circumstances in which were presented both in the officer's report as well as in the application put forward. The applicant at that time did have the option that they could have taken us to court and said, hey, no, you're unreasonable conditions, but instead chose to work through the process of negotiating conditions and looking for alternatives to enhance the economic return or the economic outcome for them, to make sure that it was the most valid and most reasonable the conditions could be. That process is concluded with the application that we see in front of us, and I think it's important to note that of some of the things that were mentioned in the debate around fire hydrants, that we don't have fire hydrants outside the urban setting in any environment, and that the inclusion of them, I would consider, would not be a valid and reasonable condition. The expectation that due to ungazetted land or an ungazetted state road that currently has horticulture on it, a condition being that that should not be disturbed, would not be a reasonable and lawful condition to say that, we shouldn't upset someone's illegal use of a land for a legal purpose, and that we have to understand the expectation of rural pursuits and rural facilities and rural activities in rural areas. This is an acceptable use. It was approved by council, and this change of the application conditions meets the tests for valid and reasonable conditions, and that's why I'd encourage all councillors to support it in getting it put through today so that the applicant can continue on in the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, it's time to vote on this one, Council. We'll wrap up debate. Councillor Mather has called for a division on this one, Justine. So all of those councillors in favour of the recommendation, please stand. So you have Councillor Hutton, Councillor Lynch, Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Friend and Councillor Bellow and myself. Thank you, councillors. Those against? Councillor Mather. Thank you, councillors. Well, procedural motion to break for lunch. Councillors, all in favour? Yep, let's go.
Why are all the things red?
To get to that in a minute, Councillor. So welcome back to members of the community viewing in on live stream, and welcome back, councillors. We've had a number of comments from people viewing in on live stream that were sometimes difficult to hear. Either we're too far away from the microphones or we neglect to press the button to speak into the microphone. So due to the wonders of modern technology, we've now flipped a switch. The speakers will be on all the time, so there's no need to actually press the button to speak and be heard across the live stream. But however, if you do not wish to be heard, councillors, if you're having a bit of a tete-a-tete, then press the button so you can mute yourself.
That sounds a bit rude, Mr Mayor.
All right, so councillors, we're up to 11.5.
Yep, Bangalore.
Thank you, which is the response to the notice of motion, management plan for managing traffic issues at Bangalore, and we'll go to the Executive Director, Infrastructure for this one. Mr. Creedman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Over to you, Mr. Executive Director.
Am I on?
You are.
Yeah? Okay. So this report is in response to the notice of motion around Bangalore traffic issues and related beach access. We've spoken about this previously in council briefing sessions, but today's report is a summary of each of the various options available with respect to traffic control along Hinds Avenue, as well as improving the beach access at its current location and separating with signage and other hard infrastructure some of the pedestrian traffic issues, and also try to address some of the environmental concerns with driving along the beach and up in the high watermark area. There's also an alternate access proposed north of the township, which came out of the previous council briefing session. The officer's recommendation at this stage is that council notes the various options detailed in this report, and that we commence community engagement with the stakeholders, and that will include the existing residents as well as the broader community, which will be the fishing community and the four-wheel drive community, and then the community at large, because there's quite a lot of tourist traffic that goes up there over the weekend. So it's a broad-ranging set of options. The officer's view is that we shouldn't, as officers, recommend any one or series of options at this time, but we should now formalise our engagement with the community and ask for feedback to try and distill down for council some of the key issues. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Mr Creedman, just a couple of things. I've looked through the whole report, I'm quite impressed with it. What is a repeater sign? As a layperson, I'm unsure of what a repeater sign is.
Yeah, thank you for the question. A repeater sign is just a term used to, you might have for example, a 60 km/h sign as you drive along the road, and then you often have a repeater sign at a certain distance, depending on the speed environment, to just make the drivers aware of the conditions. It's a technique used when we have compliance issues along a road section. So it's without proliferating the whole road edge with multiple signs. It's a way of increasing awareness by just adding an extra sign at particular points along the road.
I understand, thank you. And in the report, we were given two options to look at. In the first option, we talked about bollards at the high tide mark, and you said that the clear space would be 1.5 metres. Could you explain that in layman's terms?
Thank you, councillor. When we install bollards, whether it be for park frontage or to exclude vehicles from a particular area, 1.5 metres is the maximum spacing between the bollards, which will stop vehicles from driving through. So generally a car is about 1.6 to 1.8 metres wide.
Yes.
So it doesn't deter push bikes or motorbikes, that type of thing, but it does.
Horses?
Horses, no, doesn't, but it does stop all of the passenger vehicles.
Yes. With the bollard option, looking at, so what we're trying to do is stop traffic when the tide is high, that's correct?
Yes.
Is there any way that we could monitor, and speaking with Councillor Eastwood, he has a very good point in the fact that traffic may get stuck there upon high tide and not be able to exit via the ramp. So, so having those bollards there, is there any signage? Is there what can we do about making sure that people are aware of the times of the tides?
They are considered a hard infrastructure, so and that is a good point, that some people may drive down the beach and come back and then get stuck by the tide. So on the ramp at the moment we do have some information signage around how to drive on the beach and so on, and respect the environment. We can add some signage, and part of our information campaign we should probably have a dedicated website around driving on beaches in our shire, and that's where we could include some information around the tides and the height at which these bollards may become inundated, that type of thing.
Yes.
So if people get stuck, the bollards themselves are concreted and driven into the sand, but if it becomes a real issue, you could easily, in a four-wheel drive straight over them with a bull bar on the front.
Sure.
As in an emergency situation.
Sure.
Yeah.
And not being an engineer and really completely in layperson's terms, is there such a thing as the bollards being able to a movable bollard, so moving one way?
So thank you for the question. We do have some bollards which we have a pin in them that can be removed for access into parks, for example.
Yes.
I think when we do that, we have a key system, and it's usually responsible officers doing it, not just public.
I understand.
There are bollard systems which are on a remote control that lower into the ground. That's pretty sort of top end, high end sort of spec. I don't think you'd use those on the beach area though. Mechanics would be a problem.
I don't know if that's where you were heading really. Were you thinking about something that could be, like, you know how they have some guideposts that you hit them and they go over?
Yeah. Oh my God,
because that really concerns me when I see figure 3A, Bangalore Beach. You know, I mean, obviously I've stated this before that I've probably used that beach more than anybody in the last 10 years, or easy probably. And I do know that, and like I say, a good surf day or a good fishing day, I don't know, unless you're going to have bollards going all the way up the beach, they're not really going to do anything, because people are going to drive a bit further up anyway. But what concerns me is, well, you'll got people up, a whole lot of people, we're talking a lot of four-wheel drives on a good surf day. They're going to have to come back, they're going to stay up for the last waves, and if they come back and they can't get out, you know, it's going to cause problems. And I really believe that these aren't the guys you're targeting as in reckless driving on the beach. These are guys that drive to the speed limit. It's the hoons that we're after. They're ones that go up and that's going to continue going on no matter what bollards you put there. They're the ones, you know, we see it all the time. You know, they've got the young guys on the P plates up there, you know, usually on Sunday afternoon, Saturday afternoon, just terrorising the place. And I think all this is going to do is affect good citizens that are pretty well, you know, using one of the great assets that the Capricorn Coast has to offer.
I think because it is a gazetted road and it is patrolled by the QPS, Queensland Police Service, what this particular idea is trying to do is to make sure that people only use the beach at a lower tide, not within high tides, to keep traffic off the dunes, turtle nestings, etc. But at the same time, my last question, and I believe Councillor Hutton said he wanted to ask a question, is that if the option 2, which is the far more expensive option, but also certainly a great alternative, that Councillor Bello had suggested, a parallel road to Merowina Avenue, then coming around the northern side of Bengalee, if that was to go ahead, where would our options be if we couldn't gain any traction from the landowners, Iwasakis?
Thank you for the question. So it would fall under the Acquisition of Land Act. So this would be a public road, so that local government can negotiate to acquire or resume land for infrastructure, public infrastructure purposes. So we would need to enter into discussions with the landowner and look to, if council resolved to pursue that option, we would need to enter into discussions with the landowner to try and negotiate the purchase of that land into road reserve.
Basically, where I'm also heading with this is that although it's a tremendous amount of money that council would have to contribute towards this, we're looking at moving into the future with heavier traffic flows. The residents of Bengalee must be taken into consideration, so sometimes, you know, for the greater good and for the next generation, we need to look at perhaps spending that bit of extra money to take it further and to make a real difference. But I'll leave that to the table to decide.
Well, councillors, can I just suggest that we revisit the recommendation? We're looking at noting the various options detailed in the report, commencing community engagement with the key stakeholders, residents of Bengalee and the broader community, and council officers table a report summarising the results of this engagement at a future council meeting. So any discussion around acquisition of land going forward is probably going to be a budget matter, but certainly probably not relevant for this particular meeting.
Okay.
Just, if I could, Mr Chair, picking up on your comments there, would it include, in the event this was supported, this recommendation, is it fair to assume, or one should not assume, that there may even be the discussions of a benefited rate area potentially being an option for council to consider for those residents of Bengalee? And if it's not considered, well, you know, then you don't get the advantage, I guess, of that engagement with the community on that level. So I guess I want to be sure that, or reassured that all options are encompassed within this here, and I would think that would be of value to be included in that. I'm probably looking to Michael, or the Director, for just your feedback on that, Michael.
And thank you, Councillor. My view is that we should go, if Council chooses to, go to the community with every option and allow the Council to, because everyone's using the beach for different purposes and there's different issues, so we need to receive feedback from a wide cross-section of the users. So at this stage I would be proposing that each of the options and sub-options be presented as part of the engagement, and we allow the community to give us the feedback. It may be that there's overwhelming support for one particular action over another, and then that will allow us to then firm up the steps to help council make that decision, and whether it's a financing issue that we need to discuss later on. But I think the first step in my mind would be to, we've done a lot of work to tease out all of the different issues and options to go and test it with the community.
Yeah.
Just one final question, and I'm not suggesting an amendment by any means at this point, but I was contacted by an engineer who I don't know where, but may have foreseen that the northern Mirrawina access was going to be flagged and wanted to put forward an additional or an optional preference. So that sort of information or that sort of consultation could take place. For example, that even the prospect of council taking over the road all the way through to Corio Bay as an alternate way, for example, to solve the conundrum of the traffic on Bangalee Beach, and that actually removes the traffic off the beach altogether. Now, I'd never thought of that myself, but it's something that the surf riders in the past had sort of identified that probably their preference would be to have no cars on the beach, but providing you could have great access up the inland road and a car park up at the Big June and goodness knows what else. So that was a model that I hadn't considered, and it's not in here, but I guess it's something that it would be remiss of me not to bring that up just for your consideration. Recognise that it's not in the report there, so.
Just a comment on that, this provides some of the options and alternatives. We send it out to the community, they might come up with quite a few other options as you suggest. So, and some of them may be more expensive than others, but if we receive all of this good data from the community, then we can start to distill it down and then really hone in on the desires of the community and council.
Agreed.
Any other questions, councillors?
No.
All right, so moving councillor Friend, thank you. Seconded councillor.
What are we doing, number 2?
No, we're doing 11.5.
No, we're not choosing an option.
We're not choosing an option.
No, we're just going with the recommendation. There's a 3-part recommendation, councillor Mather.
Well, I've just put it.
Okay, so we've got councillor Friend moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the report?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the officers in our infrastructure section and our engineers. I really appreciate that you've taken the time to look into this and to bring this report back to the table for public consultation. It's been many years and this issue is ongoing, and in fact it's getting worse. So these are really positive steps moving forward that we'll be able to see an actual outcome hopefully within our tenure. And hopefully we'll be able to negate all of the hooning, the driving on the dunes, the disruption of the turtles and their natural vegetation, and trying to come to an outcome that the community are happy with, and as is the council table. So I'm all for this, and I can't wait to hear what suggestions come back from the community.
Thank you, councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Anyone wish to speak to it? Councillor Bello?
Just very quickly, I think approximately 70% of the Bangalee residents, when consulted with in a survey, supported council looking for alternate or additional accesses to the north. I hope that when they read this report, for those that do, I hope that it's very clear to them that whilst there is an option being nominated in here, which is an additional access or potentially an alternate access to the north, it is a lot closer than perhaps what we've envisioned in the past as a solution, which was originally to go on the northern part of the Iwasaki Resort. But for problem reasons of costings, this one here has been put forward purely for consideration by the community. And to the people of Mirrawina, I can assure you that your feelings and input in this is going to be vitally important. And this is our step to ask you about the solutions we're trying to come up with. And that's where we want you to be engaged and part of this process. So I look forward to, and what will be vitally important is the way that we actually survey and communicate with the community. And I'm sure that we'll do that with the utmost integrity, so that we're prepared to take whatever feedback we get in whatever manner we receive it. Hopefully try and formulate a position to move forward and solve something that has been going on. I don't know, Councillor Mather, I've got a file at home which a previous councillor passed on to me that it would be this high from 2001, I believe it was. So it's something that the previous table has certainly tried to solve. I don't want to boast and say that we're going to solve it, but gee, I hope we can, for the right reasons.
Yes, we will.
And, but I recognise that costings certainly may be the impediment that makes it all the more hard to achieve the solution. But if we don't try and at least cost those things and maybe a business case goes with it, well then you've really got no chance of overcoming it. So, and that's not something that I want to be a part of. So looking forward to it from here. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation?
No, I'd like to speak for it, Mr Mayor.
I'll speak for it too. Yeah, well, we'll get there.
You're so good today.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, this really is a step in the right direction, and having the community involved is very, very important. So if you're listening today, I hope that you take that on board, because we want as much community representation as we can get in this. As Livingstone grows as a shire, and as people grasp that we have such a great asset to the north with our beaches, it's going to get busier and busier. And there's no doubt, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, that I would say traffic has doubled in that area. So we need to be responsible and make sure that we not only look after our foreshore and our beaches and our flora and fauna, but also that we look after our fishermen and our surfers and all those that use that area. So, yeah, on that, I support this as we go forward in managing as well as we can an area that's got such a fragile ecology, and I recommend this wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mel, you were the author of this report. Very good report. Very good report. I followed it all the way. No kicks. Tony, you were supervising, obviously. Very good, boys. Did I give you that file that was that big?
Might have been you and another councillor.
Yeah, okay, because I keep paperwork. I've got to say that would amount to a lot of money. Time spent trying to find a solution. How much more time you want to spend on it, I don't know, till we get it right. We've got a good report, and I think we take that back to the public. I personally like number 2, and I think we've got the answer there, but I think we've got to be prepared to be a little bit tough in some regards. A bit of tough love is needed here, and just let them know we're not going to dither around any longer. We're going to get into it. So, good on you, fellas. I think you did good.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Does anyone else wish to speak to the report? Okay, so we'll conclude debate, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconder in Councillor Bello. Can I have a show of hands for those in favour, please? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. 11.6. Response to Merrill Minute, Pacific Heights Road traffic issues.
Mr Mayor, if I could, wondering if I could seek leave of the meeting to withdraw this item from the agenda. I discussed with Michael yesterday. Not convinced that we've fully explored with our main roads counterparts the ability to implement the council resolution passed back prior to Christmas. I think there's some more work we can do on that. So with the consent of the meeting, I'd like to withdraw that item, please.
Councillors?
Yes, I think it's a good request.
So approved, Mr CEO.
Thank you.
We'll just note that was withdrawn, Councillor, from Justine, sorry.
To
All
come
right.
back at another general meeting or a briefing session?
Yes. Either or, yes.
When we let them
We'll
leave
certainly be coming back to discuss with councillors.
Yes. Sometimes when we let them leave the table, if we don't anchor on a time date, whether it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we kind of get lost in the system sometimes.
Understand. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to commit for it to being on the agenda of one of the March meetings.
In March, late March.
Great.
Okay. 11.7, request for capital funding, Arthur Street Sewer Project. So, Mr Executive Director, this one's yours as well.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I've brought the Manager of Construction and Maintenance along, Jeff Carter, to help with discussion on this report. In the report, the council, the officer's recommendation is to allocate $700,000 in the 2021 capital budget for stage 1 of the Arthur Street Sewer Upgrade Project. Within the background and the commentary of this report, we've detailed the fact that we have a specialist pipe laying crew which do all of our major water and wastewater and some stormwater projects, capital projects for council. This crew has done a great job to finish the works that have been allocated to them this financial year, and this Arthur Street project is listed in the preliminary capital works program for next financial year, and officers are requesting that part of this project be brought forward so that we can keep the specialist crew engaged in their field of specialty. As it says in the report, if we move this crew into other projects, they don't have the skills to be able to do those projects as efficiently, and it would be seen to be inefficient if we put them onto, say, a concrete footpath project or some other capital project. So that's the basis of the report and the officer's recommendation, and happy to take any questions through the chair.
One question from me, Mr Executive Director, is it necessary for the offset to come from next year's capital budget? My understanding is that we're going to be underspent this year anyway, so is there any chance that could come from the current year's budget allocation with the council resolution?
Well, simply, I suppose if we're underspent this year, then that could fund the $700,000. Basically, the project's in next year for about 1.3 million. We estimate that we could do $700,000 worth of work this financial year and continue on next year with the remaining 600,000. Effectively, you're bringing the project forward 3 months. And it was one, during budget deliberations last year when we were looking for cuts, it was a project that was fully funded by council, and although it's very problematic with the issues it causes during heavy rain in James Street, we actually have raw sewer flowing out of the sewage network. Due to the fact we were trying to cut council spending at the start of 2021, I offered this up as one that we could delay. The fact that we're going to bring it forward a few months is basically to fit in with the crew that I've got that would be wasted doing any other type of work.
I understand the issue. I have no issue with it.
I suppose simply asking council to approve a new project in this year outside the CFO's normal budget revision process.
Yeah, I understand that. The other question I had was around, is this going to connect with the old railway site and the issues?
It does go up to,
we need to install there.
Yeah, basically it goes up to James Street, intersection James Street and Arthur Street. Tony might know a little bit more about the final connection, but the sewage that comes down through like Normandy Street and through the railway land, it now currently goes down James Street, and that's where we get the issue with the overflow during wet weather. Around Whitman Street and back to Charles Street, we're cutting that off and bringing it straight down Arthur Street rather than do the full loop. And what that also allows is that current reticulation sewer that's in those commercial blocks between James and Queen Street, it removes a lot of that, so future development can have, the whole of the lot built on rather than be restricted with current sewer that's in there. Okay. Yeah. So it's not just a job to overcome a health issue, it also overcomes a capacity and development issue as well.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions of the officers?
No, but I just thought to bring Mr Carter to the table, it must have been a big dollar figure.
I'd just like you to line my palms with silver, Councillor Weber, and I'll be happy. If you can't do silver, $700,000 worth of shekels will be fine.
We just don't do Bitcoin. Councillor Friend.
I'll move.
Yes. Anything to keep you happy, Mr. Carter?
I move.
Councillor Friend, you're up.
Yes, thank you. This is part of my portfolio, and the Queensland Treasury Corporation has stated recently to us as councillors that we must concentrate on the needs of what local government have to look after, not necessarily the wants. And sewerage infrastructure is certainly a need, especially in this tired, old and faulty area, being the Arthur Street district, one of the original areas of Yeppoon that desperately requires this upgrade. And if we have expertise ready at hand to continue this upgrade, we need to continue. Council's mandatory services are why we're in local government. And without an upgrade of the sewage network, it may result in catastrophic, and yes, I've written catastrophic, health and wellbeing issues. Raw sewage floating down the streets. Not a good look for Yeppoon or for our tourists. So this is not a wish list in my book. It is something that we have to have the responsibility for our ratepayers and residents to continually improve our assets and counteract depreciation.
Councillor, this is actually a question
session. Sorry.
You're into debate.
I'm in debate.
Yeah, so we might just pull you up there, thank you.
Okay, she's doing good.
Yeah, so any other questions, Councillor?
No.
All right, so can I get a mover and a seconder for this
This
one?
one through to Jeff. Where do we go from there, Jeff, once we get this one done?
The next part will be the final connection to the Charles Street pump station, which is a very short section of 600mm sewer. And this is in subsequent years. Then there's the construction or the upgrade of the Charles Street pump station, and then the construction of a rising main from that pump station to the Shore Avenue pump station, which is the main one near the Homemaker Centre that pumps up to the new treatment
So
plant.
that's like, I can see sort of 3 years of works, capital works.
Yeah,
in
it's
sections.
over about 3 years.
Three
Yeah,
budgets,
as
three
demand
budgets.
is required, so this initial phase is to prevent the overflow situation and take the reticulation out of the CBD. As demand grows, we need more capacity in the pump station because we're receiving more. And then once we can make the pump station better, we've got to be able to pump it up to Shore Avenue for final pumping to the water to the sewage treatment plant.
And then you'll relax that job's done, then there'll be something else.
Yeah,
later.
it's about 4 or 5 years, isn't it, Sadie? It's a certain stage, it's to fit in with our understanding of how the area will develop.
And I think it's good for us to know what's ahead, because, you know, when this comes to the table, we don't have to sort of think about it. You just have to put your money out.
I could be, I'm not a planner or a serious planner, but I could be talking out of turn. If the railway site was developed very quickly, we might have to bring some of it forward a little bit, wouldn't we? No?
Yeah, it's been looked at as when that we looked at the railway site plans.
Yeah.
So there is provision for our sewage needs as well.
Yeah. But if that was to progress much quicker, we would do our part a little bit quicker too, wouldn't we?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Understood. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so can I get a mover and a seconder for the report? Moved, Councillor Friend, seconded.
Oh, pick me.
Okay. Hutton? All right, so Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the report now, please?
Thank you. Well, I've pretty much said most of it, except that as a council, we do want all of our residents and our businesses alike to be able to use their facilities without fear of any health or other issues in relation to a failure of a network. So I'm all for this upgrade. I'm happy to place my vote to bring the funds forward into continuing this stage of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the report? Anyone for? Councillor Hutton?
Only to say that I think if we want an organisation that has agility and also looks for efficiency, here's an example where the organisation's doing so, and it would be to all of our benefits to support that, recognise that, commend the officers for going, hey, you know, what's the best practice that we can do? Let's do it, and let's play our role by voting for it.
Any other comments, councillors? think I'm getting a fair degree of consensus around the table, I think. So we'll close debate and go to the vote on this one. So we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, seconder and Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Right, so we're on to 11.8, which is the Australian Government Building Better Regions Fund Infrastructure Project Stream Round 5. And we have Mr. Creedman, the Executive Director, Infrastructure, to present this one. Thank you.
Through the Chair, Nigel Deacon is the new Manager of Water and Waste Operations, has authored this report, but he can't be here today, so I'll speak to it. The Building Better Regions Fund Round 5 is an Australian Government initiative, and officers looked into the application requirements, and we've seen there's an opportunity for us to put forward the Mount Charlton Reservoir project, which includes the roof and some asset improvements of the walls and the internal structure. So this project requires council resolution to allow us to submit the application by the 5th of March. In the report, we talk about the scope of the project, which includes replacement of the existing roof structure, and that will allow us to weatherproof the structure and vermin-proof it, as well as ensure it meets current building and cyclone rating. We'll also address the deterioration of the concrete structures and access stairways. So the project in total is about $1.4 million, and it's 50-50 funding application. So if council is successful, we'll need to match that with funds in our works program next year. As part of this assessment, we've asked the officers to also investigate the option of constructing a brand new reservoir. In that case, it was about $5 million for a brand new reservoir, and based on a benefit cost analysis for the existing structure, which is ageing, there's no doubt about it, we believe if we're successful in this application and we do this remedial work, we'll get about 20 years to extra life out of the current structure. So based on our view of the capacity of the reservoir and the catchment, this project is worthy of application to the federal government. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Any questions?
Yeah,
Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. I'm just working out the 10 million. The program can provide funding up to 10 million as a maximum of 50%. So we have to find another 10?
No, that's the maximum you can apply for under the program, Councillor Mather.
So,
and it's a 50-50 arrangement, generally speaking. So whatever you apply for, the total cost of the project, the Building Better Regions Fund will provide 50%, and council has to match that other 50%.
okay, so we've got to give them an answer within the 5th of March.
The application's closed on the 5th of March.
Do we need to come up with money now?
No, so the application's closed on the 5th of March. I don't have the information on the application process to hand, but in general terms, applications close and then they take anywhere from 2 to 4 months to assess, and then they'll notify us through the Minister's office. So it's likely, if we're successful, we will likely know by the end of this financial year, and then hopefully it's before the 1st of July, and we can, if we're successful, then we can take steps to manage it within our budget for next financial year.
Yes, with this reservoir, when we're talking about refurbishing it from the inside?
Yes, so, thank you for the question. Part of the plan is to, we'll be looking to drain the reservoir and do substantial works internally and sealing some of the construction cracking. We'll also look to apply a a sealant to the outside as well, to external walls, and also replace the roof. So the only way we can do that work successfully is to empty it, and our water officers have indicated that there has been a bypass process in place previously to supply water while major works have been undertaken. So I think last time it was up to 2 months. So it's something we can do and maintain our operational levels.
Yes, I'm told that's the way to do it by a fellow who actually builds reservoirs. They used to own the water treatment plant at Mount Carlton. And they said the best way, the only way to really do it properly is to get in there and clean it out and make sure that you scrape all the scum off it and all the debris and patch it from the inside. And he said that's the way to go. So if it's got a few more years' life in it and we can do that with that grant, that'd be the way to go. I'm happy with that. Yes. The only other thing, it was not a problem, but we've got another report in the agenda, Building Better Regions, round 5. How do they compete with each other?
Oh, they do compete, Councillor, but it wouldn't be the first time that funding's been awarded to 2 projects. Okay. So we will just continue, if Council supports the second one, assuming this one gets up, then both projects would be put up to the Building Better Regions Fund for consideration.
Well, it would be nice if 2 came in.
It would.
But I just wanted one, if we lost the one that's needed, we'll talk about needs and wants. It'd be a shame. But I just needed to know how they competed, that's all.
I have a question through Mr Mayor to Mr Creederman in relation to the 50-50 split of council contributing 50% of what the grant funding is. Matching what the grant funding is. I see in your report that there's currently around 225,000 uncommitted from the current short-term repair works project that could be allocated to our contribution towards this grant. Could you just explain that a little bit more?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. So in this year's budget, we have allocation of 285,000, I think. I'll try and find the section in the report. I think 225 uncommitted, but we have already committed some funds this financial year, and Council, you may be aware that we've had divers in the reservoir patching some of our leaks with resins, and that has been successful to a degree. We've taken, maybe anecdotally, the leak from maybe 10 litres a minute to 1 litre a minute, so that's been successful to as an interim measure. And that's why we've used some of these funds this year. The other part of the funds this year, the 225, was to begin the roof restoration works. So we have it's about an 8-year-old structural design for a new roof on the reservoir, and we have engaged an engineer to peer review the design to make sure it complies with current structural codes. What we will have to do is that we won't complete that project and build the roof this financial year. So we've identified that 225 as a give up in our budget, Q3 budget deliberations, and we'll reallocate it depending on whether we win external funding. If not, we'll have to ask Council to support a future capital project.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
No, just an observation, Mr Mayor. The roof is very, very important on this machine, because if it falls in it, the water's contaminated. Yeah.
Yes.
The engineer told us that himself on the spot. Yes.
All right, councillors, we'll go into debate. So I'm after a mover and a seconder. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. That was a race.
I'll let you go first.
All right. All right, so Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
No, I think I've said enough, Mr Mayor.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend, did you want to speak for it?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the report, it stated that 9 years ago it was deemed a priority to replace the roof of this reservoir. 9 years ago, when we were amalgamated as Rockhampton Regional Council. And 9 years later, nothing has progressed. So applying for this funding is of the utmost importance. And because the reservoir urgently needs it. There's 96 plus years of slime and it needs resheeting, and the water supply is vital for the northern areas of our shire. So my fingers and my toes are crossed for the grant. Yes, that's right. So thank you very much.
Mr Mayor, just if I may, the water supply, the reliability of the water supply is vital for the survival of the people in the area. It's also vital for the growth of this Northern Development Corridor, which is vital for the survival of our shire as a whole.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Right. Would anyone else like to make a comment on the report? All right, we'll conclude debate, councillors. We've got a mover and Councillor Mather, seconder and Councillor Friend, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. So we're on to 11.9, which is an application for a permanent road closure adjacent to Lot 2 on registered plan 605873, Canal Creek Road, Canal Creek. We've got the Manager for Engineering Services to deliver the report, so over to you, Mr Manager.
Good afternoon, Council. So this report, there's an application to the State Government for permanent road closure, and as part of that process they refer the applications to Council for comment. And so upon investigation, a bit of background to start with. Council has currently closed the road to traffic, to local traffic only. So the property Lot 2 on 605873, it's an extractive industry, it's a quarry known as Palm Tree Quarry, and so they own the two pieces of land to the north and the south, and the section of road they're closing is within that tract of land. At the end is defence only, and so currently it's closed off to only to defence and the quarry. And so the permanent road closure is actually supported by defence. They have verbally advised Council and the applicant that they support it, and likewise officers recommend that Council supports this application as well. So there is a map on the attachment which sort of explains it all, and at where we have currently closed the road to traffic, there's a physical barrier there, a locked gate, and so that would be the extent of the road closure, I believe. So happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr Manager.
I'm happy to move it.
All right. Any questions, councillors? No? All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Mather. I'm happy to second this one. So, Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Just very briefly, Mr Chairman. Thank you for the report, Tony. It's very good. The Mayor, myself and Mr Kriegerman have been up there. We understand the physics of the location, and which means that there's nobody interfering on the haul road between the subject site of extraction and the defence, and gives defence certainly immunity from anybody outside. So that's the whole thing. They get what they want, and we get what we want, and there's nobody interferes, and there's no contamination. There's no bus routes, there's no black soil, there's nothing there. They're on their way. Thank you.
That's what I was asking.
All right, anyone speaking against? All right. I don't wish to speak in support of it. Does anyone else have any comment they'd like to make? All right, so we've got...
Now, I think it employs how many people? Quite a number.
Yes, I'm not sure of the number,
I think it's up to 20. I think there's a whole bunch of them, yeah.
All right, so councillors, we'll conclude debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder and myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, so we're down to 11.10, which is an application for a permanent road closure on Mount Chalmers Road, adjacent to Lot 41, LN539. So over to you again, Mr Manager.
Thank you. So once again, another application to the State Government for permanent road closure, and for this one, officers have some concerns and are recommending that council does not support the application. The primary reasons being is the road is currently off alignment, and if council was to support the permanent road closure, it essentially puts the road within that property, the newly established property. And so council's obligation would be to spend a lot of money realigning the road. I did have a rough estimate, upwards of $200,000 to $300,000 area to realign that section of road. The other issue is there's significant vegetation, old growth trees, and those are issues raised by our natural resource management team, and their advice is that council would like to maintain those that vegetation. The purpose of the permanent road closure was is for the applicant is wanting to just increase their grazing land, and they claim some weed management as well, but the weed management issues, council officers would address those issues as part of our operations. So,
Mr. Mayor, can we get Tony to show us on the map just what it is? Because when I saw the map, it's a triangular type of thing that's a bit confusing.
yes,
If Justin could bring that map up, please.
it is the triangle.
Don't touch it, Tony.
Yep. Corner, there's the if you look at my shadow, the shadow of the corner, that's the current property boundary. So it's from this corner and straight line to that corner. It's closing all of this triangle section.
So that's the property that they want to merge it with, is it? Is he on both sides of that road?
They own this property, and they're looking to just close this section of road, so all this becomes their property.
That section of road, that one.
So this will become their property.
Yes. Hard to figure out.
Question, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Just to the officer while Tony's up there.
Yes.
So, Tony, you touched on the negative impacts of doing this to council because what would it be? The road wouldn't be on the correct alignment, is that right?
That's right. This road here should be.
So where is the correct alignment if, in a perfect world, if it was to be where it should be? Where would that be?
So if what we prefer is a road in the centre of the road reserve. But in this instance, if the new boundary is, it's one hard to show. From there to there,
Yeah.
most likely just straighten up the road. Yeah, that's the simplest way to do it, just straighten up the road. Probably leave this section here, give them a curve here.
So just a follow-up question. So in the event, if this was to be approved, are you saying that council would then have to go and reconfigure the road to match the change of the boundary?
Yes, yes.
So you can't make the boundary match the existing road?
That's another option.
We do it, yeah.
Yeah, that's another
Boundary
option.
realignment.
However, so if they were to reduce their application
Yes.
to something like this, it's possibly supported. However, there is that old growth and the native vegetation issue.
So it is doable to leave the road in its format where it is, have a change of boundary somewhat to potentially
Smaller area.
appease the request of the landowner, and we won't have to go and change the road.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too.
Just a question too, but when I have a look at there, the boundary comes very close,
Stand back.
That's right.
the boundary comes very close there. So perhaps you just go along, if the boundary's like that, then you came back a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. So if we maintain, say, we'd have to do the maths and find out exactly how much clearance we require. So possibly 10, 15 metres from the road edge might be acceptable. But once again, we need to respond to the application itself. So we can provide some comments back to the state government saying here's an alternative alignment that
I have a question through the chair. Tony, does that mean that if that goes ahead, then we're basically, councillor, are giving these people extra land?
Yes.
That we're gifting them the
Well,
land?
no, sorry, I'll rephrase that. The state government will be selling the land to them.
Ah, okay.
Yes, so council are reality road managers.
Yes.
We don't own the land as such.
Sure, and with the old growth trees, have our NRM officers been out on site to have a look? And so basically what they're saying is if this goes ahead, then a lot of those old growth trees could be up to the new owner's discretion to remove them at their own, whatever they'd like to do. And in saying that, I suppose, I mean, we've had many notices of motion and discussions around tree planting and making sure that our Livingstone is viable for the future. So what we're saying here is if we allow this to happen, the state government will sell that property and the trees and the native vegetation could be removed.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on the current vegetation clearing legislation within private property, but that's what the Natural Resources Team would be concerned about. That if we don't have control of that native vegetation, then that is a possibility.
Was it a specified remnant, or was it just of non-interest?
There's protected vegetation on there, and there's protected vegetation, there's also wetland area in there.
Okay, that's right.
I'm just wondering, councillors, if you look at the recommendation, we're advising the applicant we do not support the proposal to permanently close the area, and we're authorising the manager basically inform them of such. The discussion we've been having around the proposed realignment of the road is kind of outside the purview of this recommendation. So essentially what we've been doing today is not agreeing to the road closure, thank you, and then there's always the opportunity later on to enter into negotiations about realigning that road. Am I correct?
That's right. So our response to the state government, the council does not support the application.
Closure, however, that could be
Yes,
like
we
that.
could provide some further advice.
Give him something that he could have a look at and consider. That is an option, without any commitment from the table.
Right, so any other questions, councillors?
No.
All right. So we'll go into debate. So I need a mover and a seconder, please. Mover, Councillor Mather, seconder, Councillor Friend.
Mr Chairman, do we need to put that second little bit on the end of it? We don't approve of the road closure, however.
I think that will happen anyway, councillor, as a part of the process.
As long as they know that there's another option for them. They might look at the other options, oh God, no, that's going to cost me a fortune. And they wipe it off their plate.
Now, the officers indicating that will happen anyway.
That won't happen.
Yeah.
Happy to do that. Yep, good, thank you.
All right, so we have a, Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
No, Mr Mayor,
All right.
pretty simple.
Anyone speaking against? All right. Anyone speaking for? Okay. We'll conclude debate and then councillors. Councillor Mather, do you want to wrap up? Yeah.
No,
all right.
thank you.
So we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. For that. So we're up to
Page 341.
Yep.
Tanuna.
1111. Application for permanent road closure, St Lawrence Road, Bruce Highway, Marlborough.
1111.
Okay, so this is the third application for permanent road closure. So the applicant, there's an attached map that clearly shows you what the proposal is. The applicant's proposing to close off an unformed section of road reserve. The applicant owns both the land both sides of the road, so they're looking to just increase their land holdings. In this case, officers have assessed that because it's an unformed road, does the alternative routes. It's not landlocking any parcel of land, so officers support this application and are seeking endorsement from council. That's pretty much it.
All right.
Just very simple.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any questions, councillors, on this one? Quite fairly straightforward, I think. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Mather. I'm happy to second. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
No, Mr. Mayor, I understand this one.
All right.
Read up there.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak against? Rightio. On that basis, assuming there's no further comments, we'll close debate. We have a mover and Councillor Mather, a seconder and myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. 11.12 is the letters of hardship, Sporting Club Yeppoon Emu Park. And this is over to Principal Community Development Engagement Officer. Welcome.
Thank you. Afternoon. So, as previously discussed at the briefing session, we had a number of clubs, 6 specifically, approaching council between April and September last year, requesting fee support or financial relief in regards to the COVID-19 impact on their most recent season. All the letters are in there for you to peruse, and I'm presented some options within this report, and I'm happy to answer any questions in regards to that.
Councillors, I'm sure there's questions.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, I think the difficulty probably that we might be having is that we can't compare them because they've all got different circumstances and different degrees of need. We try to be fair, but if we know that there are some coming up behind them, we've depleted our resources here if we give them what we've got.
Well, I guess there's a number of questions to be asked here, councillors, and I'll discuss those in debate, but this is just for questions only at this point in time.
I guess my question is, yes, we support these clubs if we do. With clubs that do follow after this, and this might open up floodgate, and I guess will we have to come back to the table for each one of those, or?
Yes, if an option of one of these options is chosen today, then that would set the precedent for individual requests coming to the table, correct?
Thank you. Right, any other questions, councillors?
I do have a question, Mr. Chair, and I'm frankly trying to find the agenda because I keep chopping from one to the other. And but just to clarify, and I'm still looking for it, to the officer there, particular requests for each club, are we suggesting that we're going to support them in entirety, or are we allowing for delegation to the, to the CEO to determine what level of support?
Thank you, Councillor. So the first option would be to provide the relief as specified by each club, which would be that total, depending on what they ask for within their letter. That's one of the options that could be determined. Other options are providing a portion or a flat amount for each of those clubs, no matter their request. Yes.
And just to follow up, so are you seeking council to determine position either one or the other?
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so that hasn't been actually afforded by the officers to us to say this is our preferred method, and we're now seeking endorsement of that. We're really leaving it up to councillors to determine what
You've got
Well, I think
four
this was a direct request of our table, was that when we've discussed it in briefing session, that there was not a unanimous version for 1, 2, 3 or 4. And so they said, well, it needs to be brought forward so that councils can ultimately make a decision. So I think, you know, they've provided the information to guide us so that we can choose a course. Like, I would quite happily move option 2. But that's up to the table. That's fine.
Through the chair, can I?
Sure.
In regards to option 3, should the councillors choose to go that way, you'll exhaust all the community grant funding, so that means that whole program's going to be withdrawn.
So that's a separate amount, councillor.
Okay.
So the community grants funding is set in stone, and the COVID community grant funding is a separate amount of money. So it wouldn't impact the community grant scheme at all.
And what would be the total amount of the COVID community grant funding?
$24,000.
Total.
All right, any other questions, councillors?
No, I just don't want to see the funds depleted at this point in time, not knowing. But then knowing what might be coming up behind it too.
Yeah, well, is there a question, councillor?
No.
Okay,
I
sorry.
think it was.
No.
I do have one more question.
Yep.
Sorry, with the, if we did provide each club with a total fee waiver for the 2021 financial year, what sort of amount are we up for then?
52,000.
2,000.
Approximately 52,000.
More than what you've got.
That information
Correct.
is in the budget implications section of the report.
Now, would it be sorry, a further question then, would it be possible to incorporate the $24,000 that's identified in option 3, therefore reducing the burden on the council and ratepayers while achieving the outcome? So the 52 minus 24 becomes 30 something. Would that be a potential use of that funds in that way? Okay.
Right, so we have some options, councillor. So we'll go into debate. There's no further questions. Right, so I need to move in a second. Moving, councillor Hutton.
I'd like to move option 2, please, Mr Mayor, with the use of the COVID community grant funding to subsidise the total fee waiver.
Okay. So what councillor Hutton is suggesting is that the $52,000 cost that would have been, the council would have been committed for in selecting option 2 be reduced by the balance of the COVID community grant fund, which is $24,000. So in essence, that makes it $32,000 that we're committing to the organisations. Okay.
Just a question, so that would mean that the Appoon Swans Football Club,
Pardon me?
that would mean that the Appoon Swans Football Club won't get a discount on their water, is it?
No, but they would get more than what they had asked for, which was just the water. So they would now receive fee relief for an entire year.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm happy to second, Mr Mayor.
All right. So does everyone understand what we're doing? You've got the $52,000 that would have been the cost incurred by council in option 2. We're taking off the balance of the COVID community grant fund, which is 24. So the difference will be, we'll have $32,000 left to spend.
The only question I have to that, Mr Chair, is really the precedent that potentially we're going to be setting is the fee waiver, primarily.
Well, I guess
that stipulates quite clearly that is really the relief that's being provided in the fee waiving.
Yeah.
Yes. Which I just want to get that clarified in the event, as you say, other clubs may well choose that, and good luck in if they do.
So we are in debate, councillor. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. I guess if I'm going to make a comment a bit,
would you like me to speak to the motion?
I will like you to speak to it. Thank you, councillor. Yeah.
Okay, councillors, in proposing that we do option 2 and incorporating the COVID community grant funding, I have 2 thoughts in mind. Firstly is that it's now almost 12 months since COVID first made a huge impact on our community and groups, and the effects that have been felt have been there. In that period, these groups have contacted us individually requesting support, saying that they were unable to raise the funds in that year, that their costs remained, that there were challenges that they needed to face. And ultimately, when I view the COVID community grant funding, that's what it was there to achieve, was to provide support to community groups in need in their time of need. Now, we all know that circumstances are changing, and that most sporting endeavours, if not all, have returned to some semblance of programming for this coming year. So going forward, the challenges will not be the same, but that does not take away the burden and the pain that they suffered last year. Now, while it's quite potentially possible to argue that, you know, others may come forward, these guys came forward to say that they couldn't afford to pay it on the day that it was due, or they couldn't afford to pay it when it was there because of their lack of funding at that time. I believe that council could not replace these services. We couldn't afford to do what they do for the price that they do it. The work of their volunteers, the positive well-being impetus that it provides both to community members as well as our young kids. These are all reasons why I think they're invaluable to our community, and $32,000 is a small price to pay to make sure that instead of coming into 21-22 financial year, their new volunteer executives come forward going, okay, let's see how we rebuild. Instead they go, look at the hangover we have from 2021, which was completely out of their control. This sets them up to hopefully have some success, but also means that they can invest their time and their endeavours in building forward instead of looking in the rearview mirror and, you know, having that hangover holding them back. And I'd commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against the recommendation?
Yes, Mr Mayor. 32,000 is no mean sum. While they are suffering a burden, they're suffering pain, it's nothing like the pain we're going to have when we start finalising the trims and the budget. I'd be happy to give them, and I could foreshadow this, $1,000 per group. They all get equal amounts, and we're not depleting what we've got there. If anybody else has got a legitimate claim or hardship, we can consider that. But I could foreshadow that they each get $1,000.
All right, we'll note that, Councillor.
But because I'm just saying, Mr Mayor, I'm just flagging it now. We talk about needs and wants. They've got a need, but we have a responsibility to all the ratepayers, and that's where this is going to start chipping away.
Right, Justine, you got that foreshadowed motion, just basically for $1,000. We'll come to it in a minute anyway. Not yet. Yeah. All right. Anyone wishing to speak for Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor. And what makes a community? Our sporting clubs, our volunteers. Some could say that these clubs are the backbone of Yeppoon. They make such a huge difference. And Emu Park. And Quarrel. And without them, we're nothing. And I think that we need to make sure that they survive. And yes, there will be a financial burden, but not as much of a burden as if we just let them disintegrate. And I think we should give them as much backing as we can. And as the sports portfolio holder, I uphold this in the highest regard, and I'll put all my weight behind this, and I hope that councillors respond accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? All right. I'll speak for the motion as well, and I'm essentially echoing the comments of Councillor Hutton and Councillor Eastwood. But the additional comment I would make would be what disturbs me in some of these applications is the fact that the auspicing bodies on a state level are doing absolutely and totally nothing to provide support for their local members, for their local clubs. And I just think that really needs some consideration on their part, because I can hear the response from them now saying we've got to have to maintain our insurance covers and all the rest of it. But, you know, dig into your reserves. These are your member clubs. And really it's not always up to council to support these things, although we're happy to do it. But they have to accept some level of leadership and some level of responsibility for that as well. Anyone wishing to speak against? For?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, I just think all of us here, most of us have children, and we've all been part of a sporting community, and it's what makes our kids you know, lively and enriched, and it's great for parents, it's great for mental health, it's a way to connect with the community and make new friends. So for me, I don't see this as a big burden to council at all. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and thank you.
Right, Councillor Hutton, did you want to wrap up? You got a question, comment?
Only just if I could just add to it, it's been nearly over 12 months since the Yeppoon Swans first contacted us for assistance, and that was really as a result, obviously, the impact that they foresaw was going to happen. And we had other councils around Australia, and you can certainly do your own research. Some of them, Gladstone offered $8,000 per club, other councils waived fees. They all did a myriad of things. Whilst it's taken us a little bit longer to respond, I'm glad that as a council we are responding, and I thank those community sporting clubs for their patience, and I believe this will be a very positive injection, not just for their finances but just to their feeling of support by their council. So it's great to see we're acting on that at this point in time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, would you like to wrap up?
Yeah, in wrapping up, I think the message that we send today by providing this relief is that Council understands the challenges that the last 12 months has posed to them. Even if funding bodies that should support them haven't stepped up, we're not going to step back from making sure that the members of our community, the volunteers of our community, the mums and dads, the kids, as we respond into the post-COVID age, we're making sure that we're giving our community the best chance for success. And by taking this monkey off their back, by giving them this relief, we're ensuring that as a community, we're setting them up for best success. And when we look at the example of what's been occurring down south in Victoria and other places, you know, we never know when things will turn around, and we don't want to see an escalation of that burden being placed upon them. So our actions today, if we choose to grant this, supports them individually, collectively, but also means that the health and well-being of our community is so much better to face any future challenges that may come.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, we'll conclude debate, councillors. We've got a mover and a second. A mover and Councillor Hutton, second Councillor Eastwood.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can we have a division on this one?
Yes, we call the division being called by Councillor Hutton. So those councillors supporting the recommendation, please stand. So that's Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Lynch, Councillor Hutton, myself, Councillor Bello and Councillor Friend. Those against? Those against, Councillor Mather.
Get used to this, Carl. Get used to it.
All right, thank you, councillors. That's 11:12 done, I beg your pardon. 11:13 is the Building Our Regions project, the Causeway Lake Revitalisation business case. And we have Mr Klaus, our urban strategist, to present the report today. So over to you, Mr Klaus.
Councillors, this is fairly simple. This is an obligation under Building Our Regions to meet the first milestone, which is coming up on the 2nd of March. So we have to have a resolution from Council indicating their support for the project and a commitment to cover any undue costs that might arise beyond what is being funded by Building Our Regions. This is standard Building Our Regions language, so it's just a straight up milestone requirement.
Any questions, councillors?
Yes, I do have a big question.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledge responsibility for any funding shortfall if costs change. We need to know what the costs are before we go into them. We're not picking up something at the end of the line because we weren't aware of it. We don't have that sort of money. We can't do it.
This is a standard requirement, and we applied for the funds on the basis of the council direction for 300,000, and we don't know what the final cost will be, but we hope that it will be the 300,000.
Question, Mr Mayor, to the officer. Would it be correct in assuming that there's scope in the application that we've had, which has been funded to the cost of $300,000, that we would be aware in front of any further expenditure of that shortfall, and that we'd potentially have the scope, because it is in the planning stage of the works, to actually massage that or make conscious decisions as to where we go forward or where we may choose to reduce the scope to make sure that that cost doesn't override or doesn't, you know, extend beyond the realms of what council's willing to accept.
That's correct, Councillor Hutton. And just a little further background, when this project was originally scoped, it was through the MIP program, the state MIP program, which has since been suspended as far as I understand. And the report that was prepared by Bly Tanner at that point in time, on behalf of the state, not for us, but for state development, was for the total amount of consultancies was about $650,000. That includes environmental and then a redevelopment review around the edge of the shoreline. The estimated cost of the dredging study was $290,000 at that time. So we had to split the baby and determine what consultancy we could do out of that overall recommendation for consultancy. So we went for the dredging because the dredging is obviously pivotal to whatever we do from here on in. It does have a number of subcomponents to it in terms of testing that feasibility. We have at this point in time engaged Bly Tanner to assist us with writing the request for quotes for the actual conduct of the work. That's doing the engineering work, the feasibility testing work. And they have written that. That should go out in the next week, I hope. They were up here today, actually, meeting with staff. We had to engage Bly Tanner because we didn't have the internal staff at that point in time with the expertise to actually manage the technical aspects of the consultancy. So until they undertake their work, until we select somebody and then they undertake their work, we won't understand, or when they submit for the request for quotes, we won't understand what that total cost is until that point in time. But that's when we can negotiate what we do and what we don't do. It just to clarify that there will be additional work that needs to be done before we can actually move forward on anything.
Through the Mayor, Mr. Klaus, has the environmental impact study been completed at this point?
No, that's one of the things that we don't have the funds to do at this point in time.
Right. And would you have any idea off the cuff, even though it's state, how much that may cost?
Well, that was estimated at $150,000 at the time by Bly Tanner.
And of course that will have to be undertaken before we can move forward.
Before you move forward with any work as such, yeah. There's a number of regulatory requirements through DNRM and others there.
So, but quite possibly that amount of money would be something that the council would have to make as part of the shortfall. Would you say no? No?
So the project that we sought funding for was actually the development of the business case. So the argument of August 2019 was that council was concerned that we didn't know what was missing from the reports, like as an example, that report. So we actually went through a process of trying to work out, so what are all the missing reports or elements that we would need before we could actually seek funding to build something or to do something there. And so that's where this project's been about, is finding those gaps and filling them in. Obviously in this case, that one report, if it's 150,000, we can't yet afford to do, but that's not to say that to fulfill this project we would have to get that report, but at least now we've identified that that's the cost and that's missing, so that if tomorrow this council turned around and said, hey, in 2 years' time we would like the causeway to be a major project, we know what we need to do to be ready to get boots on the ground, so to speak.
Yeah, we're trying to get to a point, obviously, where we've got a better understanding of cost. The whole conversation about Causeway Lake has been going on for decades, and it's been somewhat speculative about what it's going to entail. And this process here is getting to us to a point where we'll have some real numbers, hopefully, to operate from, and then we can then make the case to state or federal for the funds to be able to undertake that work. So the MIP study was really about detailing what kind of studies would need to be undertaken to get us to this point. And that was supposed to be a 5-stage process, but it got cut off after stage 1, unfortunately. The state changes its programs on a regular basis.
So the fee for Bly Tanner is included in the 300,000?
Correct.
So the balance will be what we have left to spend?
That's correct, Mayor.
Which was what, sorry, if could you remind me again? 10,000?
The fee for Bly Tanner is part of the 300,000.
Certainly, and how much was that fee?
About 40-something thousand.
Oh, 40-something, I'm with you.
And it covers the environmental in this stuff?
No, it doesn't cover the environmental. The
It's
environmental is not part of this at all. It's just about what it will take to be able to undertake the dredging.
So through the chair to Russell, should council agree to this today, Bly Tanner are ready to go and
That-
won't be a long process?
No, I mean, they're already going. I mean, we agreed to do this project when we signed the agreement with DSD back in October, I think. We have to have the work completed by September. So this is just meeting that first milestone.
Mr Mayor, I don't know who around today remembers a fellow called Peter Holt. He was going to dredge it for us for nothing. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
I think he passed away.
I think he's still on deck.
It would be nice to get a bit of advice from him if he's still here. Because, I mean, if we can cut some corners with information as to who we can tap into.
We can certainly point Bly Tanner in his direction if he's still around.
You seem to know a little bit what's going on.
Okay.
I just have to be very cautious about, as
I
you can well appreciate.
I understand. It's unfortunate we're having to piecemeal this, but at least we're sort of gradually getting there.
Step by step.
Yep.
We don't want a job where we don't have the end result as to what the costs might be.
Well, yeah, and hopefully this business case will tell us, give us at least a more solid number. Everything's been a guess up till now, a wild guess, about the scale of dredging that's going to be required, what we'll be able to do with the dredge material, what it's going to cost to do it. So, we'll have more solid information on all of that.
And as long as it's not contaminated material too, like acid sulphate or something like that.
I don't think, based on the studies that were undertaken by CQU several years ago, it doesn't appear as though acid sulphate will be an issue, but that is one of the things that they have to look for.
Because this is a job that will take years, perhaps.
It may well do, yes.
And it's not going to be cheap, so we need to.
No, it will not be cheap. No, I can't imagine it will be.
Any other questions, councillors?
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go into debate. Councillors, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? I'm happy to move.
I'm happy to second it.
Okay. All right, I don't feel as though I need to speak to the report, councillors, so anyone speaking against?
I just don't like number 2, Mr Mayor. If number 2 wasn't there, I'd support it.
Okay. It is just a standard requirement of the funding allocation, council.
Yeah, it might be standard, but it's not
Well,
most
then it becomes up to the officers to keep within the budget. And some very pointed questions might be asked if that doesn't happen.
Well, we need to have progressive expenditures.
Yeah. Anyone speaking for the report? Against? Okay, I'll open the floor. Does anyone have any comment they wish to make before we close debate? All right, so we'll close debate. We've got a mover in myself, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against?
Need number 2.
Do you want your vote recorded, Councillor?
No, it's all right.
Okay. So it's carried.
Thank you.
And next is 1114, which is the station building Better Regions submission.
Good afternoon, councillors and CEO. I'm here today just to reiterate and request that council approve us to apply for funding for stage 1 of the station project, as per the briefing session that was held on the 2nd of February when I updated you on a staged approach to the project. part of one of the outcomes from the briefing session was that the Deputy Mayor requested had we done any consultation at that stage, which we have taken on board, and consultation went out via a Get Involved page in a media release last Thursday. To date, we've received 18 responses to that. 11 of those responses were positive, very positive and supportive of the project so far. 4 were not sure, and 3 were sort of against the project. There was other components of the report as well. They can provide feedback on what parts they like. So I just wanted to clarify that we have now completed that, and that process is open for a month as well. As part of the report, as we've discussed, the station proposal was prepared as an outcome for the station building site that council will acquire very soon. The railway building and its surrounds is approximately 8,000 square metres. The site does require remediation. There is contamination on the site. There is also significant stormwater issues. We've had quantity surveying costs that provide information on how much that will cost to remediate, and the Building Better Regions funding was suggested by elected members for us to apply for, to partially fund at least activating part of that site, in particular focused on the existing railway building and also the surrounds. So we've sat down and worked out that the cost to do that, dependent on whether we went to the full scale of what's proposed in the report, is around 13 million. We're requesting permission of council to apply for 10 million from Building Better Regions, with council proposing over a 2-year period to supply 1.5 million over 2 years to support that. In that case, we'll actually be applying for exceptional circumstances and a partial exemption of the required 50% co-funding. So we're obviously not putting the full amount, but felt that to support the case to achieve the full amount of the $10 million, council would need to contribute something. That cost of $3 million is approximately what it would cost to fully remediate the site, including studies to the purpose of getting uses there at that stage, rather than council fully bear that. If we can do that and then turn it into a commercial use, which would be run by cooperative arrangement, we feel that would be the best outcome from the community. The idea is to have a very family-orientated space there, and all of the inclusions within that $13 million are for the landscaping, the urban play requirements, activation, full, I guess, of all the open space, so that that end of the site that council is responsible for will be fully remediated.
Any other questions, councillors?
Just a question to you, Mr Mayor. Have we ever considered this for administration block?
Not this particular site, councillor. There have been some discussions with a developer who owns the block on the western side in relation to whether council might be prepared to become a tenant on that site.
We have had plans done about 3 or 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I suppose, for administration site on that locality, which incorporated the library, the museum, and a few other components as well. So we looked at the historical society as well. I believe that was in the order of something like $25 million.
All of the departments, I was thinking, that all of the departments could come together and we could sell off the places like this.
Yeah, well, the latest iteration of what the executive director has just said is we've had this conversation with the developer about council becoming a tenant, because I mean there's no real necessity to get hung up on owning stuff. I mean you can be a tenant for a long period of time, and quite frankly that can be more cost effective than building something. But that's a discussion this council has to have around the table at some stage.
Yes, I think because we've got people everywhere, it'd be nice to pull them all together so they can work in the same building.
There are other sites within the town centre that could also look at.
Yeah, therefore I think we haven't really had a deep and meaningful.
No, we haven't, and there's another option as well, councillor, in that the end of Jabiru Drive was earmarked many years ago when I was here before. That's a potential site for relocating the depot, and if you're going to relocate the depot, then perhaps that's an opportunity to think about relocating the admin function as well.
Because I don't know what sort of money this is going to bring in. Certainly tourists will love it, perhaps, but I'm looking for something that'll bring us money in. And I was just thinking, as an option, thought of the site, that we own this now. We could sell this off in the old town, what do you call it, the old fire station?
Yeah,
Ambulance?
the current,
Yeah,
the old verbal building.
yeah,
Mm.
yes. It's just, I mean, we've got an opportunity here, but we're looking for a 50% dispensation there somewhere too,
We won't be,
for hardship.
yeah, we will be looking for the whole amount. We won't be looking to put any money in at all.
So what's that bring us in financially?
So this proposal does look at council contributing $1.5 million over one financial year,
yeah, but that's essentially,
and 1.5 to the next. If we achieved
Yes,
the
that's
$10
right.
million
Yeah.
funding, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
but not for the actual construct of the building per se.
No, that would actually go more towards the remediation of the site.
Correct, yeah, understand that.
It's not the 1.5 we've got either.
Mm.
We've got to find the 1.5.
And I guess the purpose of applying for the funding and looking at this as an opportunity is that, you know, it's a great community outcome and it's something that we can use to actually get uses there that can then be managed on a cooperative arrangement. Council may receive some funds from that. That hasn't been worked at the moment. It's concept. We're trying to look at ways we can get that site going without council having to spend, I guess, a lot of money, and getting, you know, return on rates and getting jobs and job creation in there. The numbers quoted in the report are based on numbers that were provided by AEC when they did the economic and operational impact analysis. So we've taken some uses out of that and modelled them on those uses. So they are relatively, they're not high, is what I'm trying to say. They're a realistic expectation of potential income and rental amounts for the lease areas are what are currently being charged commercially. So if not, again, a bit under probably. So it's quite a realistic economic impact analysis, jobs, reports, if we could actually were successful in receiving the funding. This resolution is purely seeking to apply for the funding. As I said, because it is under exceptional circumstances with a partial contribution, we may not be successful, but we'll try our best to be if council approves us applying for it in the first place.
Yeah, and Mr Mayor, just reading through the report, the hardship case, if we ask in relation to the contribution and hardship case, we could lose the lot too, couldn't we? If that rule applies.
Well, effectively, you get nothing. Is
Yeah,
that what you mean?
yeah,
That's right.
yeah, correct. It's a, I guess
But it was an essential service, it'd probably be more weight. But
I think if you think of what we've got to do in the way of remediation to the site, that's a sunk cost irrespective of whether we do this and it's successful or it's not successful. We're up for that money anyway.
Just a question, Mr Chair, to the officer there. So the $3 million that has been nominated that council would need to put in, that previously hasn't been budgeted for in our
that hasn't.
sort of forward works?
That hasn't, councillor.
No.
No, that hasn't. I mean, again, we're just looking at seeking approval to apply for the funding, and if we were successful, that would have to form a part of that. And we have done a business case for the full proposal for the station project. That was before we'd actually received the quantity surveying costs of how much it will cost. The main purpose of the proposal being prepared was looking at post-COVID, what the community we felt needed to become, one, more self-sufficient to grow our agricultural capacity. Two, we didn't want to be competing with existing retail spaces in the main street. We see this more as an education facility and a tourism draw card, which was why the original proposal included things like you know, your permaculture gardens, commercial kitchens for training facilities and those types of things. Obviously, we don't have capacity at the moment to apply or receive $25 million. Maybe as an election commitment, it was hoped. That didn't occur. So we're just trying now to do the best on avenues that we can actually get something on that site that can be a staged approach to the final outcome, which we would still like to achieve, obviously.
And the follow-up question then, is there any consideration been given where that 1.5 from each year could be taken from instead of, or as alternate to, or are we just
not at this point
looking
in time
for approval here, and then we find it wherever it lies the easiest to get from,
that
with
would
the
be
least amount of resistance?
That would be the intent, yes, councillor, definitely. I guess you can look at this as Russell would say, community building versus infrastructure. So in the end, either we do something or the site stays as it is with the fence around it, or we find a cheaper way to remediate the site and get one use in there. I'm not saying this is the ultimate proposal, but we see it as an opportunity that comes once a year. And if we don't seize that opportunity, then I'm not sure, to be honest, what the next steps would be, except to continue, obviously, promoting the station as a proposal for further funding commitments from either the federal or state government.
And the last question before Councillor Friend jumps in. Way back a few years ago, we did have some pretty good community engagement and consultation at the Town Hall in relation to this site. And the community was asked for their feedback on what they wanted to see happen there. How does this reflect, I guess, the sentiments of the community from back then, and is there perhaps a need to revisit that? Or
yeah, so interestingly enough, back that was not obviously undertaken by council, because at that time the state was owned by Economic Development Queensland and all consultation was completed by them. Most of the proposals for the entire site, not just the portion that council is acquiring, was for commercial and a small amount of residential, but in the end it ended up being basically the proposal they put forward was another large commercial shopping centre opposite.
But also I was curious on the community's
what the community
response.
wanted. Open space definitely was a major component of it. More, I guess, townhouse style diverse living options were also part of it, and more commercial uses rather than retail uses. But definitely the walkability and that connection to the end of town.
Can I maybe ask you to come up closer to the speaker? Thank you.
My baby as well. That open space, what I felt when coming together with the whole concept here was that this was going to be an activated open space in a sense. So not your traditional barbecues and all the rest, but an area where people would go and still be able to recreate in a way different from anything else that we were offering. So the intent of it, the way that it will work is because it has all of that gathering and socialising space within it. So it's not necessarily a space people run around in, but it's going to be very activated, and there'll be a lot of urban play elements and I would imagine sort of mood lighting and shade and all the rest. So it becomes a very, very attractive space, but not just plain open space. Activated space would be the way I would describe the outcome for it, which I think would be, in the end, far more appealing to a lot more people in utilising the space, because we've got plenty of the other type of open space. We don't have anything of this programmed activated space.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Once you submit this, if we do choose to go ahead with it today, how long will it take to find out the verdict of whether we've gained the funding or not? And if we do gain the funding, when do we need to start the remedial works?
So one of the requirements of the program is, firstly, it's normally around June, about prior to the end of financial year, that you do find out previously. I can't speak to say that would be the same, but it's normally around the 3 months. And also, as in regards to starting the project, we need to be ready to start some works within 12 weeks. So we would have to be very quickly getting our studies completed, the 3 that we need, traffic, the stormwater, and another one done, and we've already received advice on site contamination remediation options through infrastructure, as well as part of the due diligence that was done before council acquired the site.
So my questions to Mr Mayor. So we would then, in our budget deliberations, have to look at this $1.5 million before the end of our budget deliberations and put it aside in case? Is that how it would work? Yes?
Essentially, I'll defer to the office on this one because I have my view on it, but I'll go there first. I'll tell you what my view is. My view is once you get the funding, assuming you got the $10 million, remediation would come from that funding. Is that correct? That was my understanding.
Yes, it could come from that funding, and then we could allocate more the next year. How it's expended is would be a discussion we can definitely have. The thing is the options presented in this report, when costed, and again not down to detail, came out at around that $13 million. So the total cost to achieve what's outlined in this report would be those, and if we commit to obviously supplying, providing $3 million as a partial co-funding requirement, then that's what council is committing. How it's expended would be determined at a later stage.
The objective is to try and minimise the amount of cost to council, absolutely.
Just through the chair, just in regards to the public consultation, you got a good response, but there were 3 that weren't so encouraged by it. What was their response?
Happy to share that information with councillors. Predominantly, obviously, concerned about council operating and maintaining another facility, and that those ongoing costs was one of the major ones, and increases in rates.
I think at least one of them hadn't read what was written because we indicated that it was not going to be council run and operated. That was the intention.
In the consultation. So the Get Involved page, it's very clearly lined out, and the full funding concept plan is included as part. So they've seen everything that council's seen, I suppose, except for this proposal with the stage 1. It was the full proposal for the full 25 million.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, then we'll go into debate on this one. Councillors, I'll move this one. Can I get a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Friend, thank you. All right, in speaking to this, councillors, I'd just like to first of all say that it matches a lot of the pillars within our Community 2050 plan. It from memory, matches 4 out of the 5. And there is no doubt, based on the AEC study and behind this and the report they presented, it adds significantly to the job opportunities on the Capricorn Coast. It adds significantly to the GDP for the region, and it provides a wonderful opportunity for us to showcase not only our local produce but our local growers, and provide some start-up opportunities for some small business here. So the positives are definitely there. I mean, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that it is totally dependent on getting the $10 million, which we want in absolute. There is no ability for council to co-fund this, so it's kind of an all or nothing approach. And so we're just asking for your support to go for the all or nothing approach. A former colleague of mine in work used to say, go big or go home, and as a bean counter I shy away from that, quite frankly, but it's one of those situations where we're just suggesting that this is a one-off opportunity. There are significant benefits to the region. We will not be managing it as and operating it as the officers have outlined. It will be put out to the community to do that. So I commend it to the table, councillors. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Hart.
Yes, thank you. And I start off by acknowledging the amazing effort that's gone into getting this project to this point, and I think that it shows both great vision as well as aspiration for our community and the reflection back to the values that are shown in the Livingstone 2050 community plan. And I see the vision, I support the vision. However, my concern, and the concern that I'll express this afternoon, is that I don't believe we're ready, and because of that, I don't believe we should be submitting for this grant. When I look at the process and the project methodology that we've used, one of the considerations that a lot of people throughout the election period talked about was the desire for seeing council to do things differently and to have, you know, the business cases done in advance, to get the project scope, to not have cost overruns, to not have the unexpecteds that occur when projects are taken not necessarily on the fly, but at opportunities prior to actually having a level of detail that supports and underpins that information. And my fear is that while we have got some great project scope, the fact we're on iteration number 3, we've just started community engagement, means that we're not there yet in terms of having the community on board with this big, huge investment on their behalf. My second fear is that while we're on the 3rd iteration, and I know that the AEC report speaks to the full project's benefits and costings and what the outcomes are, I'm not sure if it speaks to this portion or this amalgamation of parts into this part being achieved, and whether it achieves the full outcomes, or whether this is more of the cost side and the next part will be the one that you get the cream from. I'm not sure. And I suppose when I think about the capacity of our organisation to complete that, we put a $13 million project over 2 years, and this council's clearly articulated a desire to have a capital program of no more than $25 million in any 2 years. We're investing more than half or just under half of each year's capital program for the next 2 years in this, or we're saying that we don't have the capacity to manage that, which is what we've been told, is that any more than 25 million is beyond our capacity, in which case we're bringing in externals, and some of the things that we may not wish to repeat from the past, we may see occur again. If we think to debt consolidation, we know that this council's been on a journey, and we're in year number 4 of a 10-year debt consolidation plan. We had our peak of debt of $91 million. We're now down to $73 million. And while we'll hopefully receive $10 million out of this process, we're still investing at least $3 million on our community's behalf. And we either scope down or have to scope out elements if we try and stay in that footpath or in that footprint and aren't able to achieve all the outcomes that we've sought to achieve. If we get it, we all know that the clock starts, which means that we'll have, just as we had with the lagoon, just as we had with other projects, we'll have 2 years to do the best that we can, and I have no doubt in my mind that our officers will do the best that they can do, but the clock starts once you've got the money. We can't say, hey, we'd actually really like another 6 months to do some finer detail scoping or to get some more surveying. Once it starts, it starts. We then have the scenario where, and in the past one of the things that might have been said was that, well, you can always just say no to the money and send it back. But it's about expectation management. If the community gets word that the government, and you know, if the federal member or any member's coming forward and announcing that, well, I'm offering $10 million to Livingstone, and the next day the council says, well, actually, but we're going to pass it back, that's not going to pass the pub test, but more than that, it's also going to damage and tarnish the relationship we have with our colleagues at a state or federal level. This is a great project. I like the vision. These programs come out every year. There is nothing to stop us putting it forward in a future year. Once we've got we've taken further steps throughout our project management framework. If you think, councillors, that this project completely was not on the agenda of this council up and until, or just before the state election that occurred in October last year, and while officers had started work on it, it was not something that had come forward and had been spoken about collectively. It wasn't something that was a driver for our economy. In a post-COVID age, there is an opportunity here. We have already applied to this same funding round for the Mount Chalmers or Mount Charlton Reservoir, so we are creating competition for ourselves. And you know, if they've got the option of us saying that, well, for this project we believe that we can actually contribute our 50%, and then here's the one that we want $10 million, and we're saying we can't contribute our 50%. Are we investing the time of our officers to scramble to get an application in that's actually not going to be an efficient use of their time, but also unlikely to succeed, knowing that if it does succeed, that it's actually going to create extra challenges for our organisation going forward over this next 12 months. I support the vision, I support the idea, but I don't believe we're at a stage where we should be applying, and we've got the benefit of a further 3 years of this term where we can further develop this, get it to a stage where we've got community on board, they're coming on the journey, and then let's advance it. But I think this may be premature, and if in doubt, voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking for the project, or the recommendation report?
I'll speak for.
Thank you, Councillor
Project.
Lynch.
I definitely speak for this project. Hearing what you say for sure, Councillor Hutton, but this is the time to capture our tourism industry even more. We have the amazing foreshore, we have the lagoon, we've got beautiful Anzac Parade, we've got the islands, we've got amazing things in our community, in our shire, and this will just be another great asset to our community. The station quarter will be an exciting and unique opportunity to enhance our tourism-focused food, manufacturing and training facility that will not only bring employment opportunities, but it will be a star tourism attraction. And my fear is if we don't apply for this funding, that site is going to sit there empty, barren, and then people in the community will be going, what are you doing? What is going on? We need to do something with this site, and this is an opportunity to do this, and this is why I'm for this project, for the funding.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking for?
Oh, I'll just say a few words, but I think Councillor Lynch has summed up exactly what I wanted to say, because we can't leave that site just sitting there until next year. And then what happens next year, or perhaps the year after? It's about moving forward. It's about taking those steps and be brave enough to move forward. I mean, many times in the past there have been many projects here in our Livingstone Shire that have not had the business plan, and our officers have taken us through in quite in-depth detail in relation to our briefing sessions in the past regarding the station quarter. So I am all for at least attempting the funding. That doesn't mean that we may receive it, but we should definitely try, because the area does need that remedial work, and that's what we're looking at to begin with. And it's those little steps forward that make all the difference.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else like to make a comment? Councillor Eastwood.
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, I will speak in the affirmative for the proposal. Look, Yapoon's going ahead. The Capricorn Coast is going ahead. We've seen what's happening with Bunnings going up. We're actually doing all right. We've come through COVID really well so far, and I really believe this is a step in the right direction. If managed properly, we're going to be able to capitalise on not only the tourism benefits but also the employment prospects. And I just think that even if we don't get the funding, then it shows our interest for next year. And I just think it's really, really important that we put it in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any other comments, councillors? All right, on that case, I'll sum up. Councillors, there's always going to be competition for the Building Better Regions Fund. It probably doesn't matter what year we contemplate this particular project. There will always be other projects that line up to compete against them, and this year is no different in the sense of the Mount Charlton Reservoir. This project, if we're successful, is funded to the extent of $10 million, and we have to live within that budget, so it can be a staged project. It doesn't have to all be built at the same time. And I guess in terms of the question around the timing of this, well, when, and Councillor Friend made the point, when is a good year? There probably never is going to be a really good year when everything else, the decks are all clear and we can apply for this. Ultimately, it really becomes a matter of just biting the bullet, in my view. And I think Councillor Lynch is correct as well. The tourism market is now, and I think we are going to, according to the Reserve Bank Governor, potentially enjoy another 5 years of boom times going forward before things start to move backwards. So, now is the time, in my view. All right, councillors, we'll wrap up debate. I've got a mover myself, seconder and councillor Friend, so we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour of applying for the funding? Okay. Those against? Do you want your votes recorded, councillors?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councillor Hutton wishes his vote to be recorded. Right. Thank you, councillors. Sure.
Mr Mayor, I might duck out for a minute. I have to bring my car up so they can put the printer in the boot before they go home at 4.
All right, well, given Councillor Bellows just left us, we might proceed your motion for a 5-minute break.
Okay,
Thank you.
Right on.
thank you. So welcome back, councillors, welcome back members of the community viewing on live stream. A procedural motion to resume from the break, thank you. All in favour? All right, so we're up to 11:16, councillors, which is a development application for a development permit for an MCU for an extractive industry, environmentally relevant activities and operational works for vegetation clearing at Lot 1, Kanawara Road, Canoona. And we have our planning officer to deliver that today, so over to you.
Thank you. I'm Jenna. Hello. Good morning. Oh, good morning. Good afternoon. I'm reading my script. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So this application is for an increase in the extraction and screening of an existing quarry and an operational works application for vegetation clearing. Sorry, I'll just wait for the PowerPoint so I can show you where that one is. That's all right. That's all. Other way around. You can just do it from the screen if you want. I'll just keep going. We can go through the pictures after.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah.
Okay, the site's approximately 36 kilometres south of Marlborough. It's near the Standish Bay turnoff. It's on the Bruce Highway as well. And it contains an existing quarry pit and access driveway. It holds an existing town planning consent for an extractive industry and a related environmental authority permit. The current extraction and screening allowed is up to 100,000 tonnes per annum. This proposal seeks to utilise the same footprint as the existing approved extractive industry, except it does propose to increase the extraction limit up to 1 million tonnes per year. So that's increasing the use. There's also a new site office and amenities building proposed to the north of the site, and there will be, or there has been, an amendment to the environmental authority permit through the department as well. So also as part of this proposal, it's proposed to clear matters of local environmental significant vegetation on the site. It is proposed that the vegetation will be rehabilitated once the quarry ceases in an area or ceases operation, so that there is the plan to replant and revegetate at the end of the operation. There was one submission received in relation to stormwater runoff. So there's a dam that's located to the front of the extraction area that you might have seen on the proposal plans, and the submission was worried that the water would run into that dam and then affect their drinking water. It's identified in the stormwater management plan, which has been conditioned, and there's a document that's been approved, that dam doesn't form part of the discharge point, and all stormwater that's generated or created by the quarry operations has to be managed on site, and that's through the stormwater management plan before it's discharged off site. So in summary, it's for an expansion of an existing quarry for the extraction and screening amounts. There was one submission received, and it was suitably addressed to ensure there's no impact to the water and surrounding dams. There's no infrastructure charges payable due to the credit of the lot. The access is straight onto the Bruce Highway, so straight onto a state-controlled road and not to local roads. There's a related environmental authority permit through the Department of Environment and Science for the extraction and screening activities, and this will also regulate the use of the land. It's a preferred use in the rural zone, and the application has been supported subject to the recommendation in the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have some questions. Hello, Jenna.
Can we get it on the board? Can we get it on the board, Mr. Mayor, the map on the board?
If you wouldn't mind clicking on the map, please, Justine. On the...
Sorry. No, you're fine.
Yeah,
Right. So I have a couple of questions. Under the report 8.2.5, it says old growth trees and native vegetation located within the designated area must be retained. Where possible, of course, but I want to know who oversees the where possible.
So is that in the conditions for the operational works? So there is conditions for operational works for the vegetation clearing that require there to be professionals on site for the clearing to occur.
Yes.
And there also has to be inspections with council. So
Yep.
that's all in the conditions of the operational works.
It also it also states a suitably qualified fauna spotter must be on site during the felling of vegetation. Who undertakes this role? Because I do know, not necessarily in this particular area, but further east, there are koalas in that region. So who actually undertakes the role of a fauna spotter, and do council oversee the fact that, hey, this person's a fauna spotter, he's going to be on site or she's going to be on site? What happens there?
Through the chair, there would be a consultant or a professional that has expertise in that area that would then note that they've gone out to site and identified if there's habitats or if there's fauna in the area. And then if it's, they would need to then relocate it if it is there. So there is, experts in that area.
And we would get notification as part of the DA to say they've actually undertaken that.
Yes, and that's through the operational works.
Through the operational works, okay. NRM, I've written down here NRM 6th of January 2021, already states non-compliances under the Biodiversity Overlay Code, but NRM will give the go-ahead, Natural Resource Management will give the go-ahead as long as the conditions are included for the amendment to the Rehabilitation Management Plan. So what conditions are we looking at? Are the ones that were stated in the report, or further conditions? Or
So through the chair, the conditions in the material change of use require their amendment to the rehabilitation plan. So I believe that would be about condition 13. There is conditions in there to say that you have to update it and provide it back to council before you do the work. So they have been included from the natural resource officers.
And just my very last question, and I think I already know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Obviously, they require this expansion. They've gone to public notification. But I just want to know generally, have they already expanded and were under compliance to submit this particular? No, this is great. Okay. Thank you.
Question, thanks.
Councillor Mather.
I know this quarry. Jenna, were they only after 100,000 tonnes?
So currently they have approval to go up to 100,000 tonnes.
They want to go
now
beyond
they are changing their environmental authority permit to go up to 1 million tonnes per annum.
Yeah, now that's good, because going back years ago, the council almost bought that quarry itself because it was such good gravel. We didn't have the spare money at the time. We were about to go into debt, but it was really good gravel because the railway uses it. I don't know if you know where it is. You know the Alcanawara service station, that's all derelict on the way to Spanish Bay? There's the Spanish Bay Road off the highway. There's Red Road, and that's the old servo there. This is the magnesite plant, and there's a big quarry here, I'd imagine.
Yes, there's the next image will just show a closer up of the quarry, just where the mouse is. That's the existing pit.
They did use the site. It did, and I think it went into, I wouldn't say recess, but it wasn't fully operational, and they could only go back up to 100. So now they've cranked it up to 1 million. So that's good, because it'll be really handy for us on the Stanage Bay Road when we need material there, because up there is not real flash. And, that's good. That's a good one.
Any other questions, councillors?
We'd have had the money, and we'd have had it made. We'd have bought it.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing, councillor, isn't it? 20/20 vision every time. All right, so councillors, we'll go into debate. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Okay, Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
No, I'm very happy with that one, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone speaking against? All right, Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to it?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, in the interest of brevity, I'll withhold.
All right, anyone else wanted to make a comment on the report? All right, We'll conclude debate then, councillors, and we'll go to the vote. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Bear with me while I find 11:17.
Excuse me. Nearly finished.
Okay, so we're up to agenda item 12, councillors, which is question statements, motions on notice from councillors. 12.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to Schoolies Week. So will Councillor Hutton, I'm assuming you wish to move this one?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Mather. Right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Only very briefly to suggest that in a post-COVID age, with destinations becoming more localised for people to travel, and for many young people who have held money aside in accounts for this coming-of-age ritual, there's an opportunity here that I believe that Livingstone and the Capricorn Coast can take advantage of, but it will be about early promotion, it will be about the partnerships that we have. If you go back 20 years, Livingstone used to hold a Schoolies Week event here as a local alternative, drawing schoolies generally from the western areas, so a lot of kids from Emerald and things came to the coast. This again is an opportunity for us in a COVID age. It's whether we're able to take advantage of that and develop something in time to be able to market it and offer a product that the community would like.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? For? Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I think we are at a time when we can really push the region for events like this. I actually was on the Schoolies board, I guess, or for a number of years, and we held events throughout the area, and it always was a little bit, I guess, we did only get a few from the west, and it would be really, really good to push it for other coastal areas further down the coast and up the coast. And with the possibilities with Keppel, because we used to have an event over there as well, we could really make something out of this and bring more youth tourism and some money into our area, as well as make it a destination. So I'm really excited about this.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against?
No, Mr Chairman, but I think we better get the CCTVs up there before they come.
All right, I'll speak for this one, but with a caveat in that in supporting this, I'm also conscious of the level of the officer's workload in terms of organising events at the moment. And I'm also conscious that this is adding to their list of tasks and duties. Obviously, I believe it's a significant event. It's something we should support. But I guess I would just be asking councillors in terms of their budget deliberations to keep in mind what they're putting on the officers in terms of whether they're going to support additional staffing or not, because you can't continue to heap more work on officers and expect them to do it. That's my only comment, councillors. So anyone speaking against? All right, so I'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. Councillor Hutton, did you want to wrap up at all?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 12.2, notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to beach matting on coastal beaches.
Yes, Mr.
I'll just actually go for the vote first, councillor. So you're going to move this one?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a seconder? Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, in just providing us a short background to this, I was walking along the beach and had a lady come up to me and ask about accessibility on coastal beaches, and my advice that I was able to provide her at that time was in regards to accessing via boat ramps. And at the Surf Life Saving Club, at the lagoon, there were originally plans to have a disability access ramp that would go all the way down. The sailing club, etc., etc. She then put me onto and then followed up on Facebook with messages to me advising around a project that they do up in North Queensland, where only during the summer predominantly is they actually have on Saturdays and Sundays, recognising it's part of livability and well-being, that they actually use a relationship between the Surf Life Saving Club at the local beach to provide and roll out some matting. I think I attached a photo to show you what it kind of looks like on one of the beaches down there. I'm conscious of the fact that we have, through our partnership with the group that have the event each year in Emu Park, that a mat was purchased, but that matting is incredibly heavy and really not practical to be lifted up by people and placed on the beach. So hence the reason why we don't roll it out every weekend. So if we were looking to do something in this space, then I thought that there's an opportunity there for us to have a look at affordable but matting that also is able to be moved and carried by volunteers such as Surf Lifesavers, etc., so that we can actually provide at least one access point, be it at Emu Park or Yeppoon, where we can say, well, actually, there is a beach that will have access in this way.
Thank you, Councillor Hartman. Just very quickly, if I can, Councillor, as a comment more than a question. There has been some discussion with the Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club around such a beach mat going on to Emu Park Beach off the end of the concrete pathway from the park area that we've recently constructed, Kurt Park. I've spoken to the infrastructure officers, relevant infrastructure officers. They tell me that these sorts of mats are great for beaches like Coolangatta that are flat, where you've got undulation down to the water's edge, not so good. But certainly, I'm not saying that I'm not going to support this, but I think in terms of the consideration of all of this, that needs to come into play, Councillor Hutton, and obviously will by the officers when they review it. Councillor Lynch.
I just maybe want to offer up a suggestion. I think they're fantastic and wonderful. I think if we could maybe approach the Surf Lifesaving Club like tomorrow and get them to put in a community grant that could fund this project straight away. Like if they could, and because they're going to have the volunteers there at the Surf Lifesaving Club, that doesn't put any pressure on council. They apply for the funding and then it solves the problem.
And the Surf Lifesaving Club at Emu Park has offered to do that, roll it out and roll it back up again at the end of the day.
Well, I would suggest that instead of subjugating our responsibilities to them, we offer to put in the grant on their behalf, as long as they're happy to, and that's, I think, but that's why I thought it's worth us investigating, because it may be the Surf Lifesavers, it may be that there's another group. The Beach Day Out Committee, which is the one who purchased the original grant, was supported by council, but it was just that it was a prototype mapping, and like I said, it's literally, it takes 4 burly men to lift it up and put it on the back of the truck to take it to the beach. It's not practical for regular use, and whether we can afford to be doing it, I'm not sure, which is why I just asked about investigation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have been approached for the last 12 months, even before I became a councillor, in relation to this beach matting, and it's a needed aspect. A lot of people within our community, this would just make their lives so much happier to be able to go to the beach and to actually be on the sand. But if I may ask for an amendment, do I have to undertake a procedural motion for that?
No.
My amendment would be that...
Propose an amendment, Councillor?
That council investigates the potential costs and grants available for inclusive beach matting.
Very happy to accept that.
All right. Okay, so the proposed wording, Justine, is that council investigates the potential costs and grants.
And grants? And grants
potential cost, no, not in there. Potential costs and grants. And grant, oh sorry, yeah, that's what, good wording, Councillor. Grant opportunities.
Grant opportunities, yes.
For inclusive beach matting. Right, so we have an amended motion, councillors. Councillor Hutton's happy to accept that?
Right.
All right. Any further discussion,
Just a couple
councillors?
of questions, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with these, but how big are they and how do you get the right people on them and other people off them if they?
Well, Councillor Hutton's provided a photo there, Councillor, on essentially how they work. But it's just really the type of material they're made of varies, but you essentially, as Councillor Hutton says, you roll them out at the beginning of the day, and people with disability are able to sort of take their wheelchairs down there on the mat.
That's what I was thinking. They need to have a disability. Like when somebody comes down who needs it, do they sort of say to the guys, hey, look, we could do it the matting today? Is that how it works?
Oh, what would happen, well, from Emu Park's point of view, Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club, they said at the beginning of the day they'd roll out, end of the day they'd roll it back up.
So anybody can go onto it?
Yeah, with anyone with a disability who wanted to use it, yes.
So if they don't have a disability, do they chuff them?
Oh, there's no one there going to police it during the day, Councillor.
That's what I'm thinking, How do they monitor it? Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'd like to know what they cost. Yeah, I've not seen them before, but it sounds like a good idea.
All right. So we have an amended motion, councillors. So Councillor Hutton's accepted that one. So any further discussion?
Well, I'd just like to speak for it, Mr Mayor. I think this is a great idea. I have had discussions in my portfolio in the past with the Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club, and it would be great. And you are right about the beach being a bit steep there, but it would be fantastic for the Yapoon Beach, where we have less of a grading. And the only thing is you need to have good access, and the only real access to the matting would be on the surf life, the ramp at the sailing club, because even the surf lifesaving club often has a big step at the bottom of it. So there would be some things that we'd have to get over, but I just think it'd be a really, really good step forward. And it's you know, we are an inclusive shire, and we need to make sure that we do what we can to make it inclusive. We have our beach days out for our disabled people. We have all sorts of other things, and we need to make sure that it's not just a one-off event, that they can access the beach whenever they want to.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any other comments, councillors? Well, we'll go to the vote on this one then, councillors. We'll close debate. So we've got a mover and Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Excuse me, through you, Mr Mayor, before we go to the notice of motion for Councillor Mather, on page 406 there's a mistake. It says notice of motion, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. So we're on 12.3, councillors, and before we go into discussion on this one, I'd just like to raise a point that Councillor Hutton kindly raised with me this afternoon after lunch. My property previously, one of my properties previously was available for Airbnb, but it has not been for probably over 18 months. And apparently a member of our community picked up the fact that I might have a conflict of interest here, but I no longer do because my property is no longer an Airbnb property.
And Mr Mayor, as we're renovating a unit, looking at implementing Airbnb, does that create a conflict of interest for me? We haven't started it yet, but it's something we might consider doing.
My thinking is, councillor, that given that you are not an Airbnb operator as yet, that you're probably okay to stay in the room. Any councillor got a differing view on that?
No, it sounds right.
I probably do. If the good council's identified the intent of the unit's usage, if to me that would be enough to trigger a clear indication that's the direction they want to go. And good luck to the councillor on that. So
any decisions we make today could alter, and jeopardise or other.
If in doubt, move out.
If in doubt, walk it out.
And I'll be declaring that I do currently advertise our property on Airbnb, so you can have no, I say that unashamedly.
You have no choice.
I've got no choice. And I welcome to hear the discussion and the debate.
Thank
No
you.
worries.
We do.
Just as long as we've got a quorum left, that's
I
all.
don't want to get a cup of tea, so.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, it just goes to show how, yeah.
Right, we've got a mover and a second. Councillor Hutton will be moving, I'm assuming. Can I get a seconder,
Councillor
please?
Mather.
It's mine.
I'll
This
beg your
one-
pardon.
This one's mine.
Councillor Mather, beg your pardon,
Councillor
sorry.
Hutton might like to second it though.
Councillor Mather
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor.
and Councillor, seconder is Councillor. Oh, I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So Airbnb, all right, so Councillor Mather, over to
Yeah,
you.
this came about, we've discussed this briefly on and off, because it come to our attention not only during budget when things start to go a little bit haywire out there, and we know that there is difficulty in identifying them because of the changing tides. I had occasion to have a call from a fellow in Roslyn at Statue Bay, and he was most distressed. They'd been there when they had a gravel road, and 5 people along the street put their money together and sealed the road, and they grew that little area there. It's a dead end on a hill. They grew that little area to where it is today, and lo and behold, they have a party on the end, and they find out it's an Airbnb, and went well into the night, the noises, and they were jet skiing down on the beach because it's beach frontage. Police had to come and pull them in. And the laundry truck came and reversed into private driveways to be able to manoeuvre in this little skinny street. So he was most upset. And he'd spoken with his neighbours and they were feeling similar. And I thought, well, maybe it's time that we need to have a look and explore to see what other councils are doing about this. Rather than reinvent the wheel, I thought it would be a good idea if we could find 2 or 3 councils who do it well and see what they have to go, what their planning scheme says, what their policies say, anything information that we can get that would sort of steer us as to what we could or should do. I don't have any firm thoughts about what it could be, but or what it should be, but I think for the sake of people who invest in it, suddenly they find a turnover of happy people, noisy people, boisterous people next door. It really does upset the environment.
Right, thank you, Councillor Mather, and notwithstanding the reasons for you putting forward the motion, what we are looking at, councillors, is a recommendation that we authorise the Planning Department to investigate.
Yes, that's all it is.
Yeah, there's no requirement here or no direction from council to actually install a land use category or anything like that. It's simply around investigation.
We're just looking to see what it's about, how they got around it, because I know there are a number of councils that have been a bit iffy. They sort of, too much messing around. They sort of, but it gets to the point where you're forced to do something, forced to address it, and that's when you go look for somebody else to see how they've done it. And if they've done it well, you could consider it. All this has taken a few phone calls.
Aware of the location that you're referring to, councillor. And,
they did send a letter in.
Yes, they
that
did.
was there too.
Yeah. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. I'm just looking at our resolution that we're asking the Planning Department to investigate the state councils which have already included Airbnb as a land use in their planning scheme. I didn't realise that there were some planning schemes that Airbnb were regulated. I thought that Airbnb was an unregulated industry, much like Uber, and as opposed to taxis. But I'm certainly happy for our planners to have a look into that.
Right.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'm happy to support this, but I'm going to put forward an amended recommendation, if I can, Councillor Mather, in that I'm a little bit uncomfortable asking officers to prepare a report with the intention of including Airbnb as a land use of Livingstone. I think that's predicating the outcome.
No, that's okay.
So if we can just leave the recommendation as that as a matter of some urgency, council authorise the Planning Department to investigate the state councils.
Can we take out the word state?
Yeah, the councils.
State?
Yep. for councils which have already included Airbnb as a land use in their planning scheme and associated legislation, and prepare a report for council.
I'm happy.
So, and my question, I would ask whether, so is it just looking at it, because, so I am aware that some other offices have already been looking into Airbnb and that they are looking at ways to try and regulate it. Are you wanting to limit it to only to land use in terms of the planning scheme, or do you want to know the breadth of what's out there?
Well, the whole idea is to look at the big picture.
So which you included, so I think I would ask whether you'd consider that council authorise the planning department to investigate the councils which have already included Airbnb.
In their planning scheme and associated legislation, whatever that, whether it be policy, whatever. That's what that meant.
Yeah, just let councillor Hutton.
Have included Airbnb or have attempted or have already included Airbnb. It was just the reference to land use in their planning scheme. I thought it seemed like if it didn't have land use, if they weren't using it in their planning scheme, then we didn't really want to know, which obviously is not the intention.
Well, there is a plan.
Which have investigated Airbnb and prepare a report for council.
Well, we've got to say what we're looking for.
Because I know that like Noosa Council's done some stuff in the space and some of the others down there.
Well, we need to go to the ones who've already done it.
But I'm just not sure that they did it through their planning scheme, some of them.
Well, you're talking about planning scheme or rating scheme, councillor Mather?
What do you call it? I mean, it wouldn't be just rating. You just can't rate them because you've got to put it in, have a land use.
You can rate them.
Oh, you have.
So
You do rate them, but they
So
have
have
to
already
have a land use
invested
to do it.
Airbnb and prepare a report for council, and that way we can get to find out if it's the land use or whether it's the rating scheme or whether it's
okay.
a
Well, you know
local
the
law.
intention. You know what
Yeah,
the
yeah,
intention is.
Yeah, no,
Because I'm not sure exactly where it sits.
I've already
But I would
investigated
have thought it
Airbnb
need to be in the planning scheme so that you can regulate it.
and then take out the part until you get to and prepare a report for council.
Yes. And prepare a report for council. Yes.
And that way you get everything that they've done. So whether they've done it as a local law or if they've done it as a, you'll get all the options.
I think you'll find it's a planning scheme matter. I think. I'm not.
Okay, now do you want to put a time frame around this, councillors? Because
No. Would it be nice to have it for budget if we had it, but I know everybody's busy at the moment.
Right. So you're not overly perturbed if this doesn't hit the currently the 21-22 budget process?
Oh, well, it would be nice. It would be nice.
Well,
Because
it's
it
got
might
some
help.
urgency there, so urgency implies an immediacy.
Yeah, well, that's what I had in mind.
We need to have a time frame then.
Yeah. Oh, the end of
In
the
time
budget,
for the
March.
2021 budget deliberations?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
All right.
That'll be fine.
So in time for the 2021 budget deliberations. That's right. 21-22, thank you, yeah.
We know where you're going.
Yeah. It's been a long day. The 2021-22 budget deliberations. All right. So we clear on it, councillors?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Any further comments? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, it's obvious that Airbnb is here to stay. It's an important, I believe it's an important part of our accommodation services, and especially at the moment when there seems to be a lack of accommodation in the town. What you've got to remember is that it does bring in people that might otherwise not stay here, and so it is really important. And how we regulate it, I can see, I know that councils and etc. have sometimes shied away from it because it's like opening up a can of worms. But I think the time has come that we do at least investigate and see where we can go and what we can do. And just in relation to what we do have to remember though is that, you know, most Airbnb users, just like most other accommodation users, good sensible people and don't cause problems or hassles. So just clarifying in relation to what you were saying about one particular complaint. Most people are, just like everybody else, just there for a good time and trying to do it sensibly.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any other comments, Councillor, before we
I
close
don't
the
think I
vote?
need to say any more, Mr Mayor.
Okay, you want to wrap up, Councillor?
It's just the intention just wrap up. I think if it can assist the budget in any way, if we can get something out of it that's sensible and practical and financially viable for people who want to take on the business, but we need to make sure that they identify what their responsibilities are, not just put somebody in a house, charge them $500 a night, $800 a night, and walk away. Can't do it. yeah, can't do that to the people who've invested in our area.
Thank you, councillor Mather.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover and councillor Mather, a seconder and myself. All in favour? Carried.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Can we invite the others back in? Thanks, Kale.
There isn't a reasonable difference between doing that.
It'll be along to us, and they'll fill it. Oh, they can. They can, but you get more chance of knocking in on the head than you have people turning over all the time.
Councillors, we're up to 12.4, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend repealing resolution 10.3 from the meeting of the 19th of January 2021. So, Councillor Friend, you'll be moving this?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a second up, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, the motion is live. So, Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fellow councillors and officers. In the ordinary council meeting dated the 19th of January 2021, a council majority resolved to pass the officers' recommendation to decline the waiving of fees related to illegal asbestos dumping for a family-owned property at 31 Buccaneer Street, Lammermoor. This repeal is required in order to allow a forthcoming notice of motion. And on the basis of further debate and equity, I'm asking for your support in repealing this resolution. Within the agenda of our last meeting, there was a report submitted by council officers. The conclusion stated, council officers have reviewed the request by the property owner to reduce or waive the disposal fees associated with the illegal dumping of asbestos at 31 Buccaneer Avenue, Lammermoor. It is the property owner's responsibility to secure and protect their property from trespass and illegal activity. Council officers do not have the delegated authority to determine this request. However, officers recommend declining that request for a fee reduction or waiver. The council resolution was that council receives the information provided in this report and decline the request to reduce or waive the disposal fee. I believe very strongly that the officers did not allow for options in this report. It was all the fees waived or none of the fees waived. Options are extremely important to allow compromise in deciding matters pertaining to our ratepayers. The report also stated, it must be noted that this is not a unique circumstance and that other property owners have had to pay for the costs of cleaning up and disposing of material which has been unlawfully deposited on their properties. Councillors, I beg to differ. This is a unique circumstance. 60 cubic metres of asbestos material with a density of 600 kilograms per cubic metre, dumped on a privately owned mum and dad property in a residential area. Other illegal dumpings in the past have been a couple of trailer loads. I feel to lump all dumpings into the same category is an unfair assumption. This is why we were elected, councillors, to be fair and equitable. And the officers' report offered to the table in January's meeting was not fair and equitable. Did it give the statistics of illegal dumping onto all private properties? No. Did the report state the mass of this illegal dumping onto other private properties? No. Did this report state whether the other illegal dumpings within residential urban areas contain asbestos? No. I now have some further statistics that if this repeal is passed, it will be stated in the next notice of motion pending this repeal. I'm going to ask you, in dealing with this repeal of 10.3, what if this was your property, your family's, your friends, your child's? Would you choose not to repeal 10.3? This is why we should all consider this repeal with compassion for the people of our Shire.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, anyone speaking against the report? Notice of motion, I beg your pardon. All right, anyone wish to speak for
It's
it?
a notice to rescind.
Yeah, it's still a notice of motion, though, Councillor.
Yes, a notice to rescind.
Yeah. All right. Anyone speaking for it? Councillor Eastman?
Oh, just after such an impassioned display, I think I have to, I've been turned. I think I'll have to speak for it. And yeah, I think we should rescind it.
Right. Anyone speaking against? Anyone wish to speak for it? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, sir. It's true that the word option's given. And I think initially it was probably a knee-jerk reaction. No, we can't do that. It's too much money. Yes, it's a lot of money. And it's a lot of crime too. And the risks to a lot of people when they do clean it up. There's a lot of things going on in the Shire that are non-compliant. I'm fighting them all the time and put them in. We're looking for ways to address them, whether they be the police, whether they be the local law, whoever they are. But it's one hell of a constant job, picking up after people who do the wrong thing. And you really have to be very careful that you don't get a bullet through your house. And I mean that. Because there are some people out there who just don't like being disturbed. So I totally support it, Mr Mayor, because we've got good people who've almost lost faith in their council for not helping them. And I can understand our initial response at that time as well. But I think given time that we've thought about it and put ourselves in the position that they're placed in, I think we can do the right thing on this occasion.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak to the notice of motion? Councillor Bello.
Yeah. Well, notwithstanding that, and I'm actually supporting the repeal of this and taking into consideration that I did speak vehemently against it previously in supporting the officer's recommendation. But I do want to make clear that in no way do I hold the officers accountable for the decision that I made. And in no way do I hold the accountable officers accountable for perhaps a lack of information in the report. I believe all the information was there that I needed. And I had every opportunity, as did any other councillor, to put forward a percentage reduction, any number of scenarios we have the capacity to do. And so on those grounds, I just want to make that clear to the officers. But I am prepared to support the repealing of the previous or rescinding of the previous motion with a view to debate the one that follows after it for reasons that I'll disclose there. So happy for that to happen. Thank you.
Councillor Bello, any further discussion, councillors? All right, Councillor Friend, did you want to wrap up?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather. So, all in favour? Those against? Councillor Hutton, do you wish your vote to be recorded? Thank you. All right. So that's carried. So it takes us to 12.5, councillors, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Friend, proposing a 50% fee reduction for the illegal dumping at 31 Buccaneer Avenue, Lammermoor. So can I get a Councillor Friend, you're moving this, I would assume. Councillor Eastwood is seconding. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to your report?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly do. I'm going to repeat those amounts again. 60 cubic metres of asbestos material. That has a density of the material of 600 kilograms per cubic metre, as per the officer's report. I'm going to reiterate, this is unique. In the dates over a 2-year period, the 9th of February 19 to the 9th of February 2021. On our records, there were 143 illegal dumpings, mainly household waste and green waste, that were investigated and completed by our local law team. 49 illegal dumpings referred to infrastructure, so that's when we get our officers out there to clean up, because it's on council-controlled land. Most of this illegal waste found on council's controlled land had a volume of about 200 litres, with just a number of them being household general waste, and they were no more than 2,500 litres, a couple of trailer loads at the most. Some of this waste actually did contain asbestos in the areas of council-controlled land, Ogmore, Curruman Creek, Ramp and Cunnawarra. Council cleared the waste at the full cost to the ratepayers, because that's what we do. We clean up our own land. With transparency though, Complete transparency, I have to let you know that there have been 7 asbestos complaints. 4 were removed and disposed of by the owners and residents. But please allow me to note, because this is really, really important, that these were not illegal dumpings. They were the removal of asbestos because the owners themselves have removed internal walls, had removed their roofing, and their neighbours had complained. So there was no illegal dumping on those residential properties, and 3 other asbestos complaints were referred to the Office of Industrial Relations. Now, I'm urging all councillors to consider a 50% waiver of the fees at the landfill for the owners of 31 Buccaneer Street. A 50% reduction in this fee would certainly assist with the timely clean-up of this family-owned property. This percentage would reduce the fee to approximately $5,490, resulting in an average of 31 cents per rateable property within the Livingstone Shire. I'm a ratepayer, and I am satisfied with assisting the owners with my contribution of 31 cents. Each request that's made through our council table is individual, and it should be considered on its own merits. Compassion and empathy should always, always be backed up with action and not just kind words. So I do ask you to consider helping this mum and dad in the clean-up of 60 cubic metres of asbestos waste that was illegally dumped on their property at a cost to each ratepayer of 31 cents. Thank you.
You pay 62.
Thank you,
for 2
Councillor
hours.
Friend. Is anyone speaking against the notice of motion? All right. Would anyone wish to speak for it? Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, asbestos is a terrible substance. It's very dangerous, and it can cause very serious health issues. And to have that amount dumped on your private land is a really sinister thing to do. And you know, I think our officers pointed out about, you know, I wouldn't say blaming the people for not having their fence, but I think that you just shouldn't. You know, we just shouldn't tolerate that within our shire. And these people, we've got to remember they're victims. They're victims of what is crime. And the good councillor mentioned dumping on council land. Now, the people that dumped this could have just maybe dumped it up the road, round the corner, on council land, and we would have been totally responsible for it. And we would have to pay for it anyway. I actually think we should have paid for the whole lot, and I mentioned that in the a month ago or whenever we debated it in the previous. So I'm more than happy, and I think that we should at least give a 50% reduction to the fee. I think it's important. It shows that we support our ratepayers, and yeah, I'm right behind it, and I just want to thank the councillor.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking against? Anyone
Mr.
for?
Mayor, but I'd like to tell you a little story at the end of the meeting.
Okay, Councillor. Look forward to that. Anyone speaking for the notice of motion?
I'll speak for it, Mr Chair, because my position on this has changed, and I acknowledge the persistence of Councillor Friend, and I'm in a position to apologise to the community because I believe I got it wrong upon reflection, and that's for a number of reasons. And I can remember advocating for the fire victims for their rates to be paid by a higher level of government because I identified that they were the victim. And I remember the victims of Cyclone Marcia receiving assistance with dump fees that were waived because of natural disasters. And I guess over the last few weeks I've looked at this and almost rationalise it in my mind that in many ways this is a human-induced disaster that these people have endured of a scale that is fairly unprecedented. So whether it be a natural disaster or a human-induced disaster, ultimately there is a victim here, which upon reflection I do believe we can, or I can justify to the ratepayers that I'm prepared to support that. So I think in my in my sincere efforts to protect the ratepayer from perhaps, if I describe it like this, maybe a very, very small blister that they would have incurred by having to pay for it, I was prepared to do that at the expense of someone getting a third-degree burn on their leg through the cost of the excessive dump fees that they would have had to endure. So for that, that's my position on it, and I'll stand accountable to the people for changing my position on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other comments, councillors? All right. We shall go to the vote. So we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. So all in favour? Those against? Carried. Did you wish your votes recorded, councillors? All right. So we come to item 13, councillors, on the agenda, which is urgent business. And I just wanted to raise, in the absence of any other matters coming forward, the letter I handed out this morning from the GKI Progress Association. Pardon me. A number of us attended, I beg your pardon, the at invitation, a meeting last Monday, Monday last week I should say, at Beaches, put on by the Great Keppel Island Progress Association, where a presentation was put forward by the association itself, as well as was Altum, the company that's seeking to acquire the leases for Great Keppel Island. As you see from the letter from the Progress Association, and I'm referring to the third last paragraph there under the table on the back page. Our committee has written to Acting Director General Mr John Lee and Jeffrey McAllister of the Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport, confirming our support for the infrastructure above. This is in relation to the infrastructure, the common user infrastructure, and the $30 million proposed by the state government. We would be grateful if Livingstone Shire Council also wrote a letter to Tourism, Innovation and Sport Minister, the Honourable Sterling Hinscliffe, and his Acting Director General John Lee, which endorses this list of strategic project enabling public infrastructure as soon as possible. So councillors, I thought it was important that we discuss this today because this request has been made of us, and I'm simply going to open the floor for discussion on this as it's a matter of urgent business. At this stage we haven't got a mover and a seconder on any particular resolution. So I'll just open the floor for discussion, and hopefully out of this we can move receipt of the letter, councillor, that's fine. You want to move that, councillor?
Yes.
We received the letter, all right. I'll second that.
Should we suspend standing orders for discussion?
We can do that, councillor. Coming to that, councillor. Yeah, thank you. So the resolution, first of all, Justine, is it moved Councillor Mather, second myself, that council receive the letter dated 10th of February 2021 from the GKI Progress Association. Seconded myself. Yeah. So we'll get that one out of the road. Councillors, all in favour of receiving the letter? Thank you. All right, so we'll suspend standing orders. A procedural motion. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Mather. So, councillors, we've got the letter. So hopefully out of the discussion we'll come up with some resolution as to what we're going to do with this. But I'm happy to open the floor for discussion, councillors. So is there an appetite within the councillors to write a letter as requested by the Great Keppel Island Progress Association? Yes. Councillor Lynch is saying yes. Can I get you to maybe elaborate a bit, Councillor Lynch?
I attended the meeting last Monday, and I was really encouraged to see so many community members attend that meeting. and just to have the opportunity to spend a lot of time speaking to a lot of those community members, and their passion to see GKI go ahead is really important. It's really important to the community that it's just sat there for so long that they would like to see some movement happening, and we've got an organisation that are prepared to step forward with this project, and I'm 100% behind supporting this letter, or supporting the letter to the
There's a couple of things. Well, there's a couple of things I'm concerned about, Mr. Mayor. Well, just in relation to Great Keppel Island itself. When I look through that list, I get down to the bottom and it says visitor facilities and walking trails, and it's got $0.
Yeah.
And I think they're really important infrastructure. There can be something that could be done with them now or very soon. And I'm actually surprised that there's no amount put towards those, because they are very important to all island users, and not just the development. So that's my concern.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Friend?
yeah. I'm all supporting GKI and the go-ahead, and I was also at the meeting and thought it was fabulous that the community really got behind it, because they're interested and everyone wants to see it go ahead. I'm just going to remind everyone that back on the 7th of September we had a special meeting, and that a recommendation was put forward. The council requested that the minister consider the below list of infrastructure projects identified by Altum, with a view to arriving at a solution that will provide a positive outcome for our community, such as a breakwall stage 1 and dredging, jetty, barge ramp with marina precinct lease, wastewater treatment plant. This was moved by Councillor Lynch, but there was no seconder, so the motion lapsed for want of a seconder. We then resolved that council requests that the Queensland State Government continue to negotiate with Altum and other relevant stakeholders with a view to advancing the development of elements that will benefit the future economic potential of Great Keppel Island. And this motion was carried, and I believe that a letter from council was sent to the state, and basically supporting any type of development for the project to go ahead. I'm with Councillor Eastwood in the fact that there's no visitor facilities or walking trails to begin with. And the $30 million that has been pledged by the state encompasses those visitor facilities and walking trails. What Altum are proposing is fabulous. The issue being that they do not yet have the lease holdings from Tower Holdings. And if they had the lease holdings, I would then not hesitate to back this 100%. But at this time, as far as I'm aware, they're still undertaking due diligence. Now, at the meeting, Mr. McCready quoted publicly that they're only a couple of weeks away from grabbing those leases. Well, once those leases have been transferred into Altum's name, that will make a world of difference to me legally, and to get behind them 100%. So, although I'd like to, half of me certainly does want to say yes, but until those leases have been transferred, I'm going to have to rethink.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. You okay, Councillor Friend?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I was then studying the rest of it, so I beg your pardon.
No, all good. Any other councillors like to make a comment on this? Councillor Maiden?
Yes, I attended the meeting as well, and they didn't offer the information that they only had a couple of weeks to go, and even Matt Canavan said, well, that's some good news to me, because obviously nobody bothered to ask and nobody was offering, so maybe they didn't know, maybe they didn't tell us. But anyway, there's a lot of unknowns in this. Of course we're here to help all we can, but we've got to be careful what we commit to, because we don't want to be left carrying the dirty water in the bath. It says here, the dot points, increase awareness of the GKI revitalisation project. Provide up-to-date, correct information. Are we going to be the media for them? That's the thing. Increase awareness. Are we going to be the media outlet? Give a voice to GKI stakeholders, including traditional owners. Are we going to be the mediators and the spokesperson? Monitor and provide feedback and input into the spend of taxpayer funds. Are we going to be the accountant to see what's going in and out? And 4, help create a stronger future. What are we going to be responsible for? That's what worries me, because going back not so long ago, when things at that time looked like they might be getting off the ground, we had a mayor who was prepared to get money so we can get some infrastructure to the where was it going? Emu Park?
Yep, Tandy Point.
Tandy Point,
Leaving
yes.
Tandy Point.
Tandy Point. To get the on-land infrastructure in place, waiting for $30 million plus by the state to erect the underground cables, the water and the power. So the mayor at that time was ready to put the money there on the beachfront to say, look, we've done our bit, but we didn't have money, we just had to take it from somewhere else. And we said, no, we can't do that. We've got nothing that we can actually rely on. And it was a good move that we didn't do it. Because the 30 million that was supposed to be a down payment, I suspect, because it won't do anything for 30 million, it didn't get off the ground. And the state government has said, okay, so we can't afford water and power. Well, look, here's the 30 million. You're going to do something with it that you think is going to help. That worries me. Nobody throws 30 million at somebody. And us, it could be out there being the spokesperson, being the accountant, generating. And sure, the council, our council in this position, would be a leader. We'd like to be. Certainly we're stakeholders, big stakeholders. But we've got to be careful what we put our name to and commit to. Because that seems right on face value. But when you start, someone comes along and says, hang on, give a voice to the GKI stakeholders. What have you done in that regard? Well, what are we supposed to do? We don't know. So it worries me a little bit. Certainly we're there to help them, certainly. But we've just seen so many snake oil salesmen come through the outdoors over the last few years, in the last 11 years. You just wonder, who's legit, you know?
Well, these guys are legit, I think. They're definitely legit, Councillor Mather.
Well, I like them, don't get me wrong.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, when you look through the costings, okay, if you go into there, so what they're asking for, what Ultim is going to put towards and what they want the government to pay for, it kind of reassures me they're going to put money towards 100% towards rainwater, batch plant and concrete equipment, solar battery generator, and the big one probably the 50 public marine berths. So they're not asking the state to put money towards that. So should something happen and they can't go ahead with their resort like they would like to, at least we've got the breakwall and the ferry terminal that will benefit the island. And I think they're the things we need to look at is, will this benefit the island?
Which is going to provide, with 30 million, how are they going to apportion it to provide the best benefit for everybody, the wider community? Not just the boaties, but I mean, you've got to have a boat to get there and a place where you can embark and so forth.
And that's true, and that's true, and I think it will open up a whole bigger world of tourism that if that is built and provided, it'll be fantastic. I do agree the walking trails are really important. I think if they really are, there's no doubt about that. But overall, they're not asking the government to cover the cost of building actual accommodation.
Well, they need to cost the things that they need. Well, they've got costs here.
Well, councillors, Councillor Bell, I was at the meeting as well, and obviously I would love to see nothing better than some form of resort and go on the island. We're all I think, in favour of economic development on Great Keppel Island, because it's obviously been sitting there dormant for a number of years, and it's a tragedy as to what's happened on that island. My concern is the same as Councillor Eastwood's. I see nothing there in terms of walking trails, visitor facilities, and certainly if this doesn't happen, if this resort doesn't go ahead, then nothing has been spent on those things according to this particular schedule anyway. The other item of concern I have is around the representation here. They, on the first page, say they give voice to GKI stakeholders, including traditional owners. My concern was the meeting last week, there was no representation from Waprabara. Now, Waprabara may have been unavailable, but I also know sometimes Waprabara don't attend things if they're not happy. So I don't know what the case was here. And so I would like to see or hear from the Waprabara people what their particular point of view on this proposal is before I provide any support.
Did they mention Bob Muir on the night?
I apologise, Bob. They offered Bob's apologies.
My understanding, if I could contribute to that, and I'm happy for this to be validated, and perhaps pending the validation of Waprabara's other traditional owners in principle support, Bob Muir is an honorary member. Bob Muir is an honourable member of the association. So I haven't seen anything in writing, but that's the information I've been told. I hope that a motion can be put forward, which I'd be prepared to move with the approval of the table under urgent business, and we can debate it on its merits, and if it gets supported, it does. If it doesn't, so be it.
All right. Well, do you want to put the motion, Councillor?
No, I'd certainly like to put a motion of some sorts. Something to the...
Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, before we do, since we have got standing orders...
You've got to come out of that, yep.
My query is not with the providing support, but rather that for the most part, and I'm sure that most of us will be the same, that we've not yet had a chance to gain or collect feedback from other stakeholders of the island whose views may be different. While I have heard plenty from attendees at the meeting who are in favour, I have received only 2 emails from people who offer a perspective that's very different, and I think that if we're going to take a position on behalf of our community and our council, for fulfillment's sake, we shouldn't run into this without having at least gone and sought feedback. So if I'd known this was on the agenda today, then I would have gone and made a concerted effort to actually go reach out to make sure that the voices of other parts of the community heard by me before I have to make a determination as to which way I believe our council and community best want to go, even if it's not going to be for everyone's cup of tea, because we know that's highly unlikely to be the case. But in a case where this is raised as urgent business, where there's not that opportunity to get soundings or groundings from the community, I feel that the heightened risk is that we're actually providing for a portion of our community's voice to not be heard at all.
But
and that concerns me.
Are you going to put forward a motion to that effect, Councillor?
Well, I think to what effect?
Well, but that we basically seek further consultation from stakeholders on Great Kettle Island, if that's what you're proposing.
As a matter of urgency.
As a matter of urgency, yeah.
And what does that, I guess ultimately, what does that look like? How do we do it? And fully supportive of the intent of that, recognising that $30 million has been allocated, and my understanding is that the state is basically set on a path with that $30 million going in a certain direction that they are going to put to the community is where they believe it's best spent. My opinion on it is that I want to intercept that and stop that going that way based on what I believe the community is saying, and I could be wrong, I may have misread the community, and I want to slow that train down and bring it back onto this pathway and line it up with where I think it's best spent. Now I recognise that each of us are going to have our own opinion on that. It would be good to be able to validate that, and hopefully my assumptions would be validated what I think is right. I could be completely wrong. I recognise it. Without asking people directly, that is much harder to determine. And so I'm happy to, I would like at least that we make that decision today. That would be a positive move forward, to at least advance some sort of consultation on an urgent basis, because the sooner we notify the state government of where the $30 million we believe is best spent, At least we're putting pressure, we're lifting it off the shoulders of council and we're putting it onto the, and I thank the state government for their 30 million, but we put the pressure onto the state government in a positive way to say, thanks for the money, now go and spend it, and we believe our community wants it in this direction. Okay, I'm okay to make that decision here today, but I recognise that that may be too big a step, so I'd certainly support consultation as quick as we possibly could to intervene on that trajectory of where the 30 million is currently being.
In order to do that, we need to understand, identify who those particular stakeholders we're going to consult with are. Obviously, one's going to be the Whopper Borough.
Yes.
I think, Mr Mayor, for each of us it will be different, but it's more about providing line of sight, so it's not a shot from the blue that had council all of a sudden something that wasn't on the agenda. They've now got an urgent business item that they've said our community's pushing off in this direction, or it's not pushing off in this direction. Either way, I fear that you risk alienating parts of the community that go, but hang on, we didn't even know you were going to talk about that. So of course I didn't get a chance to get in the ear of the mayor and go, well, hey, Mr Mayor, I think you really need to be considering this, or etc. etc. So I would think that if a resolution is necessary, that maybe a resolution that looks something along the lines of that councillors take soundings of community and seek feedback, and that a special meeting be held next week, so that council can, or 2 weeks, so that council can provide feedback to the state government as to its support or lack thereof for the advancement of the $30 million.
I agree, but the traditional owners must be included within that resolution so that we do contact them also.
I think.
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat your wording for
that councillors take soundings from the community to inform a special meeting of council to be held in 2 weeks' time, or we can probably give the date, it'll probably be easier, so to be held on...
Today's the 16th, so 30th.
To be held on Tuesday the 30th. Oh, there's no 30th. There's Tuesday the 2nd of March.
Oh, it's February, isn't it?
To be held on Tuesday the 2nd of March.
It's our briefing day.
Yeah, but we can,
So we can have it first thing
that's
in
the
the
best time
morning
to
and
do
get
it.
done. Yep. To be held on Tuesday the 2nd at 8 a.m.
Just leave the
Yep.
time open.
Yeah, we just leave the time out and sort it out. So, because each of us will have different people who, once they're aware that councillors are at least interested in this, are going to want to provide feedback. And I can't guarantee that I'll get to talk to a member of the Whopper Borough, but I'm really keen to hear what the Whopper Borough people have to say. Like, I'm not sure. I can't guarantee that I'm going to get to talk to everyone who owns a house on the island, but I am keen to, if there's the chance, to try and reach out and speak to some of them. So
certainly, but through you, Mr Mayor, through the Mayor's office, we can, and the CEO's office, we can contact Whopper Borough, and they will then contact the rest of the mob to come to some sort of information gathering, and they'll come back to us. So I think that's important that we include the traditional owners within this resolution, community and traditional owners.
My understanding, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor, my understanding is that there's going to be a public release made by the Whopper Borough people in the not too distant future.
Lovely. And that...
Maybe we should wait for that.
And, well, I was just going to say, by doing this, that will also allow the time for Altum to obtain those leases if what was said on the night of being 2 weeks away, that will give the time for that to happen.
And in terms of the clarity of the resolution that councillors take sound committee to form a special meeting of council to be held on Tuesday, the 2nd of March.
2021.
What are we actually asking them though?
You've got to talk what we're talking about. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think it's clear that we say what we mean and we mean what we say. By virtue, this is
on the letter provided by the GKO Progress Association.
There we go.
In relation to the letter provided by the GKO Progress Association.
Yep.
So can we put that?
So that can be attached. As attached.
We can't put that on our website, can we?
Well, sent to the council and we proceed that it's in with correspondence. And unless, through you, Mr Chairman, unless the CEO believes otherwise.
We'll touch base with the GKO Association first to make sure they're happy with that.
And I think that, personally, I think they'd be delighted if we put it up there. the less people actually understand what it is that we're considering, which they're trying to influence one way or the other, well then we're going to go around potentially go around in circles and have a not overly accurate.
Where we can point people to the
Yeah.
council website to.
Yep. And 2 weeks, so 2 weeks are allowed to do it. Good as that there. And Mr. CDO, do you believe that that's the satisfactory capacity in the organisation to undertake consultation of that magnitude and that time?
I believe so, Mr Mayor. If I understand the intent of the resolution, it's as much about council laws engaging with those circles that you move in. We will certainly support that with our normal communication distribution channels.
Yep.
The correspondence you refer to is in the public domain in this meeting at the moment. It's been referenced. I think it is wise to seek the consent of the association to publish that widely, but it's been referenced in the public domain this afternoon.
Yep.
Yes, so it's a hasty timeline, but I think it can be achieved.
Terrific.
Can we move with quite some haste, Mr. Mayor? I have 15 minutes to pick up my children from daycare.
Yep. Any other urgent business, councillors?
I was going to tell you a little story, remember?
Wait till we finish.
I don't think
Now we're
Does
talking
Councillor
about...
Hutton need to be here?
Pardon?
Does Councillor Hutton need to be here?
No.
Can we resume standing orders?
No.
We'll resume standing orders. And we'll got a resolution in front of us, councillors, so can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, councillor.
Councillor Hutton, I'll second it if that's...
Second, councillor Bello. All right, so we're all understanding the resolution? Okay, so we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously, thank you.
Well done, Mr Chair.
All right. We'll
Thanks, Nigel.
close the meeting, councillors. Thank you for your
Happy
attendance.
birthday,
and thank you to
Nigel.
those people
Happy birthday, Nigel.